Familiar to you. Yes. Let's see.
So who's Kay here? Oh, Karen's.
Oh, okay. We are on with Facebook. I mean, YouTube.
Yay.
And
Half there.
Let's see.
So who's Kay? Oh, Karen's.
oh, okay. We are on with Facebook. I mean, YouTube.
Yay.
And
Half there.
There's a delay when we talk.
oh,
It-
we are on
later.
Facebook. I mean, YouTube. And
Half there.
do you want to get started?
I guess we will. Do we have Facebook too?
Well, it just has
Facebook.
maybe a matter of time.
We have to have Facebook because there are students who will
Yeah.
be depending on it. So can we get into Facebook as well?
Okay.
I'll run through mine. I can go really fast. I have lots of nice art. We'll just look at the art and we won't worry about it. I will censor myself a little bit. Well, not actually censor, but I'll cut back.
Okay. Now he's working on Facebook, so you want to wait a little longer?
Yeah, that's why I'm first, folks. Is I can be cut. The rest of you can't.
Okay.
Everybody will hear enough of me today anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's always some little glitch, and I
Yeah.
see that we have Joey here too, but no audio. We got Karen will be coming in and out.
I'm here.
Yeah, Karen's here. That's good. Thank you, Karen. Karen's been a great support throughout this fall as we've been trying to work these things out. We have been very lucky to have her help. It's helped us in many, many ways.
Oh, thank you.
She's our communication department secretary, administrative assistant, guru.
Dr. Moji, I haven't seen you in a while. You're looking beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm trying to look for you where you want to scroll.
I'm the big K. You don't want to see my face this morning. I'm looking a little rough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't
Thank
have
you.
it,
Mhm.
but there can be mornings like that. I've had some myself.
Yeah. When I saw Kay, I was thinking Kilmer.
Funny.
Nice to see you.
Well, if it goes on too long, we'll just skip mine altogether, but I can do it another time. Be all ready for next year.
Let's see,
Okay.
Chance.
All right. Looks like
Karen.
Yep, that's the advantage of having the chief ham go first, is I can,
I see Ali on Facebook now.
is it
So it looks like-
working?
Okay,
have-
but I'm seeing him. I'm not seeing us.
Oh, we gotta get us on there. You know, the hard as we work and as many times as we look at it, stuff still can go wrong. That's technology, that's life. It's better not to get all bent out of shape over it.
Yeah.
Get going, it's going to be the greatest day. No day compares. I just was looking around on the web yesterday and it's amazing. They're having some real tussles in some of the school districts right now over critical race theory, which isn't even
Oh.
taught at that level. but they're still having some arguments about it. And what's heartening is a lot of parents and students are protesting. And in some places, they're winning out. And we just had one yesterday that'll be too soon probably to see what happens.
Yeah,
This one is in Newberg, Oregon, and they're banning Pride, Black Lives Matter symbols from the classrooms.
Mhm.
And so the conservative majority of the school board voted Tuesday to do that, but it was close. It was a 4-3 vote. And then this discussion has been going on since July.
Mm.
The majority said the banners introduce political distractions into what should be a neutral learning ground. Now I ask you, does anyone want a neutral
Neutral.
learning ground?
Yeah.
Could anything be more boring?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just give them some sleeping tablets and be done with it? And Newberg families don't agree with the gender ideology that flag represents. So that's the pride banners too have to go. So it's Black Lives Matter, Pride.
Okay, we are on. Let me get started.
Yay!
Thank you, Ali. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Hi. Just popping in from my car.
Good. I hope we'll be seeing you off and on all day, Ali.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna turn our recording on now. Okay.
All righty.
Okay, we
Hey
are on.
everybody.
We are also recording, by the way. Anything that we're saying, it's also recording on our
Not a-
server.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 24th. I'll start over then. Welcome to the 24th annual U Toledo Banned Books Week Vigil. Now you say, why? Why a vigil? Because we always have to remain alert and watchful. The battle for the First Amendment is never over. This is also, oh yes, all over the city of Toledo. Read Banned Books Day. His Honor, Mayor Wade, has so proclaimed. So now I think without any more ado, I'm going to give a shortened version of my presentation. That all right, Arjun?
Yes, sure.
Let's share the
Take
screen.
it away.
And here we go. So, creativity is essential to human rights. And you're going to see our logo contains create. And the reason it contains create is because so much of how we express ourselves comes out of this ability to use our imagination. If we couldn't use our imagination, we would have problems with any form of expression. UNESCO, in fact, has declared creativity a human right and warned us that this right is under threat. Artists around the world are having problems doing their job, their work, and they're getting all kinds of interference. Artistic freedom, and that's artistic freedom for you and me as well as for professional artists. If you think about it, art helps us express our feelings. It's also used to express dissent and rebellion, protest, and hope. It's very important to our democracy. Here's a screen with jazz. We must not ever forget music. Music is vital. to creative expression. In fact, our artistic expression, our creativity is a very necessary part of defining who we are as human beings. Our imagination connects us to others. This turtle is a symbol used by the Indigenous Alliance, and it's to symbolize there aren't any borders. Here's another slide about the Alliance of Indigenous Peoples. And the Ford Foundation is trying to lift up unheard voices because we tell lots of stories. We depend upon telling stories. Sadly, very sadly, we leave out many, many stories. We never get to hear maybe the bulk of the stories that we could hear. And that's all because of the way our systems are set up to privilege some narratives over others. This is Puppets and Bread. It's social justice. The Bread and Puppet Theater in New York pushes back against the narratives that undermine fairness. And they quite often give their audiences stuff to think about. Creative expression empowers everybody, but it can be vital to teenagers. And sometimes just the possibility for them to create using their imagination, stories and art and music, it will help them decrease their anxiety, explore what's making them depressed, and get help, because through their art, they can let other people know they're having suicidal thoughts. So creativity is vital. It can be a matter of saving people's lives. I just love Mother Goose and Grimm. They're my favorite. And I thought this cartoon was fun. Meow, sniff, 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 sniff. Meow, meow. I've got the strangest meow, urge meow, for munchies. Meow. And I included this cartoon because the veiled reference in it to drug use could get some people upset and might even get Mike Peters banned somewhere. But do not worry, the ACLU points out First Amendment protection covers everything. Whatever the human impulse to create can produce is protected. So books, theater, paintings, posters, TV, comic books, television, videos, music videos, whatever we can create, that's protected speech. And I'm ending here with knowledge that's a human right. And UNESCO also would like us to work on increasing everybody's access so that as we're entering this digital world, we don't leave anyone behind, because to expand human rights partly is going to involve using communication and making sure that we are all part of that conversation. So, my lovelies, create, express yourselves, use your imagination. Now see, we're done. So now I'm going to do the best thing that I do. I'm going to give you a keyword so anybody who wants attendance credit can have it. And the keyword for this session is going to be art. A-R-T. So if you're a student and you need credit, you got to put art on your form. And now we're going to give away some goodies. Except, well, Arjun, do you have any announcements for us?
Well, yes, the videos of each of the sessions that I'm going to be recording today are going to be available on YouTube, but give me some time because I won't be able to get it up tomorrow. It'll be probably sometime in October that I'll be able to get those up because I have to edit them, each of them, and then make them available on YouTube, just as we have done last year. You're going to see our channel populated with our videos today, and that's where okay, so that's the announcement.
Well, thank you. So if you go to Facebook or YouTube, they'll be up there if you want them earlier. But if you want the official, crisp, nice version, professional version, Arjun will put those up in mid-October, probably,
Well,
somewhere around there.
Professional is very nice to say, but it'll be semi-professional. It'll be just like last year.
That'll be good. That's very good. So let's give away some loot. Do we have people on Facebook? Do we have people on YouTube can win? Here's a scandalous joke. Bound to get the censors upset. Why did Frosty the Snowman want a divorce? So if you're on YouTube and you're on Facebook, type in your answers into the chat, right, Sumitra?
Yes.
Type in your answers into the chat, right, Sumitra?
I think Sadia is on Facebook. If she's not, I can go there, but I'm currently on YouTube.
Okay, then you're on YouTube. Sadia's on Facebook. Great.
If she's not,
Yes,
I
I
can
am.
go there, but I'm currently on YouTube.
Okay, so do we have an answer? This is for a Barnes and Noble gift card. No answer, huh?
I think we don't have much viewers at Facebook right now. There is only one person, Isabel, and she has
Okay, the one person who's in YouTube,
on Facebook.
that person be the winner? One person who's in YouTube,
We have
that person be the winner? Do you have an answer, Sumitra? Well, the answer is because he thought his wife was a flake. So Frosty the Snowman divorced his wife because he thought she was a flake. I thought that was cute.
we have 3 answers on YouTube, Paulette. I didn't realize I was on mute. 1 second, please.
Are you on YouTube?
On Facebook, we have 11 people viewing, but no one commented. No one
Okay.
answered. Right.
Well, somebody needs to answer. They just heard me say it, so the first one who can type it in can win. And do this, you can do the same for you. And we'll make it even sweeter. I'll do another one, and we will let somebody else win a gift card, and then we'll do a door prize as well. So why didn't the tourists in the Arctic get any sleep? As well. So why
Paulette,
didn't the tourists in the Arctic get any sleep? Wow. So did somebody type in something in the chat?
Yes, at Facebook, Molly said, I'm here. I just didn't know the answer. And then she wrote a flake afterwards. And so Isabel and Molly has commented on Facebook.
Okay,
Please,
so that's 2 for Facebook, Barnes and Noble gift cards. We can have 2 for YouTube. So why didn't the tourists in the Arctic get any sleep? Well, He plugged his electric blanket into the toaster by mistake and kept hopping out of bed all night. I guess I should keep my day job. I thought that was pretty funny. So Symmetry, you have any winners? Her audio is off.
Will our answer work? On Facebook, Molly said, because it was always a day.
Well, I think that's okay. Use your own judgment, ladies. We have 2 gift cards, 2 Barnes and Noble gift cards. And if you
Paulette?
have judgment, ladies, yes, if you think you have 3 people who are worthy, we'll give a door prize to one of them and we'll move on. 3 people who are worthy, we'll give so. Okay, Symmetry, you need me?
Yes, Paulette, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So there's one answer on YouTube. He plugged his electric blanket with the toaster by mistake and kept popping out of bed.
Yep, that's the answer.
Okay.
That's one. And then
From
you need
Amaya Ham.
okay, so do you have more than one person in YouTube?
For this one, it's just Amaya. But for the previous one, there were a couple of answers, and I apologize. I had to be away from the computer. Because he thought his wife was a flake. There was Libby and Lelan. Libby says that. Lelana says his wife said he didn't have the snowballs.
Might be all right too. So you
Brooke
have 3.
Brooke
So,
said he thought his wife was too cold, but I suppose the first couple of answers is what we are giving, right?
okay, and then email them and get them to fill out the form. And Sadia, you can give away a door prize too. We have wonderful door prizes. We are so lucky to have so many great.
Erica answered it right.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. You don't have to run the answers by me. Use your own judgment and just give out the goodies. And in fact, you can give out 2 door prizes as well. 2 gift cards, 2 door prizes. So that gives you 4. Give 4 people something. And we're going to move on in just a second. But I do want to tell you, good morning, Tisha. Glad you joined us. I want to tell you, our sponsors, we only asked a few because we're online and they really came across. We're very thankful to the Honors College, to the Provost, Karen Borkman, to Marcia King Blandford, to Moji Zola Tiamiu. We're very thankful to student government, the communication department, Barnes and Noble UT branch, Kate Matowski and our loyal gang at Barry's Bagels who supported us from when we were at Thackeray's, and UT student government and the multicultural office. So rah, 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 sponsors.
Paulette,
Yes,
we're going to give you a year subscription to Def Comedy Jam.
okay. I could probably use that. All right. So I do believe we are in for a treat. I think Dr. Allende Bonifacio, you are in the house, aren't you?
Yes. Hello.
And- hello. And you are going to tell us all about the ban on Walt Whitman's poetry, correct?
Yes.
That is wonderful. And I will let you take over.
Great. So I'm just going to share my PowerPoint with everyone here. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. Let's see. Let's get it. I'm just going to time myself also just to make sure I keep my time. So first of all, thank you, Paulette, and everyone for inviting me. And thanks to all those viewing us now and who will view us later. I want to first acknowledge that I am speaking from the land of the Ottawa, Seneca, and Erie peoples. On July, and I'm just going to be reading because that's what English professors do. On July 4th, 1855, a little-known poet from West Hills, New York, decided on a small print house in Brooklyn to print his first book of poetry. As a trained typesetter, or printer's devil, as typesetters were often called, he set the type on 10 pages of poetry himself. The poet's name was Walt Whitman, and the book was Leaves of Grass. The first edition of Leaves of Grass appeared without Whitman's byline on the title page, leaving his identity up for conjecture. Curious readers interested in the unknown identity of the poet looked to the poet's frontispiece, which featured a stipple engraving of a discreetly outfitted, bearded young man gazing at the reader as he stood with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand on his hip. This, quote, carpenter portrait, as it became known to some critics, represented the poet as a working class person whose unadorned fashion deviated from traditional and stodgy depictions of the period's lettered men. One contemporary reviewer writes, quote, "This portrait expresses all the features of the hard Democrat and none of the flexible delicacy of the civilized poet. The damaged hat, the rough beard, the naked throat, the shirt exposed to the waist are each and all presented to show that the man to whom those articles belong scorns the delicate arts of civilization. The man is the true impersonation of his book, rough, uncouth, vulgar. It was by the merest accident that we discovered the name of this erratic and newest wonder." By the time of Whitman's death in 1892, Leaves of Grass went through 8 editions and grown 5-fold in size. This book would go on to influence some of the biggest names in poetry, including Langston Hughes, Adrienne Rich, June Jordan, and Joy Harjo. Today, Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass is a required text in many English classrooms, from elementary school to my own college courses. And in fact, I will be teaching Walt Whitman's poems today, later, to my UT Toledo students. Although Leaves of Grass is canonized and widely read text today, Whitman's many editions of Leaves of Grass were not praised or revered in the early career years of the poet. In fact, critics and readers and reviewers abhorred the poems for their secular and sensual content and its lack of conventional formal structure. During Whitman's lifetime, poetry was still seen as traditionally formulaic in meter and content. Whitman's critics would and could not anticipate the impactful cultural significance of Leaves of Grass. From the very beginning, however, the poet from Long Island anticipated that Leaves of Grass would leave a timeless imprint on the still budding tradition of American poetics. Jeffrey Saunders Scram writes for the Whitman Archive, which holds the most comprehensive record of works by Whitman and about Whitman, that Whitman's poems, quote, invoked the tradition of Homer and Virgil in putting the history, politics, and culture of the nation state to verse. Quote, "The greatest poet forms the consistence of what is to be from what has been and is," Whitman wrote. "He drags the dead out of their coffins and stands them again on their feet. He says to the past, 'Rise and walk before me, that I may realize you.' He learns the lesson. He places himself where the future becomes present." End quote. The ebb and flow of past and present is a common trait in Whitman's poetics. In Crossing Brooklyn Ferry, one of my students' favorite poems, Whitman's speaker describes a pre-Brooklyn Bridge quotidian scene of commuters on a ferry boat crossing the East River from Brooklyn to Manhattan. The speaker meditates on the time and space between contemporaneous and future readers. They write, quote, "In you that shall cross from shore to shore years hence are more to me, and more in my meditations than you might suppose," end quote. These lines suggest a relation with prospective readers that required the longevity of Whitman's work. The romantic address to a timeless reader is what draws many, including me, to Whitman's work. His romanticization of common US American structures, landscapes, labor, people, states, define what he understood of American character and expression. Whitman was attentive to what Ralph Waldo Emerson called a meter-making argument of everyday American life, the idioms, vernacular, slangs of American people, and the nature they inhabited. Leaves of Grass was a response to Emerson's lecture, The Poet, where, quote, the sage of Concord, as he's known, as he's known in my classroom at least, writes that the poet is the sayer, the namer, and representative of quintessential American beauty. After listening to Emerson's lecture, Whitman famously said that, quote, "I was simmering, Emerson brought me to a boil," end quote. This boil was a book about Americans whirring around him, where, as he writes in By Blue Ontario's Shore, these states are the amplest poem. Leaves of Grass was a speculation of what American poetry could look and sound like. Whitman's catalog-esque lines mimicked the expanse of the US, while at the same time critiquing the attitude of manifest destiny, the institution of slavery, the Civil War, US imperialism, and the US-Mexico War. It was Whitman's stated purpose, as we find in the preface to Leaves of Grass, to write the US into a poem. Quote, "The United States themselves are essentially the greatest poem," he said, adding, quote, "Past and present and future are not disjoined, but joined." Whitman's belief of the United States as a poem was a symptom of the US's intellectual revolution in the 19th century. Throughout this period, US authors, including Washington Irving, James Fenimore Cooper, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Margaret Fuller, Herman Melville, Charles Chestnut, and Francis Harper, as well as many others, echoed the ethos of Americentric literature and intellectual life, which sought to do away with Anglo-centric attitudes towards culture and society. In other words, they were writing books that were, for the most part, devoid of European influence and adoration by demarcating a distinctly American expression and literature. Of all of them, Scram argues that, quote, "It was Whitman who, with his barbaric yawp, was the most radical in avowing that American identity was inextricable from the nation's central premise of self-governance, governance, and equality," end quote. In Whitman's famous poem, Song of Myself, the speaker, for example, accentuates the democratic value in American society. Quote, "The genius of the United States," he pronounced, "is in the common people." So if Whitman was so great, right, why is the title of my talk today, "The Ban on Walt Whitman"? Well, as Whitman tried to bring readers together in poems that emphasized American expression and character with speakers that were universally connected, many readers rallied around the dogged controversies of his personal life. Walt Whitman never publicly addressed his sexual orientation in his poems, essays, or lectures. Biographical materials, however, note that he was involved for decades with an Irish-born streetcar operator named Peter Doyle. And in works like the Calamus poems in his Leaves of Grass collection, Whitman discusses romantic and sexual relationships between men. Penny novels, of a popular form of fiction in vogue among American readers at the time, treated sexual desire as profane, something with which Whitman took issue. Whitman's poems were often censored because of their treatment of sex, sexuality, and the human body. In section 5 of Song of Myself, the speaker describes a sensual scene between the speaker's soul and the lyrical eye. Quote, "How you settled your head athwart my hips and gently turned over upon me, and parted the shirt from my bosom bone, and plunged your tongue to my bare stripped heart, and reached till you felt my beard, and reached till you held my feet," end quote. These lines partake in an ancient poetic tradition of envisioning a dialogue between the body and the soul. The difference, however, is that instead of claiming the soul victorious over the human flesh, as was common, the body and soul are equally triumphant, joining in ecstatic reciprocation. In section 24 of Song of Myself, Whitman writes, "Divine am I inside and out, and I make holy whatever I touch or am touched from. The scent of these armpits is an aroma finer than prayer. This head is more than churches or Bibles or creeds. If I worship any particular thing, it shall be some of the spread of my body," end quote. In this section, the human body, that of the speakers and others, is sanctified and has the capability of making what it touches holy. The central elements of the poem, the musky aromas it invokes, the heads of peoples, are greater than prayer. This phrenological collapse of church and body is one of the things readers found controversial and repulsive. Reviewers of Whitman's book took offense to his uncensored poems. One reviewer writes in 1855, quote, "The very nature of this man's compositions excludes from proving by extracts the truth of our remarks. But we, who are not prudish, emphatically declare that the man who wrote page 79 of Leaves of Grass deserves nothing so richly as the public executioner's whip. Walt Whitman libels the highest type of humanity and calls his free speech the true utterance of a man. We, who may have been misdirected by civilization, call it the expression of a beast." In 1856, on the release of the second edition, the Christian Examiner writes, "So then, these rank leaves have sprouted afresh, and in still greater abundance. We hoped that they had dropped, and we should hear no more of them. But since they thrust themselves upon us again with a pertinacity that is proverbial of noxious weeds, and since these 32 poems threaten to become several hundred, perhaps 1,000, we can no longer refrain from speaking of them as we think they deserve. For here is not a question of literary opinion principally, but of the very essence of religion and morality. The book might pass for merely hectoring and ludicrous, if it were not something a great deal more offensive. We are bound in conscience to call it impious and obscene." After the publication of the fifth edition in 1874, an offended critic writes, quote, "His poems have suffered the unusual fate of such abnormal productions. It has been considered that admiration of them must be a kind of voluntary eccentricity, a gracious flourish in the face of respectability and orthodoxy. And it cannot be denied that he has not altogether escaped that worst of all calamities to a literary man, the admiration of the incompetent," end quote. In 1882, Oliver Stevens, the district attorney of Boston, banned the 1881 edition, an edition that Whitman constructed to resemble a Bible because the sexuality charged poems violated, quote, "the public statutes concerning obscene literature." Stevens also threatened Whitman's publisher with criminal prosecution at the urging of the Society of the Suppression of Vice, causing a proposed new edition to be withdrawn from publication. Many booksellers agreed to neither publicize nor recommend Leaves of Grass to customers. To these attempts to censor and cancel his book, Whitman responds in an 1891 essay titled A Backward Glance, where he affirms the role of sex in his lines. Whitman writes, "Leaves of Grass is avowedly the song of sex and amativeness, and even animality. Of this feature, I shall only say the espousing principle of those lines so gives breath of life to my whole scheme that the bulk of the pieces might as well have been left unwritten were those lines omitted." End quote. Many critics also found faults in poems where Whitman explores the divinity of the human body. Scram posits that, quote, Whitman believed the human body was the sacred creation of God and sexuality was God-given. He dismissed the Platonic divide between the body and the soul and exhorted his readers to see the divine in themselves and in one another, as well as in his poems, end quote. For example, in A Song of Occupation, Four Occupations, Whitman writes, "We consider the Bibles and religions divine. I do not say they are not divine. I say they have all grown out of you and may grow out of you still. It is not they who give life, it is you who give the life. Leaves are not more shed from the trees or trees from the earth than they are shed out of you." While some readers famously, Emerson and Thoreau, welcomed Whitman's iconoclasm, many others found his words sacrilegious. Rufus Griswold, the former British Baptist minister turned journalist, believed that the ideas and words in Leaves of Grass were so vile that he could not reprint them. Quote, "In our allusions to this book," Griswold explained in his review published in the Criterion, "we have found it impossible to convey any, even the most faint idea of its style and contents, and of our disgust and detestation of them, without employing language that cannot be pleasing to ears polite." End quote. To conclude, it is evident that Whitman's poetry voiced controversial and revolutionary views regarding contemporaneous opinions about sex, sexuality, and the human body, defying the conventional and traditional silence that surrounded those subjects during his lifetime. Whitman's spirited sanctification of the human body was met with detestation and reservation that affected the poet's professional and private life. At the same time, these poems created new epistemes for imagining the conjoined futures of democracy and love. In Whitman's Poetry and the Body, a book by Jimmy Killingsworth, Killingsworth argues that, quote, "Whitman's poems proclaim love and democracy as the great products of human evolution and the great hope of the future," end quote. Whitman's eroticization of political love delivered excitement to the topics of sex, sexuality, and spirituality in ways that Killingworth posits carved new linguistic paths to political consciousness. Despite the spate of reviews lambasting Whitman's guileless depictions of sexual desire and politicians and publishers' censorship, Leaves of Grass still remains one of the most influential books to have ever been printed. And with that, I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Andy, am I saying your name right?
Yes, that's right.
And tell us again, I had wanted to do that and then I was sick all week and I just was kind of on half speed. Whose land are we broadcasting from? You need your mic on, Andy.
Oops, okay. So, I mean, many lands, but I just mentioned Ottawa, Seneca, and the Erie peoples. Kickapoo, I mean, there are a lot more nations to mention.
Erie and Kickapoo. We'll go with those for now. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. I never realized how much Walt Whitman went through. It's amazing. So does anybody have a question for Allende? He gets a few more minutes because we were having problems with our streaming this morning and we couldn't start quite when we wanted. Good morning, Laura. Glad you're here. You got your shirt on?
Hi, yes, I'm in spirit.
That's right. So am I, but you can't really see that much.
I can see it. Oh, you
I put
are
on some of them.
looking fantastic.
This is good. So anybody, any questions or comments? How about from Facebook or YouTube? Do you have any questions in the chat? Sumitra or Sadia?
No questions yet on YouTube.
Okay. Well, I'm going to, again, we're going to give away two Barnes & Noble gift cards. And so we'll give, we will give one each to Facebook and the YouTube. And we'll give it to the first one. And with Facebook and YouTube monitors, please keep track of how many people are in their venues. It's always, I'm always adding to their work. It's a wonder they don't quit. So I'm always asking for more. So.
Paulette, can we have the code word?
Oh yes, the code word is going to be leaves. Thank you. Remind me if I forget, because I wrote it down and then I didn't say it. Code word is leaves. So make sure, students, that you put leaves on your form so we can give you credit for being there. So what kind of ghost has the best hearing? What kind of ghost has the best hearing? So, any answers? It's the eeriest. The eeriest ghost has the best hearing, folks. That's a.
We have Anna who answered it correctly on YouTube.
Great, great, great. And so Sadia, if you don't have the right answer, choose an answer you like and award that one. And we will also give each of them a gift bag.
We have a winner. We have on Facebook. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correct. It's Trinity and Erica.
So that's good. So we've got a winner for both of them. And then we have one gift bag for each.
20. Sorry, go ahead.
We have one gift bag for each. And so.
Paulette?
Yeah.
So a few more have answered. So is it the first couple or is it one per session?
You could give the gift card to the first one and then give the second one the door prize. And then I'll just tell you another joke because I think they're funny. Of course, I'm probably the only one who does. I probably never grew up, but I just love these corny jokes. What is the favorite Mexican food of snowmen? This is a good one. The burritos. You have to have fun. I want to give a plug to Phoenicia. Phoenicia has given us gift cards. We have two $5 coupons that'll be going out. If you haven't eaten there, you want to be sure that you do. You can get Mediterranean or American. The prices are just great. The food is really good. The portions are perfect. The atmosphere is marvelous. Ed is a great guy. And they're a campus facility, a campus restaurant right there in the student union. So please go see our friends at Phoenicia. Also get a Barry's Bagel. I guess you can't get anything from some of these other people, but we were very blessed this year with folks who supported us, including my very own department too. So very pleased with that. Now,
what's the keyword for this? What's the keyword for this talk?
the word
Leaves.
was leaves. Leaves.
Paulette, was the burrito joke also for a prize, or was it just a joke?
If you gave away a gift card and a door prize, I guess you could give away a door prize. We could give 2 door prizes. We can give 2 gift cards. So we'll have 2 gift cards and 2 door prizes. The bookstore didn't get back to me because I was sick all week and I didn't ask them until yesterday. But I'll make up whatever we don't have. I always do.
Okay, so Libby and Victoria got the burritos answer.
So 2 gift cards and 2 door prizes, however you want to give them out. And make sure, here's the thing, folks. We need you to fill out that form. Oh yes, because we want to be sure you get your gift card or your door prize. So fill out that form so we can be sure we get a hold of you. We don't want to have to not give you your stuff because that wouldn't be right. This is the best day of the year. Whoa-ho! 24th annual U Toledo BAM Books Week Vigil. And it's also citywide, as declared by our very own mayor, the Read Banned Books Day. And I'm going to share the screen for just 1 second, and then we'll get back to stuff. Here's the proclamation. Can they see it, Arjun? Or
Well,
maybe-
you need to share your screen.
There it is. Well, now it went off.
Oh, I don't see a partial view.
Well, anyway, folks.
Yes, I can see.
Can you see
Yeah, you
it?
may have to move it closer. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
here is the proclamation to us, Read BAM Books Day, and it's citywide, so rah-rah. And now it is my great pleasure. I think it's time to move on, don't you?
Yes.
I think that Dr. Heberly, Renee Heberly, great friend of our event, been here many, many times, enlightened us, added to our festivities in many ways. We're very blessed that Renee could be with us. She's so busy. It's always amazes me that she can find time to do it. And she's going to be telling us about tracking efforts to ban critical race theory. Where do we stand? And so, Renee, when you are ready, take it away.
Oh, when I am ready. Let me see. Am I unmuted? Can you hear me? Yes, good. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming today, for being part of this conversation. I'm going to share a PowerPoint just because it keeps me on track. I was every time I think about this issue, I just want to scream and tear my hair out. So I thought maybe I'll just do a performance video of me screaming and tearing my hair out. And I'm afraid that this will be more of a polemic than it will be an analytical discussion, because I mostly just want to scream and tear my hair out for the reasons I hope will become clear in my discussion of the so-called controversies roiling the nation about critical race theory, or something that is being called critical race theory. And I'm assuming that the folks on this call know what that actually refers to as the relatively obscure, but nonetheless profoundly important and influential area or approach in legal scholarship that tries to sort out I don't want to say founded, but because I don't even think Derek Bell ever called critical race theory, but Kimberly Crenshaw did. And that sort of became a way of gathering a number of different scholars, many of whom had subtle disagreements and were engaged in an incredibly nuanced conversation. But it really challenged the whole narrative about how rights and formal legal processes and reforms would continue to manifest in racial progress in the United States of America, and and they challenged many of these were civil rights litigators. Derek Bell was an NAACP litigator for the Legal Defense Fund for years and litigated about 300 different school segregation cases before he became a law professor and began writing about what would then become critical race theory. So these were people who, through blood, sweat, and tears, were trying themselves to come to terms with their own disillusionment about the American legal system and about whether the rights as they were being implemented and reformed under US law could actually constitute or ever would actually constitute racial progress or support actual racial progress in the United States, because of the conditions that Bell and Crenshaw and others were looking at in the 70s and 80s, that demographically and in terms of inequality and in terms of the racialized conditions in the United States were showing that, in fact, the Voting Rights Act had not saved us, that the Civil Rights Act had not saved us, and that we need some, to stop doing the same old thing over and over again, expecting different results, which is the definition of insanity. So that's my sort of very short narrative about critical race theory itself. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, and I'll try to share my screen here to give you a sense of how to engender discussion about how this happened, that this critical race theory, and I'm sure that most of us are sort of, baffled and stunned and surprised by the fact that all of a sudden critical race theory is being mentioned on Fox News, 1,900 times in the course of a few months, and why that is. But let me see if I can share this. I keep promising to do that, and then I'm continuing to talk, which is why I don't use PowerPoints. But anyway, I'm just bad at it. Let me see, desktop one. It's not letting me share. Do I need permission to share?
No, you should go on the bottom of the screen. It says share screen, green arrow. And then you need to point to the section of your computer where the content is, and then it should then appear in the Zoom window.
Yeah, I know all that. I'm afraid I'm having to change my system preferences, so I'm just going to try to do that really quickly on my computer and see if that works for me. I'm going to have to quit briefly and come back. If you can just be patient, I'll quit briefly and come back really quickly.
Glad you're all here. She will be back. This is the joy of technology. Every once in a while, it just acts up and we have to be flexible. This is a great day. The sun's shining. We have our proclamation from the mayor. And if we lived in Iceland, we'd be shopping for books because that's what they do on Christmas Eve, is they give each other books. I think it's a lovely, lovely idea. But that's how they celebrate Christmas Eve in Iceland. This year we're going to be doing some breaks because that's best practices. I will probably be here much of the time and in and out.
All right, I will. All right, sorry about that. Hi, everybody again. I'll try to share now to see if my reset worked to allow me to, and it looks like it did. So here we go. All right.
Oh yeah, I see.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you for your patience. I can't wait till we're all in the same room again for obvious reasons.
Me too.
All right. So censoring critical inquiry, the fight, and I put in quotation marks over critical race theory, AKA divisive concepts. And I put divisive concepts in there because that's the language being used in the Ohio legislation as we speak, being considered by the Ohio committee, the Committee on State and Local Government in the Ohio Assembly. So I think you'll discover throughout our discussion why I title it this way, as an act of censorship. And I just wanted to briefly discuss how the national discussion about CRT, critical race theory, moved from 0 to 60 in one short year. And what that, I think that just sort of speaks volumes about where our political culture is right now, and the ways in which this kind of moral panic, so to speak, can take light, and how it is that the conservative movement has become so skilled in doing this. Secondly, why did the national discussion about CRT move from 0 to 60 in one short year is another question I was posing for this conversation. And finally, what is the actual status of legislative initiatives to censor discussions about racial dynamics, and what can we do? So I found the best article so far, very brief, very quick, but very smart article to be in the New Yorker. And I put the link up here. So if anybody wants a copy of these PowerPoint slides, because I've linked some of the information that I'm offering to where I found it, offers a timeline of this. And the timeline is pretty remarkable, that in the spring of 2020, a gentleman named Christopher Rufo, who had been a one-time filmmaker, who then, just to add to his biography a little bit, ran a very controversial campaign for city council in Seattle. And because of the kind of campaign it was, and because of the reputation that he developed in Seattle for being incredibly provocative and from a right-wing perspective, he moved out to a smaller town and was kind of, at sea, so to speak. He didn't really know what he was going to do next. But he started getting some emails from his friends and some Zoom screenshots and some anecdotes about various kinds of diversity training that people were experiencing in corporate headquarters and in university spaces and in other kinds of places. And he started to look into the texts, Robin DiAngelo and Ibram X. Kendi, that have become reasonably popular for usage in these kinds of trainings. And he began to read those, and he noticed that in the footnotes, they're referring to something called critical race theory, as developed by Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw, among many, many, many others. And so he began to, he composed an article about these anecdotes and about his 2 months of study of critical race theory in the City Journal. That is a newsletter sponsored by the Manhattan Institute, which is a think tank espousing conservative free market values. So the cohesiveness of the right-wing political ecosystem is remarkable, because the day after that came out, a few months after that journal article came out, he's appearing on Tucker Carlson on Fox News to discuss his brilliant insight and discovery that critical race theory, this dangerous doctrine of Marxism and anti-patriotic dogma, is actually inspiring these texts that are being used for these trainings. And literally the day after he's on Tucker Carlson, then President Trump's chief of staff calls him, and he is in Washington, D.C. the next week for consultation. So literally 0 to 60 in a matter of months, this takes off because it just, appeals to the quick and dirty ways in which the culture wars can be fought and ignited, basically. And he says this in the New Yorker. He doesn't, hide the fact that he loves the phrase critical race theory because it's scary. It did something that other kinds of appellations like wokeness and other kinds of words didn't do, or political correctness was getting old, right? So we come up with this new phrase, critical race theory, and it's actually a thing that people are studying and talking about. So all of that is in the New Yorker article and briefly spelled out. So the campaign is launched late September 2020. President Trump issues an executive order prohibiting. This is 3 weeks after he meets with Christopher Rufo. So a whole lot of study has gone into this, right? No, but the campaign is launched. Issues an executive order prohibiting following from being included in trainings in any institution, from corporations to federal agencies to universities that are in receipt of federal funding. And so I just listed these bullet points because I think that this executive order then translates into a lot of the language being used in the legislation in the 27 states where it's either being passed or considered in order to try to control and micromanage the ways we talk about race in K through 12 and at the university level. So that's why I highlighted this, because you see it repeated almost everywhere. Again, this kind of ecosystem that just picks up pieces of information and then reframes it and places it into legislation. So we're not allowed to say that one sex or race is superior. Well, if you hear anybody saying that, then I'd like you to send them my way, because I would disagree with them too. An individual is inherently conscious or unconsciously racist or sexist by virtue of their race or sex. Well, all of us know how complicated that line is, right? Consciously or unconsciously racist or sexist by virtue of their race or sex. Critical race theory tries very hard not to be essentialist in this manner. It is a structural critique. It is not a critique of who it is that is white or black. So that just is not right. It's not true. A person should be discriminated against because of their race or sex. Well, I don't think any anti-diversity trainings are saying that. A person's race or sex makes them responsible for past transgressions of that race or sex. Now that one really needs a lot of discussion, right? What do we mean by responsibility? How do we think about it? And critical race theory, but not just critical race theory. In fact, all of the scholarship that they're trying to lump into critical race theory addresses this. And it's 200 years worth of discussion that they're putting into a bullet point and trying to prohibit people from saying. This is why I want to tear my hair out and scream when I talk about this, because as a scholar, it's both it's offensive and insulting that they treat the 200 years of hard-won scholarship like this, and thought that has gone into this. A person's race or sex, that a person would feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any form of psychological distress on account of his or her race or sex. I hear that bullet point repeated a lot in the school board meetings in my town in Chelsea, Michigan, which is a very homogenous, pretty white town, but it also has a fairly, stable and reasonably progressive school board that is trying to initiate DEI initiatives. And like many other school boards, it's been under attack. And I hear parents saying all the time that their white children are being made to feel guilty or feel bad about who they are. And that's not the role of public schools. No public school should be making little white children feel bad. No children are testifying. I'll just put it that way. It's their parents, and who knows how that's translating in terms of what the children are actually experiencing. Now, hard work ethic is inherently racist or sexist, and this is often paired with the idea that critical race theory, and it's whatever it is the right wing thinks it is saying that meritocracy is inherently racist, that notions of meritocracy are inherently racist. And I'm pretty certain that none of them have read the kind of deep work that has shown empirically how meritocracy is not a neutral standard, that meritocracy is something that it's not an empty concept, that it is filled in with history and context and what deserves merit and what doesn't. So again, these bullet points simplify massive amounts of thought and work and hard hard discussions that we've had over the last 50 years or 40 years that I've been involved with. And I know that they have preceded me by hundreds of years. So once this language is put into place in this executive order, we see a so-called trickle-down effect, if you will. And the campaign on the part of the American Legislative Exchange Council and state legislators in Republican-led states begins. And it begins primarily with Fox News. And this is just, again, it's just remarkable that Media Matters reports in July that Fox News mentioned critical race theory 1,900 times in the year prior. And the thing is, from that 0 to 60 image that I'm giving you, it's like it mentioned it 3 times in June 2020, and it mentioned it 901 times in the month of June 21. And so you can see how the sort of rhetorical speed with which this and the rhetorical punch that this takes in terms of Fox News coverage. As of August 26, 21, 27 states have introduced bills or taken other steps that would restrict teaching critical race theory or define how teachers can discuss racism and sexism, which is according to an Education Week analysis. 12 states have already enacted legislation. We're already hearing stories of courses, especially by adjunct professors being canceled, not because the state actually came in and said, cancel that course because it is not in compliance with the law, but because the university is afraid that it might not be in compliance with the law. So we're already hearing those stories, and the Ohio State and Local Government Committee of the Ohio House of Representatives is debating HB 322 and 327 last week and this week to bring it to the floor for a vote in the coming weeks. So I want you to imprint those House Bill 322 and 327 on your brain so that if you have time, you're able to just have a look, read the legislation, and send a few emails depending on how you feel about what that legislation says. But those are the bills that will drive this, that will take it to the floor for debate and a vote. And they're currently in committee, they're taking testimony, and they're also, certainly the committee is still very relevant to send an email. So I want to say that, you know, we can get caught up in all the details of the legislation. We can get caught up in the language. Does it affect K through 12? What are they trying to do with colleges and universities? But I just think that we're better off, instead of being put on the defensive about critical race theory, because some of us, including myself, are kind of critical of it. You know, I mean, we don't totally agree with everything that critical race theory says. We think maybe that another flashpoint here that I failed to mention so far that is incredibly important is Nicole Hannah-Jones's 1619 project that was published in the New York Times in 2019. And if you're not aware of it, then please have a look at it. It's very easily accessible, so easily accessible because it was the New York Times that it started making it into K through 12 curriculums in high schools, especially in social studies classes. And that just that has been sort of rolled into this whole fear-based, sensorial movement, because the 1619 project reframes American history. It says the founding of what the U.S. is right now should actually date to the first slave ships arriving in 1619. It should not date at the time when the Declaration was written down or the Constitution was ratified. What built this country was slavery, where the dynamics of slavery was the battle about slavery, was the war about slavery, and the legacy about slavery. Now, that's a really sort of huge shift in the narrative, right? And that shift in the narrative was not invented by the various authors who wrote essays for the 1619 project. That narrative has been being argued by W.B. Du Bois and by Martin Luther King and by all kinds of scholars for the last several hundred years. But that particular sort of representation of it caught people's attention, for better or for worse, and became part of the flashpoint of this whole debate. And so what I want to focus on, instead of defending those pieces of literature or scholarship, which I do not consider need any defense, and instead of trying to as I've sort of contradicted myself today, instead of constantly trying to explain, well, critical race theory really isn't being taught in K through 12 schools and, you know, all of that stuff that we keep hearing. Instead of that, I would like to just go on the offensive and say, this is censorship. This is micromanaging educational practice. Educational practice is not just about giving information, because you'll hear all the proponents of these bills and the people who are scared and worried about critical race theory saying, we don't have any problem with talking about W.B. Du Bois and his accomplishments. We don't have any problem with talking about slavery and how it was bad. I mean, we want to talk about those things, right? But the debate is how we frame them. The debate is the narrative. The debate is how we place those within the context of racial progress or something else. So the debate is not about the information, which you tend to start hearing as you listen to the back and forth on the talking head shows. The debate is really about how we're framing the narrative. And that's, to me, as a humanist, that's what education is about. It's about presenting information and then inviting students into the debates about how to frame that narrative. Because the students can learn that the first slaves came to Jamestown in 1619, and they can learn what happened, right? And that's good. That's something that they should know. But that's just empty information. That's just a point of data. That's a data point. And for me, education is how we frame that. And so what they're trying to do is micromanage the means by which we frame these points of information. And that is what I think is so important to go on the offensive about, in terms of calling this censor, not just calling it censorship, but saying quite openly, look, the idea of the inevitability of racial progress and the idea of color blindness themselves are ideologies. They are framings. They are narratives. There are alternative narratives to those things. And if children don't learn that those are their alternative narratives, then they are not learning. They are being indoctrinated. And so the right and if you read every single piece of legislation, listen to every single debate, two things keep repeating themselves. One is, we should teach students about color blindness because that's the only way to think about this. And two, we should teach students that the United States is the best country on earth and has been making racial progress even if we're not there yet. Those are the two things that are not totally explicit, but in every single piece of legislation, the way they describe what it is that they want, because it's not just that they don't want something, they want something. So when I'm thinking about this and I'm listening to the debates, I get a little frustrated about all the back and forth about, well, CRT is this, no, CRT is that. And yes, it's Marxist, no, it's not Marxist. And it's a critique of critical legal stuff. You know, you can hear and have all of those debates. Tucker Carlson isn't the best place to have those debates. Neither is MSNBC. Neither is CNN. Neither are the pages of the New York Post. You know, part of me is glad that it's out there. Part of me says, oh, this is a teaching moment. This is something where we can actually get out there, and Kimberly Crenshaw can have her place in the sun and speak to this incredible sort of field of research that she has been so influential in. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that in that sense. I always try to see these kinds of controversies as also opportunities and teaching moments, because that's what we do. On the other hand, when it comes down to the legislating, when it comes down to the state coming in and saying, you must teach color blindness, you must teach racial progress is inevitable, you must teach these things, that's where I absolutely draw the line. And that's why that's where my hair starts standing on end and I start getting really frustrated, as you can hear in my tone today. So this is a squelching of the debate about our racial history. And I just want to, say the obvious, and that it could be Marxism, it could be feminism, it could be Holocaust studies. The Ohio legislation uses the language of divisive concepts and argues that anyone who teaches about the 1619 Project, for example, is inculcating students. Now, that's not very nice grammar, or vocabulary, but that's the word they're using, is inculcating things. And so again, all of these things can fall under the category of divisive concepts. And I agree with the ACLU activists that I've been working with on this in the state of Ohio, because they are not only making the argument about censorship and the micromanagement of state micromanagement of education, but they are pointing out the ways in which I just lost my train of thought. Oh, that is, it's not. One, these pieces of legislation are not enforceable on the face of it, because nobody really has none of them have an enforcement mechanism. Are they going to ask students to report on these things? Are they going to have cameras in the classroom? We're going to have body cams on cops. We're going to have body cams on teachers to make sure that they're not, saying the wrong things. So there's no enforcement mechanism, and the language of them is so vague as to be what the ACLU and any free speech First Amendment advocate would call chilling speech. That's what it does. It chills speech. It makes us hesitant to bring something up, because I don't want my university to lose funding. I don't want my university to be on the front pages of the Columbus Dispatch as the Ohio legislature sort of tries to figure out what to do about the fact that I'm teaching critical race theory. So it chills speech. It constitutes, it narrows our capacities as educators much more than it actually tells us to do one thing or another. And if you read the legislation, you'll see just how vague and odd it is, because when you try to micromanage such a complicated project of educational practices and the framing of narratives, you just get all twisted up into knots. I mean, the legislation is a mess, and most people, I think even the authors of it, might agree to that. It is also very formulaic. You can see the commonalities because the American Legislative Executive Council has been involved in creating model legislation and spreading it to various legislatures to have this passed. So I just want to wind up with two readings of all of this mess that we're in right now with critical race theory and our educational policy. And that is to say, the most generous reading of the initiative would be to say that they wish to legislate it out of the classroom or employee training rooms because they disagree with it, right? Tucker Carlson, Christopher Rufo, Ben Shapiro, the Ohio Republicans sponsoring this legislation, they just disagree with this stuff, which, that's the most generous read. It's still censorship, which is not good, but it's like, yeah, they really do disagree. They're really worried about the kids. They really do think that this is just wrong, that it's just not good. A less generous reading of this that we'll hear on the news a lot in the talking heads is that the Republican Party lacks a policy agenda, so they need to give constituents a reason to vote for them. And what better reason to vote for them that they are saving children from being accused by their teachers of being white, which makes them racist. And that just rings so powerfully for many of the parents that I've borne witness to in terms of how they've spoken at the school board meetings in my town where this has come up. So it's been a very successful campaign in that sense so far. What should we be talking about? I think I've already talked about all of that. This is just my very brief way of taking action. I've read the legislation. When you read legislation, for those of you who have not yet, the Ohio Revised Code is 1 million pages long, and every piece of legislation is 1 million pages long. What you want to do is, it's always a revision of given legislation. So what you want to do is look at the underlined pieces of the legislation that you can find if you Google House Bill 322 in Ohio. If you Google that and pull up the legislation, just read the underlined pieces. That's the important part, and compose an email in response. These websites also give you all the committee members. And you'll notice that this is not in the Committee on Education because they could not get the support for it in the Committee on Education in the Ohio Assembly. They deliberately put it in the Committee on State and Local Government, which is not about education, which is just bizarre in terms of legislative procedure. But that's where it is right now, and that's where you'll find it if you look at these, if you Google it. The best website and organization, well, not the best, but one of the organizations that I've come across and worked with in combating this is called Honesty in Education. And this is a statewide initiative to take up, and it's sponsored by the League of Women Voters in part, to take up what it is that legislators are trying to do with education and to track it. And, for better or for worse, to try to just make sure that the public knows what kind of legislative initiatives are happening. And so Honest Education Matters is the website where you'll learn a lot more about what they've been doing and what kind of action steps that we can take to try to confront and deal with these initiatives. Because I wasn't really paying attention to this until I guess early last summer, because I thought it was just something that would come and go, but it hasn't. And so it's still here. And so, like it or not, we're looking at something that could actually pass in the Ohio Assembly. It's passed in many other states, in 12 other states. And so if you don't want the state to be in your classroom, I mean, it already is in so many ways, but on these grounds, if you don't want it to be in your classroom on these grounds, have a look at this legislation. And you're welcome to contact me too. I can give you any more information about where to go or what to do. So thanks. That's my rant. I usually don't rant in these sessions, but I was feeling it today.
Well, thank you, Renee. I'm glad you did, as you say, rant. Very, very informative and lots of good information and explanations that I wasn't aware of around this issue. So good job. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, just a comment. This is Moji. Dr. Heberly, thank you so much. A very enlightening presentation. And I liked how you also gave us directions or suggestions about how to take action, because that's something that I have had a couple of students or others ask me, what do we do? What can we do? So I particularly liked the information you provided on that last slide, and that you said that we can also contact you, assuming that we needed more information or how to go about addressing this matter. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Moji. You can call me Renee. If you call me Dr. Heberly again, I'm going to have to
No, in public, I like to use the title, but one-on-one.
Okay,
yes.
Dr. Mojisola.
Thank you.
I will return your formal respect. Thank you.
It's okay.
That's
So
awesome.
do we have any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Arjun?
Yes, I could not help thinking back to the South African Truth and Reconciliation discussions that went back to the apartheid period, and I just wonder whether this kind of a legislation is going to kill that kind of continued conversation about race in this particular country, and so yes, definitely they're talking about divisive. Yes, it's divisive because there's
a divide.
Previous systems allowed it to be divisive, and now
that is such a brilliant analogy. I mean, I can't even tell you because it is in response to the Black Lives, the protest for Black Lives. I mean, absolutely, and so that is just a brilliant sort of insight. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, this is very good. So would anybody else like to? Do we have any questions or comments from Facebook or YouTube?
Is this going to be on the ballot?
Sybil Rose, thanks, Dr. Heberly, for taking the time out of your day and talking to us about this topic.
Thanks, Sumitra. It's nice to see you, or your name anyway, on the screen.
Hi.
Hello.
And Sadia, do we have anybody in YouTube making comments?
We don't have any comment on Facebook.
We have Jasmine White as well saying, great job and thank you. I really enjoyed hearing about this topic from a censorship point of view.
Thank you. Great. Good.
Yeah, this is very good. We have a question that students need to know where to find the form. Well, there's a link for the form, and the link will let you get to the form to get credit for attendance, and Sadia and Sumitra are there with you in those rooms. The link was right when you came in, and I think maybe we could put the link in the chat. in those rooms too, so the students can find it. You need a key word, don't you? Well, your word for credit is a number this time, 1619. So all you have to do is put the number 1619 and you can prove you attended this session.
Very clever.
Well, we try to keep
Like that.
words relevant but short, and I think that is one that would be very good for those reasons. I was so happy that Renee was going to address these issues because they touch the heart of our university as well as our event.
Yeah.
You read these proposals for legislation, and it's like, how on earth can they think that it's even part of education to cut off discussion like that?
Mhm.
If a student asks a question, are we supposed to say, oh no, we can't talk about that because you might feel guilty or responsible?
Mhm.
It makes me think that as far as we move ahead, sometimes we move backward. And it also makes me think that this stuff is coming up because we're at a juncture. And I hope we're going to really move forward with progress to address inequities and try to do things about stuff that hasn't been right in our country for a very long time. And I think that some people are very afraid of change and they want to cling to the past. And this is partly why this legislation comes up too, is they want to somehow cling to their vision that, oh, the United States never made any mistakes, when actually what makes us a great, truly great nation is because we see that we made mistakes. And when we realize that a group of people need help, then we step in and do something. That's the only basis for greatness to me. It isn't.
Well, I just wanted to rudely interrupt, but I'm sorry. You made me start thinking about another analogy that I've been contemplating in this context, especially following on Arjun's comment, because having studied the connections in the literature that connects slavery to Jim Crow to mass incarceration for so long, and seeing the thread that weaves its way through that, I'm not sure that we are a nation that steps in when mistakes are made. I think that's sort of part of the point of critical race theory, is that the only way progress has been made is through violent insurrection, like, the Civil War and the threat thereof, and the civil rights movement, and the ways in which, and then mass incarceration happens. So my analogy for all of this is more like Sisyphus pushing the movements for Black lives over the last several centuries, pushing a boulder up a hill slowly. And it's not just that the boulder rolls back down the hill again, it's that it triggers an avalanche. It triggers an avalanche of white supremacy that then buries whatever it was that tiny amount of progress was, whether it be Reconstruction or whether it be the Voting Rights Act or whether it be the protests after the Floyd murder. It's like, I sometimes just feel like, that's I guess it's not just the pessimistic flip side of what you're saying, Paulette. It's more like that's what's at stake here. There's more at stake than I think living up to the promises of the Declaration of Independence, which every single critical race theorist would say they want. They want us to live up to the promises, as you were suggesting, of the Declaration of Independence or of the Constitution as it's now written. But this constant sort of avalanche of reaction to any signal of potential progress is scary. That's why I'm a little frantic about this legislation, because it's just, it's part of another avalanche, or I fear that it's part of another avalanche. So,
but I'm the hopeful one, and I think that every time we make some progress, it's a very good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this time, we're going to make more, and we're going to
Yeah.
get a society that's much better than it is right now. And
Me
that
too.
is very optimistic, I admit that, but I think that we can be polarized so easily into the camp who worships the mythic history,
Hmm.
the narratives that are written around that, and the camp that says, let's just trash everything,
Hmm.
start over. When really there could be a middle ground that could be profitable.
Well,
And
critical race theory actually does take that middle. I mean, it's interesting if you
yeah,
actually
that's
study it.
what I
But
think
it's not,
too.
none of what they're
Yeah.
arguing is a trashing of American history.
Oh.
All of it would accept much of what you're saying, and that's part of the irritation here is that they are setting it up as an us and them kind of discourse, and it's not. But that's the trick, right? That's the trick to
Yeah.
mobilize constituents. That's the trick to mobilize rage. That's the trick to silence. And so I agree, on that level, I agree with you, because I'm also, even with that analogy, and even with Arjun's analogy, I still feel optimistic because I still see people out there in the streets and people doing stuff. So, I mean, the MacArthur Genius Grants were just awarded, and I was very optimistic about who it was that was awarded a MacArthur Genius Grant. One of them was Reginald Dwayne Betts, who is a formerly incarcerated poet who is doing amazing things. And another one is Ibram X. Kendi, whose work I don't necessarily, it's not his work, it's more how it translates into some public discourse I have some issues with. And I'm so thrilled that he won a MacArthur Genius Grant. I just can't even say. So I'm with you there. I mean, those grants always show me just how many people are out there doing wonderful, interesting, creative things.
And we have the Ford Foundation and just awarding all kinds of awards.
Absolutely.
To try to get the unheard voices, the artists who get overlooked or can't somehow plug into the normal kinds of grants, which are very difficult. Getting a grant of any kind is just really hard. So we have reason to be hopeful. We also have reason to be, this is why it's a vigil, folks. We have reason to be watchful. We have reason to care and to make sure that we do whatever small thing we can, because this is a very important moment for our universities, I think.
Yeah,
it wouldn't even have to be critical race theory, whatever it is, that someone else is going to step into the classroom and tell the teachers that they can't or can, what they can teach. That's totalitarianism, I think. Don't you, when you get right down to it? That's the state decreeing what will go on in classrooms. And they always do to some extent, I suppose you could say, with the curriculum. But when it gets to the point where they're listing what things can be discussed, that's an incredibly frightening step, I think, in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's why personally I'm trying to confront it instead of defending critical race theory. I'm trying to say, what you're telling us is what it is, that we can only say this, and that's the truth of the matter, I think.
Well, I think this has been a wonderful discussion. And anybody else want to add anything before we give away stuff? Okay, your word to get attendance is 1619. That's the word to get attendance. And so I'm going to ask you a joke. You get it? And you will get, we're giving away 2 gift cards and 2 door prizes. So what does a gingerman What does a gingerbread man put on his bed? What does a gingerbread man, and it's not a gingerbread woman. Well, I suppose that was too scandalous. What does a gingerbread man put on his bed? I tried for a little joke and I didn't get one. So, we have any takers, Sumitra, Sadia?
On YouTube, we have Brooke Speck says cookie sheet and Jasmine.
Right. Yay.
And Facebook said the same, the cookie sheet.
Okay, so if you have 2 cookie sheets, that's 2 gift. That's that's a gift card for each.
And we have Trinity too. Like we have 2 people answered on Facebook.
Okay, so then you have 2 gift cards for Facebook and 2 gift cards. Well, we're giving 2 for everything, I guess. We're giving 2 gift cards for Facebook and 2 for YouTube, and then we're giving 2 door prizes. So, did you have a second one, Sumitra? Well, here's another joke. What was Frosty the Snowman's career?
There's a teeny lag as it broadcasts to YouTube and Facebook, so just bear with us.
Okay. So, what was Frosty the Snowman? What was Frosty the Snowman's career? He was in snow business. You know, there's no business like show business. There's no business like snow business. So do we have winners? So you guys, you have 2 gift bags and 2 gift cards. So
on YouTube, we have Jasmine White.
Have 2 gift bags.
On Facebook, it's 20 again. Same person answered it.
On YouTube, we have Jasmine White again.
On Facebook, it's 20 again. Same person answered it.
We have Jasmine White.
Around going.
Facebook is 20 again. Same person answered it.
We have Jasmine White.
Around going. I don't know what's causing that. You know what's causing that? We're getting like it's feedback or something. Okay, you guys, one more. So we're getting like it's, and then I guess we have a break. Okay, you guys, one more. So we're getting like it's, and then I guess we have a break. Okay, you guys, one more. So we're getting like it's, and then I guess we have a break. Okay, you guys, one more. So we're getting like it's, and then I guess. Okay, what kind of bread pays for itself? What kind of bread pays for itself? A bankroll. That's for the capitalists in the house, the future bankers, the future millionaires, the future billionaires, the gamblers. So we should have winners there. Make sure you're getting them to fill out the form so we can get their prizes to them. And I believe now we're supposed to have a break, but we may have talked through most of it. I apologize. Yes, Moji?
A 5 minutes break or something like that. 5 minutes.
It looks like that's all we get. I apologize.
It's okay.
You know,
It's
just-
okay.
it was, hers was so timely.
Yeah.
Well, I will be right back. I'll use this 5 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, it's going in hers.
Looks like we're the two sole survivors here, huh?
Are you hearing everything okay?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you take the break, what do you hit? Leave or you hit something else?
Well, you can leave and then you re-enter the meeting with the same link that I have sent you earlier. This is the same meeting throughout the day.
Is that what
And
everyone's
you
doing?
can do that, leave, or if you wanted to leave it on, it's totally up to you. When you come back, then I'll see you back in the gallery view.
But it's only 5 minutes.
Yeah, we got about 6 minutes. It's 10:54.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I think it's all right. So to the kitchen. Oh, we're not. All right, we're back. I'm back. Arjun, I think it's going fairly well. There's Joey. Dr. Kim, hi. It's glad
Hi.
to have you in the house.
Thanks so much.
We have 2 minutes and then our break is over. 3 minutes or 2, Arjun? Can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. What were you?
I was just asking if we have 2 or 3 minutes left on our break.
1 minute.
1 minute. And then we will start up again. I hope people come back.
That's 1 minute in my time zone in Carson Library. It may be different on your time zones.
Yeah, on mine over by the Kroger store in Bancroft, it could be different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are not really doing clocking in or that, so be spontaneous here.
I thought our morning session was quite lively.
Oh yes, I think we had great presentations, and like as always, we always have great presentations on this event.
Yeah, so it was fun. And it turned out well that I was first, so I could just push right through it so we would not get too far behind. I think it's important for us to have people on the committee give presentations too, so that we are representing the coalition and our areas of scholarship. I think that's, and we've made Moji do it a couple times. Yes. And Warren's
Yes,
done it for a long
I've done
time.
it a couple of times.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
And they were very good. They were about Nigeria. They were wonderful. Yeah, it was very good. It gave us an international flair. So, Sumitra, are you back? And Sadia? When you guys are back, let us know. It's like without the camera, I can't tell. So, welcome, welcome. This is the 24th annual UT Banned Books Week Vigil. And it's a vigil because the battle for the First Amendment is never won. And so we remain watchful. We also remain joyful. And this is a day for celebrating reading and books and the power of books to transform our lives. And before we get much farther into things, I want to also acknowledge that we are broadcasting from the land of the Seneca, the Ottawa, the Erie, the Kickapoo, and probably others that I haven't named. These are the First Nations who were here long before the University of Toledo. And as hard as it is to believe, the Banned Books event existed. We'll be celebrating a quarter of a century next year. And we are going to be hearing very soon from Dr. Joey S. Kim, who's an English professor. I'm going to wait just a second because I want to be sure I've got somebody monitoring Facebook. So Sumitra, are you there? So we are very grateful to the American Library Association for starting this whole event in 1982. And one thing that they pointed out in their brochure that I sent to you, and if you can't open the link and you would like the PDF, I can send you the PDF as well. But this year, they pointed out that so often the books that end up on the list of challenged and banned indeed are those that touch on the burning social issues of the moment. So anything that deals with rights, with pride, or with race, or with questions of equity, this time around, these books are on there. The LGBTQ books, books that deal with different racial issues, racial justice, anti-racism, different ethnic groups. And that's sad, because through reading, we can improve our understanding and we can learn more about each other. And so I think we will get started very soon here. But I was just waiting to see if Symmetra came back in. I think
I'm back here, Paula.
Well, this is good. Then we're going to get started. And it is my joy this morning. We have a person coming to us who is new to us and will bring some insight into areas we haven't really been able to explore before. So we are very blessed. And I wish to welcome Dr. Joey S. Kim from the English department. And she's going to be talking about body facts, poems, and book banning in Korea. So whenever you're ready, Dr. Kim, you can take it away.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Good to see you all. And thank you as well for the land acknowledgement. So hello, everyone. My name is Joey S. Kim, and I will be speaking today about the history of book banning in South Korea. And I'm going to end by reading some poems from my new collection, Body Facts. So in recent years, South Korea has risen in global relations as what we call a quote unquote soft power, meaning a persuasive approach to international relations, typically involving the use of economic or cultural influence. With this soft power, it has done so with its, celebrated cultural exports and artistic productions, including the Oscar-winning film Parasite, K-pop bands like BTS, streaming TV shows and K-dramas, and Korean skincare and beauty trends even. So these cultural influences currently help make South Korea one of the freest media environments in Asia, according to the World Press Freedom Index. This, however, was not always the case. After a highly censored decade, the 2017 election of current President Moon Jae-in has made freedom of expression, especially in the younger generation, more of the norm. Although South Korea today is a wealthy democracy kind of connoted with freedom of expression and these more egalitarian ideals, the practice of censoring books and films was frequent under the country's dictators from the early 1960s to the late 1980s, especially if these works were deemed supportive of North Korea. And historically, the biggest type of book banning in South Korea has been restricted to the military only. For example, in August 1st, 2008, we had the largest recent governmental book ban by South Korea's Ministry of National Defense. On this list in 2008, 23 books were banned and could not be read or kept on a military base. And these books are divided into three categories: pro-North Korea, anti-government or anti-US, and finally anti-capitalism. In today's digital era, simply banning a book, however, cannot stop the flow of information And some of the books on this list are widely read in South Korea and even became more popular due to the military ban. These include books by American linguist and political activist Noam Chomsky, and a book by Professor Ha-Joon Chang, a professor at Cambridge University, called Bad Samaritans: The Myth of Free Trade and the Secret History of Capitalism. Publishing or even carrying or reading pro-communism publications is still technically prohibited under South Korea's national security law, but the government no longer enforces an official ban on any books, according to local publishers. In addition to military book bans, individual political regimes have instituted practices of censorship, particularly in regards to textbooks and education. In 2013, for example, South Korea's Ministry of Education instructed publishers to revise their high school history textbooks. Then in 2015, the South Korean National Institute of Korean History announced plans to replace existing history textbooks in high schools with one authorized version by March 2017. These state-issued textbooks are to be written by a government-appointed panel of experts. In the larger context, this textbook controversy is part of an ongoing dispute on whether the state should control the content of history textbooks and possibly enforce a monopoly, or whether individual schools and teachers should be free to choose their own. South Korea used to have state control over textbooks, so that was the case until the rules were relaxed in 2003, leading to the appearance of several competing textbooks used since. And the controversies over what can and cannot be included in secondary school textbooks primarily concern, there's a running theme here, the portrayal of North Korea, as well as the description of the regime of the South Korean president, Park Chung-hee, who ruled South Korea from 1961 to 1979. President Park, the third president of South Korea, is probably the single most influential figure in South Korean politics during the 20th century. And he led the country through a period of rapid economic development and transformed South Korean society into the template for kind of what we know it of it as today. As a country currently still at war, the Korean War had a cease in conflict at the end of 1953, and it's at armistice. South Korea is in a unique position of sharing its formerly united peninsula with North Korea. Before the Korean War, which was from 1950 to 1953, Korea was also a colony of the Japanese Empire from 1910 to 1945. And Japan had its own set of censorship and book banning practices. In addition to book banning, it banned Korean language and burned over 200,000 Korean historical documents, wiping out the historical memory of Korea in an effort to eliminate much of Korean culture. During the Japanese occupation, schools and universities forbade speaking Korean and emphasized manual labor and loyalty to the Japanese Empire. Public places adopted Japanese too, and an edict to make films in Japanese only soon followed. For example, my maternal grandmother, who I will read a poem about, was born in Seoul during the Japanese occupation and used a Japanese name and was educated in the Japanese language. In closing, the historical and present threats of war, attack, and the familial and cultural ideals to possibly reunify the now divided Korean peninsula into one Korean republic have made it hard for South Korean governments to clearly disengage from previous authoritarian practices. In addition, as a result of a treaty of mutual defense signed between the US and South Korea in 1953 at the end of Korean conflict, there are about 28,500 US troops currently stationed in South Korea. In this 70-year alliance, the US and South Korea agreed to collective self-defense should either be threatened in the Pacific region. This treaty thus provides the basis for the stationing of US forces in South Korea and shows, I think, South Korea's multiple, sometimes contradictory interests and concerns as a rapidly developing country. Especially in the context of North Korea's extremely different circumstances and dictatorships, South Korea is in a complex position of uncertain futures regarding its neighbors to the north and Asia, the Asia-Pacific region as a whole. As a Korean American woman born on US soil, my experience is not a South Korean one, but it is one of growing up in these two cultures at once, right? My diasporic identity. And my diasporic identity has informed my scholarship, my teaching, and my creative writing. After years of writing and learning about Korean history, I published Body Facts earlier this year. This collection specifically imagines conversations with my Korean elders and ancestors through recovering familial and national histories. Body Facts is the beginning of a longer series of works interweaving personal experiences, traumas, historical events, memories, and Korean history and art forms such as specific Korean verse forms. These poems also serve as an Anglophone, English language, channel from which to interrogate the previous Trump administration's discourse of US-Korea relations, specifically from the perspective of a Korean American woman. At the same time, they are deeply personal, autobiographical, and confessional. I'd like to close now by reading a few poems from the collection that speak to the ideas of political censorship, cultural confusion or anxiety, and identity building in the Korean diaspora. Currency. How do you harvest a language that doesn't bear fruit? Do you thresh and winnow chaff, blow it clean and airy into lithe tongue? What can be grown from fecund soil turned gravel? Once legal tender, how do you spend one language and save another? How do you record this language born of hastily named passengers of a paper voyage? This next poem is about my grandmother, who I mentioned. My mother's mother. There's too much to beauty. Quote, beauty makes lonely, end quote, she tells me. I turn to ask her what she means. In harmony, grandma returns to silence. My harmony comes from a line of women without mirror, spiritual to me and my thoughts. Language severed us, severed a line. Beeps, alerts, alarms, telephone wires crossed, noise and time without harmony. Lee Jung-suk, born August 7th, 1927, a time when Korea was under the occupation, under a Japanese name, under speech withheld for a want of refuge. Border body. Quote, after the Korean War, they split my country in half. Russia got top half and US got bottom. China saved North Korea after Korean War and South Korea became Western, end quote. My dad tells me. Western, like my grandpa's favorite show, Bonanza, and Lorne Greene singing, quote, we chased Lady Luck till we finally struck Bonanza with a gun and a rope and a hat full of hope, planted a family tree. On this land, we put our brand, end quote. Land for the Western white boy from home ec who refused to look me in the eye unless his teeth were showing. White teeth, pursed silence, then eruption of, quote, Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees, look at these, end quote. I'm about as Chinese as you are, white boy, but my mind saying I'm about as confused. I scavenge for my thoughts before China, North Korea, Japan. I stare into my empty lined hands for evidence of a kinship. This is the last poem I'll be reading, and it's called The Ides of March. The Ides of March. It is almost Middlemarch, the time when Romans were expected to settle debts. Looking east, I sputter under the increasing debt of war that my two Koreas accrue. A few days after confusing South and North Korea again, Trump tweets that, quote, possible progress is being made in talks with North Korea. For the first time in many years, a serious effort is being made by all parties concerned. The world is watching and waiting. Maybe false hope, but the US is ready to go hard in either direction, end quote. He speaks, unable to fathom the other, and beckons me to leave. I remember the July monsoons in Seoul, how they pummeled the yellow ground into new earth. I remember the proverb my father would always tell me. After the rain, the ground hardens. After the rain, the ground hardens. After the rain, the ground hardens. Winter plunges onto me, my land's inheritance. Thank you.
The word is grandmother for the students so they can get their credit. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Joey? I really enjoyed poetry. And I also found your comments very enlightening. These are things that I just didn't know. I had no idea of the history of censorship in that part of the world.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So anybody with any questions or comments for Joey? I do think it's time for me to say how grateful we are to all of the people who help us and help us in many ways. And we got help this year from student government, and Anna Walker was very good about getting us a bunch of stuff. And she talked to people in the multicultural office. The Phoenicia and the Honors College. The Honors College has been with us for many, many years. In fact, when they were in Sullivan Hall, that was our base. We had our meetings and we did our event out of the second floor of Sullivan Hall. So we have very deep ties with the Honors College. Of course, communication department, that's my department, and they helped us too. And the provost was good. And Marcia King Blandford was very, very generous with us this year. And I wish to thank her. She's working with the university colleges now. I think she's the dean over there in the university colleges. So I think it is time for us.
And we have a question on Facebook.
Okay, let's have the question.
So Molly is asking that did your parents or grandparents came to America?
Did my parents or grandparents come to America? Was that the question?
The question is who came? Like, was it your parents or your grandparents?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so my parents immigrated after they got married. They came in the 80s to Chicago. So, and it's my paternal line, and my maternal line, who I mentioned, and my grandmother are all in South Korea. So I am, I guess, second generation, and my parents came here. I actually grew up in Ohio for much of my life.
And Trinity said that she loved the poem about your grandmother.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have any more questions or comments?
No questions on YouTube, but a couple of comments from Sadie and Josie who say they really enjoyed listening to you speak. And that was a very interesting session.
Yeah, really, really broadens us. This is the 24th annual UT Banned Books Week Vigil. And this is also thanks to Mayor Wade in the city of Toledo, Read Banned Books Day. So welcome to everybody who has joined us on all the platforms. Thank you for a very informative and wonderful presentation. I love the poetry in it too. And this is Dr. Kim from the English department, Joey, and we're very blessed to have you with us. Now I'm going to do something we like to do. I'm going to give away some stuff. So Facebook is, who's doing Facebook? Sadia?
Yes.
And you're doing YouTube, Smitra.
Yes.
To may give away 2 Banned Books cards. Well, gift cards from Barnes and Noble, and we'll give away 2 door prize bags. So here we go. I need to look over here on my joke list. Ha ha ha, this is a good one. This is timely. Why couldn't the pumpkin fly the airplane? Why couldn't the pumpkin fly the airplane? Oh. So, answers?
Not yet.
Paula, will you repeat the keyword, please?
The keyword is grandmother. The keyword is grandmother. So the answer, and any of you on those platforms, any of you on Facebook or on YouTube, you can write this down.
Someone has answered on Facebook.
Okay, what did they say?
So, oh, a lot of messages just popped up together. because it's squashed. That's what Molly said. And
Well,
Trinity said
You, do you have a bunch of answers or just one or two?
bunch of answers.
Okay, the real answer is,
We have one on YouTube.
what did it say?
It didn't have a pilot's
No.
license.
Yes, brilliant.
All right,
It
that's
didn't
from
have a
Erica
pilot
Connors. Yay.
License, PIE. Didn't have a
That's right.
pilot's license. I guess I should get out more, but I thought that was really cute.
It is.
Pilots less license. So choose two of your answers, monitors that you like, that you think were good, or give it to the first two, or however you want to do it, or the first one and the last one, or whatever you want to do, or make them choose from this answer in case some of them get this one, because they might. They're pretty smart. Why do bees have sticky hair? Why do bees have sticky hair? Why do bees have sticky hair? What do they use in that hair that makes their hair sticky? You have any answers?
We'll have to wait a little bit because of the lag, I think.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Probably just asking the question on YouTube and Facebook.
Well,
But we have an answer.
Because they use honeycomb.
Honeycomb.
Yes. Bravo, they got it. They use honeycombs. Bees.
I feel like Trinity and Molly are gonna win all the prizes because they have answered all the questions. They have like get the 2-3 gift card each.
Well, you see, the rest of you, you need to get in there and answer, even if you answer wrong or whatever. If the monitor thinks your answer is cute, you can win anyway. It doesn't have to be right. This isn't school. This is our celebration of reading and of books and of the imagination. So I urge my monitors to reward creativity. So if they don't give the right answer, but you think their answer is cute, let them have it. All right, I'll give one more. What superhero spends too much time in the sun? Which superhero spends too much time in the sun? Captain America. I thought that was pretty cute. Captain America. Okay, so the girls, so it was Captain America. So you guys can give the prizes, the 4 prizes, based on the answers. And I hope you're also writing down how many you have in each of these sessions. We also get, you know, one thing that's been really interesting about going online and being virtual is people have watched it later. And that's been really interesting to me, is that people have come in to see the recordings later. And so there is something really good about that, about it being possible for folks to access it later. Now, I think we are ready for another presentation. Do you agree? Yay! And it is my great pleasure to announce one of our favorite people who comes back to us just about every year. It's almost, I think it's a decade now. I think it's 10 years since he first started joining us. And he always tells us things about women and women's rights and religions and how women have been misused. And he's a very dynamic speaker, very creative. And his wife, Yolanda, is a treasure, just a treasure, and a good friend of the event too. And they both run after school programs that make a huge difference in this city. They run it together. I didn't mean that to sound like they had separate ones. They run it together. They run a program teaching children to play chess, and it is really awesome. And so without further ado, I wish to introduce our great friend, a great friend of freedom of expression, and a great friend of the imagination, our very own local author, Warren Woodbury, who's going to be talking to us about critical thinking on women's history, or the history of women's. Take it away, Warren, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Paulette. You read the compliments just like I wrote them. Okay. On the 24th year of the UT Coalition on Banned Book Week, September 30th, and really pleasure to be here again. I would like to build on Renee's presentation on critical thinking. My name is Warren Woodbury. I'm from Holy Toledo. And what better place to be from to discuss religion than Holy Toledo? My topic is critical thinking about the history of the war on women. Today we celebrate Banned Books Week, but we obviously will need to have a day to celebrate permission to use our great God-given brain and be able to think critically on any subject in the future. Detectives, lawyers, prosecutors, intelligence agencies, fire department, insurance companies, among other groups of investigators, practice and are well advised to gather relevant evidence systematically and to postpone even a minute opinion of an explanatory hypothesis until the collected evidence rules out with the appropriate degree of certainty all but one logical explanation. So some in opposite corners of the subject on critical thinking are for and against allowing it to be taught in schools. Of course, I believe that what affects the position of both sides is the second word that comes after critical. For example, critical race, critical history, critical religion, critical opinions on women. They will all receive a strong challenge. Common sense to me says also that there's obviously a view by the mistreaters that differs from the view of the mistreated. And if the mistreater has the power of the media, the money and the narrative and the law to only have his or her version of what happened to people, how is critical thinking to survive on any subject, whether in science, math, worldviews, or pandemics? Back in the day, it was against the law to deny that the world was flat, or that the earth revolved around the sun. And poor Galileo was constantly threatened with penalties of imprisonment and death for his beliefs, which at that time went against the power of the Catholic Church. His life was spared because he denounced his true beliefs under extreme pressure from the church about astronomy and other issues, in the deal he made with the Catholic Church to spare him. Many others in many other religions were threatened, and some eventually put to death for having an opinion that differed from various religions or the high and the mighty. Critical thinking about the Holocaust and common sense is constantly used today against Holocaust deniers, and rightfully so, in my personal opinion. My concern is that critical thinking about the treatment of women, sanctioned falsely in most cases as a directive from God, cannot possibly be left to stand. According to the many misogynistic, hateful, and derogatory accusations made against women, critical thinking of the treatment of women is not just needed, but is demanded. John Stuart Mill, Thoughts on Free Speech on Liberty, and I quote, "He who knows only his side of the case knows little of that. His reasons may be good, and no one may be able to refute them, but if he is equally unable to refute the reasons on the opposite side, if he does not so much as know what they are, he has no ground for preferring either opinion." In evaluating the history of what I declare is one of the longest standing wars in the history of the world is the war on women. This is a quoted joke, probably on the bucket list of many women. A woman comes home screeching her car tires as she pulls in the driveway and runs into the house. She slammed the door and shouted excitedly, "Honey, pack your bags. I won the lottery." The husband said, "Oh my God, what should I pack? Beach stuff or mountain stuff?" "Doesn't matter," she said. "Just get the hell out." This is quoted joke number 2 that lives in the hearts of men in the past, present, and will be there in the future. In the beginning of time, God created the world and then rested. Then God created man and rested. Then God created woman. Since then, neither God nor man has rested. But if you're not afraid of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God, most of my narrative will reign true. It will make a man eating in bed throw his French fries and burgers out of his golden palace window. So sit back, stay off of Twitter, and get a view of the longest running war in the history of the world, a history of the war on women that you will never find in your military studies on war in any school from West Point to Annapolis. Many religions are based on the indictment of women. And of course, they do not want any critical thinking on that or many other subjects. One far-right woman, let's call her Karen, obviously took her privileges to say what she wanted to say, but she told a star basketball player, "Just shut up and dribble," as if he had no right to discuss his concern for his people. Various wars are taught in military schools and colleges throughout the nation. The when, where, how, who, and other questions and opinions about the outcome are all over the place. Critical thinking is a go-to folder to analyze a war and its cause and effects. Sometimes they get as close to the truth as possible, while at other times, based on the bias of the historian, they miss the true story intentionally or unintentionally. Critical thinking to the rescue, or just ban it like they did books and science in the past. But what is the logic behind not using critical thinking to think about the misogynistic and cruel treatment imposed on women all over the world? In a war, bombs dropped indiscriminately cannot tell the difference between an army uniform and a woman in a burqa. Bombs cannot tell the difference between a backyard garden or a military base. These bombs and drones cannot tell the difference between a AK-47 strapped on the back of a soldier or a woman with a child strapped on her back. Collateral damage of women is never a topic in a military school. Why isn't war on women a subject discussed at least in college students? It is publicly noted some do not want to discuss critical race theory, as it might offend the young and give them a guilt conflict for the sins of their father. But some make the argument that where was the concern for the sensitivities of the young mind during slavery, when children of the power class were brought to hangings, burnings, the tarring of slaves, and a gruesome collection of body parts as souvenirs? You can't make this stuff up. Go to your pictorial books on the audiences for these brutalities, as whole families with children stood hand in hand while watching human beings being murdered, tarred and feathered, and tortured. But it is said by some that those in the power that wrote his story would not tolerate dissent for fear of exposing the sins of their great-grandfathers to their great-grandchildren, concern for their children, but not for concern for the children of the victims. I'll leave the teaching of critical thinking and teaching in schools to those best prepared for the battle. My podcast will be taken from my book, For We Are Strangers, which shows the tortured relationship between religions and women. My podcast will be called Girls Night Out at the Mall. And I look forward to welcoming you to my upcoming podcast on the subject about the war on women that has raged from the beginning of human existence on this planet. I will use critical thinking to critically examine the war on women by religions throughout the world. From the beginning, man has attempted to, and in many cases succeeded in editing many religious texts in order to challenge the concept that God, any God, created woman as an equal to man, and to promote the theory that God agreed that women were evil and in the downfall of man. It is recorded that women were the curse of man, which is often quite found in various man-made major religious texts. Anger was directed at the Christian God for creating the unwanted creature called woman. While in Greek mythology, the god Zeus created Pandora as the first woman on earth to specifically and with malice entice and destroy men. This myth from Greek mythology appears to be the basis that some other religions made their cornerstone belief about women. But I believe that God decided that since men voiced their opinion that this creation of woman was a big mistake and woman should not have been created because they brought evil into the world, God decided to stack the world with about 3.7 billion more women, almost 49% of the world's population. Take that, you questioners of the wisdom of God. But in my podcast, God calls 4 characters from the historical religious section to the largest mall in Toledo, Ohio, because God is sick of this twisting of his intention about the relationship between men and women. The biblical Adam and Eve and the mythological Pandora and the Torah mentioned Lilith argues about the history of the war on women by many religions. Early church writers and today even misogynistic men of immense power, influence, and in politics in America, in other parts of the world, and the war on women continues. Here's some conversation held between the characters in my podcast. Pandora. I can't believe any religious book inspired by God would have said these words to describe a woman which was created by the hands of God. This is proof that the words we hear and read from religious books are not the word of God, but the words of man. God would never describe the woman that was created as a helpmate to man in these words: a woman is a sack full of excrement. Who is foolish enough to believe that religious books are inspired by God? And further to the sack of excrement, it goes on and on. Talmud, a woman is unfit to be a judge. A daughter must not be taught the words of the Torah because the mind of a woman is not suited to be taught. And further to that, words of the Torah should be burned rather than being given to a woman. God knew about these words and approved these in the Torah. God warned that women should not touch the Torah, they say. And let's not forget that if a man and woman are drowning in the river, first, believe it or not, save the man. Lilith. In the 13th century, thanks to Eve, accusations by men that there was a perceived weakness of women and accusation of demonic possession was the go-to charge, which increased significantly as the accused women were labeled demonic and only saintly men could cleanse them. Anyone out there know saintly men that's going to cleanse women? Waiting for a saintly man to clean them is like putting dirty dishes in the sink and waiting for the food stuck on the plate to clean themselves. Adam, the biblical Adam, from the garden. Early religious writers from most religions predicted there would be problems in the kingdom once woman set foot on the planet. Do you not know of their prayers to God that they did not need or want the creature called woman? Islam says men are above women because Allah has given the one part a superiority over the other. Confucianism, 100 girls are not worth one boy. Hinduism says a woman must never enjoy independence. Christianity, forget about it. Women shall be servants to men who are their lords and masters. The stranger, this is a mystical creature individual that can go back in time and look at the history of the war on women. Stranger, where is this written? And is this the word of God or man? Here's the deal. Somehow the gods have decided the word is being taken completely out of context and is being twisted and twittered all over the place and is attacking women from all angles against God's plan for man and woman, God's creation. That women are attacked for their looks, their bodies, their politics, their desires for equality, for education, for equal pay for equal work, justice in the courts, rights to their own bodies, safety from domestic violence in the home and abuse on the job and in the streets. Women must also fear some powerful men advocating and condoning grabbing them by their life-giving chamber and kissing them against their wishes. This is just not locker room talk. This is a male call for action against women. If I were a woman, this subject would definitely qualify for some good old critical thinking on the war on women. It is often said that religion is made by and for men, and you might list the religions that agree about women. It is hard to explain that religions that agree on very little else unanimously agree that women are cursed or have less value than men. For example, here are quotes from various religions on some of their thoughts on women. But don't laugh when I mess up the pronunciation of some of these names. Maybe I should just spell them out and let others figure out the correct pronunciation. Not a bad idea. Let's start with Christianity. Leviticus 27:3-7 said, God defines the value of a woman as 60% of a man's value. Lilith, oh, now God is a mathematician. Stranger continuing. Hindu Masamrita Trisha, 993. Males age 24 should marry females between the ages of 8 and 12. Islam, 424. Don't marry a woman that is already married unless they are slaves and you stole them in war. Lilith, let me see what Google said. It said that it is alleged that Thomas Jefferson owned a slave woman of color that he was intimate with. Was there a war going on? And if so, was he a believer in Islam? No wonder they don't want critical race theory taught in school. Stranger. There are other religions with strong anti-woman views also. Judaism, Talmud, Tractate Shabbat. A woman is a sack full of excrement. Eve, that statement is not worthy of a comment. Lilith, but also according to the Talmud section, Sanhedrin 881b to 82a, found on Google, here is a quote. All female Gentiles are regarded as menstrual filth, slaves, heathens, and whores. Furthermore, and for good measure, section Shabbat 152a states plainly that a woman is a sack full of excrement, brimming with nada, menstrual blood, with a bleeding hole. This is in your religious text. They unanimously agree. You women never should have hit the earth. Adam says in defense, but that was way back in the day, 1,000 years ago. I don't know if those sentiments still hold today. Lilith, little Adam, let me assure you that not only does the name calling of women still exist at the highest level of church and state, and did exist at the highest level of government before November 3rd, 2020, that current laws are being written to do more harm to women than ever before in the history of misogynism. Strangers, let me continue. In Buddhism, nuns have 1/3 more rules to follow than monks in the Vajrapataka. The failed man becomes a woman in the next life. Lilith, yeah, right. I see they not only had 1/3 more duty, some nuns had taken priests to court for some of the extra duty that they had to perform in the back of the church. Wink, wink. I also see on Google, some men won't wait until the next life. They want the transformation now. Stranger, Jainism, dig and borrow. Women cannot achieve liberation without being reborn as a man. Pandora, today war still rages against women. Men today, as men in the past, continue to commandeer the word of God for purposes that God never intended. They profess to wear the cloth of religion, but many are wolves in sheep's clothing. But we've all been warned of false prophets. Have the people so easily forgotten the written warnings in the biblical text of false prophets? Like, for example, in Matthew 24:24 ESV, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders so as to lead the flock astray. If possible, even the elect. Even the elect? Well, what about Jeremiah 23:14? But the prophets of Jerusalem I have seen horrible things. They commit adultery and they walk in lies. They strengthen the hands of evildoers by selecting them for high office so that no one turns from his evil. In high office, they select evildoers. Unbelievable. Oh, so much winning. Jeremiah goes on to say, all of them have become like Sodom to me, continues Jeremiah, and its inhabitants like Gomorrah. Look it up. In the book, The Clash of Civilizations, it said that after a war, the conflict would center on politics and culture, but they forgot about religion, race, critical thinking, and more wars, and the war on women. In the ancient Greek play, Lysistrata encourages women to stop having sex with men to end a bloody war. But Bette Midler, who is obviously a student of political sexual history, dug into the past to the year 411 BCE era and suggested the Strata plan could be revamped to impede the violation of women's rights embodied in the 21st century. And like First Lady Nancy Reagan, Bette said, just say no, not to drugs, but no to sex. I suggest that all women refuse to have sex with men until they're guaranteed the right to choose by Congress, Bette Midler said, after the proposed tactic by the Strata in the Greek play suggested that all women close their legs and all other orifices until the men stop the Peloponnesian War. In the play, the women asked the following question: do we scare you men? Do we? The men then threatened to beat them and do a little rap and rhyme. Or hit them hard and hit them again and again until they run away, and perhaps they'll learn not to have too much to say. The women respond loudly. Come on then, do it, the woman cried. Come on then, do it. I won't budge. but like a dog, I'll bite at every little scrap of meat that dangles in my sight. The men call the women dirty sluts and say things like, women is the most shameless beast of all, the most shameless beast of all. Pandora. Today, war still rages against women. Men today, as men in the past, continue to commandeer the word of God for purposes that God never intended. They profess to wear the cloth of religion, but many are wolves in sheep's clothing, and they come in tailor-made suits also. But we all have been warned of false prophets. Have the people so easily forgotten the written warnings in the Bible text on false prophets? Like, for example, in Matthew 24:24 ESV, for false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders so as to lead people astray. If possible, even the elect. Even the elect. But what about Jeremiah 23:14? But in the prophets of Jerusalem, I have seen things that remind me of Sodom and Gomorrah. So do you want to use critical thinking to be woke on the history of the war on women? Or are you okay with the ban? That is a question for you young people to ask as you continue your personal journey in life. Stay safe. Thank you. Warren Woodbury.
Thank you, Warren. It's better if my microphone's on. And our words for attendance are Holy Toledo. That's the attendance word, Holy Toledo. And I would like to welcome my friend from Arkansas, Donna Stevens, who's a historian. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're so glad to see you. This is just wonderful.
Great to see you. Thank you. I'm working from home today, so I'm happy to be able to take part in this. Thank you, Paulette.
You are welcome. We've been friends for many years. She is a great woman and a wonderful historian. And so, does anybody have any questions or comments for Warren?
As somebody that loves music, and this is why I started writing. We should have music that we like. It's not just church music.
Can't hear.
So you're very creative. Warren has written a book, he's written a play, and now he's doing a podcast dealing with these issues of equity for women. And I think it's really interesting how the stories we tell make such a difference in the way people are treated along gender lines and along race lines. And part of the problem that we run into with the ban on critical thinking is this idea that we're not to discuss any of this storytelling. And if our students ask us any questions, we're not to answer. It's a really a big incursion on academic freedom. Sadia, do you have something?
Yeah, so I have a comment. Trinity commented, she said, I really loved the presentation and how he showed different religions all agreed on oppression of women, but not other things.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things in Warren's work that is just amazing, is he covers them all. He doesn't leave any of them out. And yes, Mochi.
Yeah, when you finish, I was just raising my hands up to say, when you're done, I'll comment too.
Oh, I'm done. You can.
Okay. Yes, I just want to thank Mr. Woodbury again. Every year, it's always a pleasure to see you and also to have you give your presentation. My comment is, it's more or less a question. How have young boys or young men that you mentor responded to some of your work? Because I know you're a great mentor in the community. And I wanted to find out whether comments from the young guys are different from those of young girls, because sometimes you'll be surprised that young women that you would expect them to be on board with what you're sharing might feel otherwise. So can you just share your experience with your mentees?
Well, unfortunately, I can't share my views in the school that I teach in. I teach chess, but I do teach respect for each other. I make the boys respect the girls. I make the girls respect themselves, and we teach that. This is our 9th year teaching in our school, okay? So
Wow.
we teach chess, but we also, chess is life. We teach them how to win, how to lose, how to because it helps their education, or it's a STEM-based, chess is STEM-based, and they have to think, they have to look into the future, but we have to stay away from being able to address our personal views on religion. I can't go there. So I don't discuss that with the children. My outlook is an adult-based outlook, and I'll get enough flack from the church. I don't need to get it from the parents, you know. So I'm sort of ducking that bullet. So we don't incorporate my thoughts on religion and the treatment of women in my presentation.
No, but I
Thank
think
you.
you probably model for them healthy ways to interact, and that's a good thing. So that's a very good thing. Well, do we have any more questions or comments? Shall I give some stuff away? One thing that's fun with Warren too is that he finds different ways to frame his message. Every year it's timely and new and fresh because he looks at what's going on in the world and he updates and he makes changes so that we get a fresh speech. And if we're in a room, that room is rocking. So
Well,
when
you
we're
know
in a
what?
room, he talks right to them and he just gets them going. And that's really fun to watch.
Religion and the abuse of women is a subject that keeps on giving. I'll never run out of material until the world changes.
Probably not. Well, let's give away, we're going to give away 2 Barnes & Noble book gift cards and 2 bags of door prizes from our very generous sponsors. So here's the first question, students. Why did the monster who ate too many houses cry? Why did the monster who ate too many houses cry? That's a Halloween joke. Yeah, try to be a little timely. Do you have any answers?
You're just asking the question on YouTube, so we'll wait.
Yeah, we have a delay. We have a few minute delay. And sometimes we get this echo chamber where it sounds like we're a chorus and we're talking in some kind of musical chant or something because it just repeats and repeats and repeats. It's so strange.
We have an answer on YouTube.
But what's the answer?
He was homesick.
Yes.
We have a couple of answers on YouTube.
I thought that was really cute.
The same on his book.
Got homesick. So I thought that was really clever and really cute. So Sadia, if you get answers.
Yes.
The same answer.
So Trinity and Erica both have the same answer, yes.
Okay, so then I'm going to give another gift, another one, and this one you could use to see if you could find somebody to win a gift bag, or maybe 2 somebodies. And remember to award originality and imagination. And you could share some of those too if you get any that you think are really creative or original. So I have another one for you. Why didn't the moon eat his dinner? Why didn't the moon eat his dinner? And we have to wait for the delay. Da, 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 da. Next year, we will have done this for a quarter of a century. It's unbelievable. Rah, rah, rah. And I would like to thank from my heart the coalition who does so much and so seldom see their name. I try to get their name out there, but I don't always succeed. And Arjun Saberhal, Sumitra Srinivasan, Laura Mitchell, Sadia Farouk, Ali Amami, and Josie Schreiber. I just can't tell you how much these people do. And we work on it off and on the year around, and they must get sick of me sometimes. They'll think they're safe, and I'll send them an email and say, I think we ought to meet again, guys. There's something I want to talk to you about for next year. And I also would like to thank Moji Sola Tiamiu, my friend who's a doctor in psychology. She has helped us for many, many years. And she comes, she stays all day with us when we're in the house, which we're hoping to do next year, be back live and just get that place rocking and jumping with all kinds of fun stuff. I'm not doing the chairs because I've been sick all week and I don't have very much voice. So that's why I haven't been doing the chairs today, but the chairs will be back next year. We will find a place and we will bring it all back live. So,
thank you very much. Thank you, Paulette. It's always a pleasure. And I haven't been saying rah, 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 because there seems to be an echo as if there's overlap. So I don't want to be talking over you or making sound over you. So that's why I'm quiet this year. Otherwise, before, everything is clapping and jumping and, you know, whatever.
Okay, so we have the answers on Facebook. Again, Erica and Trinity, they said because he was full.
Yes. Isn't that cute? The moon was full, so he didn't eat. I tell you, I just love this stuff. I know I need to grow up. That's the first thing.
We have a few answers on YouTube as well.
What did they say?
Because he was full, because it was full.
Good. So we'll be able to give away our prizes. That's good. Make sure they listen, winners, fill out the form so we can find you and we can make sure you get your loot. Because if we can't find you, that would be sad. The prizes will be ready next week. I will give you an email. We weren't able to get them together quite this week, but we'll have them next week. And next year we'll just hand them to you, which is the easiest and which is a lot of fun. And so, let's see. Oh, here's a good one for me. Why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby? Why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby? Because she was a little horse. Isn't that cute? And I think it's time now probably to go on to our next speaker. Do you agree? Yeah, it's time to do that. And so this person has also presented for us in the past and is a great friend and a part of the Honors College of Dr. Barbara Alice Mann is one of our true friends. And we know when we ask her, she will say yes. And she always brings us the most delightful, just the most delightful programs. We are so blessed to have Dr. Alice Mann with us, and we're honoring her today. She's our Dr. Linda Smith lecturer. So let's all do a rah, 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 rah. Rah, 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 rah. Do that much. My throat is just kind of on the edge. It's all I can do to keep myself from doing chairs, but I don't dare today or I won't have any voice. So we will have to do some other things. So whenever you are ready, Barbara, you can take over. You can share the screen. She always does the greatest PowerPoints, unless today she decided not to.
Nope, I did. It'll come up.
Yeah, they're always great.
Okay, come on. It won't go to full. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, well, you're not alone on the voice end here, Paulette. So I'm talking about the sacred twinship and the wild mistakes that the Christian missionaries made about indigenous philosophy of collaboration, complementarity. Twinship is the word that we use. It's cosmic twinship. It's sacred. The missionaries, of course, presented it as Satanism. And I wasn't originally going to say anything until Warren brought up the matter, but one of the reasons they thought that our cosmic twinship was evil and satanic was because we were matriarchies, still are matriarchies. So by and large, most of the nations of indigenous North America, and also if you look at it, a lot of Central and South American nations are matriarchal. And that doesn't mean a flip over of patriarchy where women lord it over men. It means that women take the lead on most things and have a slight edge over man in various issues. So it was not the Satanism that the missionaries imagined, and for which they burned the entire Aztec library, for heaven's sakes, a real crime against humanity. And I want to go into what they thought and what was actually going on. So here I pulled up this Smithfield Decretals, that means the decrees the Pope put up, and it's got in it an image of the angels throwing the devil out of heaven. And the devil, you'll see, not only is he in stocks there on his feet, but he's got clawed hands and feet. He's got horns. He's got terrible, ugly bat wings. He's just ugly as all get out. He's got pointy elf ears and all that. And of course, the angels are in their little white clothes and they're going to cast him up. That was the medieval Christian concept of good versus evil, because it's a Manichaean doctrine. There cannot be two of things, because two of anything indicates that one of them's got to be evil, one of them's an imposter. So this, look at the date, 1425 is kind of, I believe that was Gregory's reign, but that was not too much before the Colombian attack started on indigenous America. So what happened when Europeans got out of Europe? You know, they were landlocked for a really long time. And yeah, they ran over to the Middle East during the Crusades and beat up on Muslims. But Muslims were also monotheistic and patriarchal and hierarchical. So it was not such a total shock. It was a war of which of the kids of this God was going to prevail. I'm the favorite. No, I am. When they got out and about and were sailing around in Africa, and they saw the great kingdoms and Africa, and they were queendoms, by the way, of Central West Africa, and then they saw India and China, and they saw indigenous America, which they hadn't even known was there because it's not in their Bible. They were undergoing a tremendous era of culture shock. And that was, I contend, one of the reasons that the so-called scientific revolution began, a renaissance to the Enlightenment, because they had to fit in all these new things into their philosophy. And consequently, Christianity started losing its power. So they get to the Americas and they got all their little baggage going on there. I got their little Euro baggage down there in the bottom left. So Europeans get there, their hair's on fire because they are in such shock at what they're seeing. And one of the major things they saw were entire continental systems of millions of people, millions, who had never ever heard of their God or Jesus or any of the dogma. This was literally unthinkable to the Europeans, so they did not think about it. They tried to fit or force Native Americans into their little schema, and the only way they could do that was by casting us as their little devil. And here you've got another version of it from the Malleus Maleficarum, which means witch's hammer. It was like a how-to manual on how to spot and drive out witches. So they just took their demonology and plopped it right down on the Americas and defined all indigenous American beliefs, habits, and approaches as demonic. And their approach at that point was to root out the philosophies and force Native Americans into a system that looked like Europe. That was how they dealt with their culture shock, rather than incorporate new information into their minds. All right, so I pulled up a little squib here from John Smith, 1607, so we're a little bit later, but I want you to notice he's writing about the Powhatans and the Algonquin peoples that lived in the Virginia area where he invaded, and he's got his little discussion on their religion. And he says, but their chief god they worship is the devil. This is after all they adore and give divine worship to the fire, the water, lightning, the thunder. He has no idea what he's talking about here. And yes, fire was respected and is honored. It's not worshiped. Water is respected. It's honored. It's not worshiped. They were aspects of the twin cosmos that worked in collaboration to make life possible. In indigenous America, the idea is to balance the two primary forces of blood, which is earth, and breath, which is sky. Blood means lineage, by the way. It doesn't mean killing. So he immediately describes indigenous thought as worship of the devil. He just assumed the devil existed, and he just assumed that it was animating indigenous America. All right, now I turn to George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, who came up with the really important idea of metaphors as guiding thought, not just articulating thought, but actually guiding thought. They are linguists, and they noticed and promoted, and they were clearly pretty accurate, that thought is metaphoric and is guided by a lot of unconscious connections that are connected metaphorically to one another. So if you've got a system of thought in which there's God or the devil and everything's a Manichaean either or, men are good, women are bad, up is good, down is bad, then you are going to apply those concepts to everything that you happen to see or every new thing you encounter. And so this is about all that baggage that the Europeans brought over to these shores. In the metaphoric imagination, they just whapped everything in their cultural goodie bag, and they whapped it on everything they were seeing. So if they saw Native American women or men as well using the color red and putting it on their faces or their arms, they assumed that it was about blood and war. Well, it was about menstrual blood and successful childbirth. That was about your lineage and your clan connection. They did not understand what they were looking at when they looked at things like sweat lodges. That's actually a womb, and the men go in there because the men don't have a womb, so they got to do the substitute. Men would actually cut themselves in during the sweat so that they could bleed without dying the same way women did. That was women's great power. They could bleed without dying, and they made new human beings out of their own body. That's quite a superpower. Men felt really bad they didn't have it. So they compensated with the sweat lodge. They also compensated with the drum. The women actually gave men the drum because men were very, very sad that they could not make a second heartbeat below their own heart the way women could. So the women got together and said, okay, we love these little buggers. We don't want to be sad. How can we fix this for them? And they came up with a drum so that the men could now sit there on the drum and make a second heartbeat dum, 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 below their own heart. And that's why that's always the rhythm Native Americans traditionally use, because it's a heartbeat. And they call their drum the little boy. So that's Native American tradition, but Europeans would hear that drum, and when they used drums, it was for war. So they just slapped their little baggage right on top of it and assume that's what it is. Okay, so whose cultural metaphors are going to rule when two wildly divergent cultures come together? Whose cultural metaphors are going to rule? And the general standard answer is the metaphor with the army. Whichever one has an army and is willing to use it is going to be ruling. And that's often jokingly called the golden rule. The ones with the gold rule, the gold to pay the soldiers. And I found this Wizard of Id cartoon that's actually got that in there. Remember the golden rule. What's that? Whoever has the gold rules. Okay, so what was going on in actuality is that there were two entirely competing metaphors about the cosmos. The one-thinking Europeans have a one-thinking proposition. It's very linear. One-thinking is what I call it. That's my name for it. So you've got one God. You've got one soul. You've got one life. You got things like one true love. Anytime you see a movie, a European movie about twins, guaranteed that one of them is going to be evil, one of them is going to be good. And the good one will win in the end, because wherever there's two, only one can survive, only one can rule. And I found that cartoon, there can be only one. Now kiss, and they're obviously enemies. It's a rivalry. And that's how Manichaeism sees power. There can be only one. It's hierarchical. Now you get to two thinking, complementary matriarchal America, and what you have is the twin cosmos of breath, which is male proposition. That's outer space, by the way. It's not sky. Sky is part of Earth. It's outer space, stars, constellations, sun, moon. And then you've got Earth, which is water and even includes the mountains, although they tend to be breath oriented. Includes all the rivers and the lakes, which are very blood female oriented. They're amniotic fluid is what they are, or what they're seen as. So 2 is the complete number. 1 is a fraction. 2 is the complete number. And it's not accidental that Native Americans used a form of binary math, which is based on the concept of 2, not 1. So I found this cute little cartoon of a robot saying there are 10 types of people, those who understand binary and those who don't. Well, if you know binary, you know it's written as 1 0. 2 is 1 0. I thought that was pretty funny. And it shows you if you don't understand what somebody's talking about, you're going to completely misconstrue what the person's saying. So you've got divergent metaphors going on at your spiritual base. You've got that Christian one thinking, or you've got that good God or bad Satan. Nothing in between. And they must be deadly enemies, right? And furthermore, this is straight out of Lakoff and Johnson. Up is the good direction, down is the bad direction. So up is heaven, down is hell. That's part of a mythology that was going on there. And you can see in these pictures, I pulled up the idea of heaven as up and you're going to it, a journey to it, or down as hell, and it's clearly a place you don't want to be, right? So that's Christian one thinking. The indigenous twinship is something else. The 2 are seen as complements, they're best friends. Native men and women did not hate each other. They cooperated together. Totally different take on the relations of the sexes. And by the way, we had many more than two sexes. Both are good. Both are required. And the whole point is this teeter-totter of balance, up and down, and you share the balance, and it takes two of you. Ever tried to do a teeter-totter when you were a little kid all by yourself? You just keep hitting the ground and it hurt, right? Same as on the slide. You're up before you can go down, then you're down, you go up, and then you go down. It's that kind of a proposition. You just, I'm sure when you were a kid, you did like I did. You run around in a circle, climb up, go down again, right? Everybody did that. And it was a cooperative kind of a relationship. So you've got these two wildly different metaphors at your spiritual base. It's interesting. The indigenous two thinking was immediately seen as devil worship. If you recognize both spheres and you thought both of them were good, that meant you were worshiping the devil. And I found this old Jesuit picture of missionaries there converting the Indians. And of course, they'd always present the Indians as kneeling and bowing because that's what they wanted to see. And so notice that in this picture, every single indigenous person is lower than the priest. His head is even higher than the highest feather on the man that's standing. And of course, the cross is higher than all of them. Very Christian kind of mythology. Right? And notice also that there are only men in this drawing. There are no women in that drawing. That would not have happened. Would never have happened. One of the things that happened is every time indigenous people went to a meeting or a treaty, the women came along with the men. There was many women there as men. And at one point, 1749, they were going to a meeting with the governor of, I think it was one of the Carolinas. And so they went, and the Indians were there, and they just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, sitting around, eating up all the good food that the British governor was supplying. Finally, the governor got mad, and he said, "We're here. Why don't we start the meeting?" And the Cherokee chief looked at him and said, "But where are your women? We can't start the meeting without your women." Very different mindsets. Okay, here's from Paul Vishnu, who was one of the most important of the Jesuit missionaries up around the Great Lakes. He a juggler is what they call the shamans, medicine men and women. Medicine men is kind of a European phrase too. Basically, we call them holy people, and they're male or female, and men deal properly with fire, breath, that sort of thing. Women deal properly with herbs, water-based medicines, and that kind of thing. So here you've got on the left a Cheyenne Spirit Lodge. And Spirit Lodges don't necessarily have walls. They have no walls, actually, because spirits come and go at will, and you don't need walls if you can go through walls anyway, so what's the point? And he's creating what amounts to a sweat lodge, but it's a spirit lodge. The spirits would come and sweat with him. Okay, so the devils, oh man, they're just killing people, and they're inclined to think that they really are demons among them, and there really are people in communication with the devils. This is 1637, 30 years after John Smith wrote. He's still promoting this, and he was very intense about that. All right, the complementary halves of blood and breath, that was Smith's Uki. He goes, "Oh, it's Uki, they call the devil Uki." No. What they were considering devil would have been, oh, it's gone, which is the water, the blood power of earth. Okay, actually, in the way the missionaries parsed it out, was the breath half, the sky half, what they would have considered their God. So I find that amusing. But the outgoing is the other half. Everything has halves. Everything everything is equally halved. So it's like looking at a fractal because it keeps spinning out images of itself. Everywhere you look, images of itself, and they are going to mirror one another in some way. So you've heard of the Great Mountains, right? Of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. That actually goes all the way across the northern plains. But you have a lot of these left, especially in Ohio. This comes from Seal Township, Pike County, Ohio. The iconography of the mountains honors the blood breath concept. So you got the circle of sky as breath, and the square of earth, that's the 4 directions, is the blood. And you see that causeway in between, that's the name. That's you. You got a name, that's you. That's where you fit into this. It's a little causeway connecting, because your job in this life is to keep the 2 halves in balance. That's your job. It's your prayer and ceremony and ritual is going to do that. There's also a very interesting circle of sky, square of earth here at the very bottom. If you look over there on the left, I got a red circle around it. The circle of sky with the square of earth inside it, so the earth is surrounded by the sky. I thought that was kind of a neat expression. You've got other standard depictions. One is the circle of sky breath around the circle of earth with a causeway for the name coming in. It's this piece in between. Now, what that is, you're looking down, you've got a top-down view of the water and the sky around planet Earth and the back of turtle coming out of the water. Okay, if you've ever seen a turtle emerging from the water, first you see a round part of the back coming up. Not infrequently, there'll be moss or grass on the back of a sea turtle coming up. And so that's where the idea came from, the sky around and the back of turtle emerging from the water of earth. It's a very neat idea, I think. Sometimes you see it in profile. So the blood on the right side on the bottom, that's the back of the turtle emerging in profile. And of course, the sky is above. And you've still got the name in between. You see examples of this in the Blackwater group in Ross County, Ohio. And you can clearly see the profile halves there. The one very obvious circle in the middle on the third semicircle down, that's a burial mound because that's appropriate to Earth. The other one you see right below it in the middle, sort of, and then one next to it facing the other direction. Those are the circle with the earth in the middle. So, Christians' high notion of multiple spirits is not good. If you got multiple spirits, there's something really evil going on, right? And there are a lot of depictions of Jesus casting out the devils, the multiple spirits in somebody. You see one from 1394 and another one 1308 or so. In both of these, you've got Jesus casting out the devils that were infesting somebody. So it came as a real blow to Europeans to realize that you had multiple spirits. Everybody in indigenous America had multiple spirits. You have the spirit of blood that's earth-based that came through your mother. And you have the spirit of breath, which is sky-based and came through your father. This has got nothing to do with being gay or lesbian. I know there's a big rumor out there that two-spirited people are LGBTQ. Well, LGBTQ certainly exists. But this isn't it. This is what everybody has. You got your spirit of breath, you got your spirit of blood. Everybody has that. And your job as the name is to keep them in balance, because otherwise they can just be going in all directions at once. Now, Carl Sagan came out with Demon Haunted World. He talked about what happens when people believe in all these terrible spirits that are haunting reality. And he said that's the danger of rejecting scientific thought, as certainly it is. And Ragueneau is another one of the Jesuits in 1647. And he brings up something else that really made the missionaries think that indigenous people were worshiping the devil. Oh, they said, oh, which is a French word. It means pig-eared lout. It's not an indigenous word. There's a kind of monstrous serpent, and everybody has their own different name for him. He lives in subterranean places under a rock, or he can climb up the mountains, but generally in lakes and rivers. That's quite true. It's the great horned serpent. Now, Christianity does not like serpents, you might have noticed. And I pulled up a couple of versions of the serpent. The devil came to Eve as a serpent. Oh, terrible things will happen. Christianity. Well, indigenous philosophy has a high regard for serpents. They are actually friends and especially useful to women. And I've wondered if some of the biblical stories about women and serpents was connected with the fact that women used to use serpents, little garter snakes in the gardens and such, because they'll eat the field mice. They will actually catch the vermin for you. So you don't have to run around trying to catch mice yourself. So the so-called serpents are actually welcome. My grandmother would pick up a little serpent and have snake talk with it, just stick out her tongue and it stick out his tongue and they talk a little bit and then it go away. So they were very useful in the fields. They did mousing because we didn't have kitty cats till the Europeans arrived. And it said that the Europeans only brought two good things, their music and their cats. I've heard that said. But anyway, we have a high regard for serpents because they're boundary crossers. And this, by the way, is what LGBTQ is, boundary crossing, totally different phenomenon. Look at the serpent. He can live in trees. She can live in the water. She can live on the land. She can live underground. She can go into caves. Wow, what kind of a creature can live in 4 different environments? We can't live in all those environments successfully. Serpent must know something. The serpent must know more than the rest of us. We probably better listen to her, right? And that's the way that being something other than cisgender is regarded in Indigenous America traditionally. I mean, a lot of people have since been messed with, but traditionally, anybody who was naturally gay, lesbian, was regarded as a boundary crosser, crossing what looks like a natural boundary, but it's not for them. So therefore, they must know more than the rest of us. They must be in contact with some pretty powerful medicine. That's why they were almost always made into shamans. So the serpent for us is a shamanic animal. So it's not surprising that we see the serpent all over. We know what the geography looked like. So the Mississippi River for us actually starts with the Allegheny River, flows through the Ohio River and down the lower Mississippi out to the Delta. And as far as we're concerned, that is the great horned serpent. He's traveling, he's going south. And the Delta area there, that's his horns. Serpents have to carry their medicine bundle somehow. If you're a snake, it's a little problem. How do you carry your medicine bundle? Well, the great horned serpent extrudes his horns when he travels and slings the medicine bag in between them. So that's what's going on in the Delta. I'll show you a little more about that in the middle. All right, you can see a picture on the far left of the Mississippi Delta. That's construed as his horns. And his bundle is that little sandbar right there in the middle. That's his bundle, his medicine bundle. So he's traveling south to the Delta. And the medicine bundle, you can see it in the serpent mound that's in Adams County, Southern Ohio. That's not an egg. That's not his mouth. Those are his horns, and that's his medicine bag in between. And he's got Hazel and Sooty stone there. That's a divining stone. Furthermore, because breath and blood have to mirror one another, the Milky Way is seen as the great horned serpent traveling. And today, with all the light pollution, a lot of people don't see the Milky Way very clearly, but certainly people knew what it looked like before. And you can see the great horned serpent. And right at its end point, you can see what look like horns there on the bottom right. And you can see what looks like his medicine bundle there. So you've got one on earth, one in the sky. They balance. Same with Cygnus. And this has been enhanced so that you can easily see the stars that are connected with Cygnus, but you can see them with the naked eye too. The women, the Hohokam canals, the Pima women made these canals. The river already existed and they noticed it looked an awful lot like Cygnus. So what they did is they completed the wings. Those are the canals, the wings are the canals, and if you'll notice, it coincides with the feathers in the sky. One in the earth, one in the sky, it balances. So you got the breath and the blood, and they balance one another out. And that's the whole point. The earth, Mother Earth balances everything out and works with Brother Sky to bring that about. So what's the danger of all this cultural tunnel vision that you see from the missionaries is that you miss the big picture. You shut yourself off from knowing what anybody else is doing. You hide in your own little bubble and you only listen to each other, reinforcing one another's messages. And the result is like Pinocchio, you can't see past your own nose. And you judge everything based on a very nearsighted view of reality. And the result is what you see on the left there. Great extreme violence being done to indigenous people by missionaries who thought that they were, or in this instance, a grandee, assuming that he has the right to do this to an indigenous person, pulling out his teeth, just yanking out his teeth. It was disastrous for indigenous America. I don't have time to go into all of it, but the United States was part and parcel of that. Christianizing out the Indians using Indian agents. We're almost all drunkards, by the way, from 1819 to 1882, 1882, actually outlawing indigenous spirituality, and it was against the law till 1978. It was against the law for my family to tell me traditions, even though they did, till 1978. Officials would punish people who were practicing their own religion. To whatever group in America did that happen. Pretty nasty to anybody that wasn't Christian, but you didn't actually punish, or as they did with the Lakota and a few Cheyenne, 1790, shoot them down. I mean, 1890, wrong date. 1890 at Wounded Knee, killed over 300 men, women, and children simply because they'd come to do the ghost dance. Just smoked them down with Gatling guns and forced the practice of Christianity on people. That's what happens when you have tunnel vision. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing here. All right. And I got done in time, Paulette. Can't hear you.
I am so sorry that your throat is bothering you. Yours sounds worse than
What's been
mine.
going on?
I bought some Chlorasecta something spray for throat that my dad showed me when I was in college. And it doesn't have very many ingredients, but it calms the pain for an hour or so. I don't think it does anything medicinally. It's not any kind of cure, but it just calms it and you get some more voice. But geez, I'm sorry that you have such a bad throat. And
Well,
you know
it's been
what?
ongoing all semester.
It just
I
shows-
have to talk in class so it doesn't get better.
Well, we really appreciate you being here. We're very thankful that you came to share with us. I was really impressed with your presentation. That was wonderful. And
Well,
again,
I was
I gotta
hoping it made
say-
sense to people.
Yeah, so we are going to need a word. And I think, get my chart here, I have to write it down because later I won't remember it. We know that. So I'm going to say snake is the word for the students to get credit this time, snake. That should be a good word, I think. Yeah, I've always thought snakes were quite good citizens because they eat flies and mosquitoes and all kinds of things that are mice, things that we don't want in our house. So anyway, do we have any questions for Barbara or any comments? I think your presentation is really timely with what we're going through with the polarizing in our country right now and the wanting to just see things in one direction. And I'm not saying it's just one group of people either, sadly. You know, we need to be able to avoid that tunnel vision. I just loved your line about the Europeans. The only good things they brought are music and cats. That was great.
Well, that's what I was told by the old folks when I was a kid.
That's really fun. That's a really funny observation, a sad one too, but I really enjoyed that comment. So Sumitra and Sadia, do we have any comments on YouTube or Facebook?
None on YouTube, Paula.
Okay. How about?
I have, Harry said that, what a great talk, Barbara. Are you writing this particular theme up?
Well, I do have some writing. I've got a book that came out of Oxford University Press called Spirits of Blood, Spirits of Breath. And it goes into these kinds of ideas.
Yes,
so that's available.
Barbara's a very accomplished scholar. She's published a lot. She's internationally known for her work. And which nation are you affiliated with? Here, Seneca, in the Seneca. Okay, so this is the BAM Books Week Vigil, and we are celebrating the Read BAM Books Day, which was proclaimed by our mayor, Mayor of Toledo. And our proclamation is on our page as you come into the events. But we're very fortunate to have Barbara with us, I think. The kinds of things she's talking about, the different ways we use the same words, the different stories we tell, and our problem with not being able to understand someone else. These problems never go out of vogue, unfortunately. And I think they all relate to our celebration of intellectual freedom too, because perhaps if people could read and do read, they will encounter people from different traditions, different ethnicities, different backgrounds, and maybe begin to understand some things they did not know before. And maybe we could then find a closer link to one another, find some things we have in common as the human family, rather than the separations. And I appreciated your comment about the LGBTQ plus community too, Barbara. I thought that was really interesting. And so, my lovelies, I am just delighted that you're here. The Zoom room, we seldom have even 7, so I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that we do. And I, however many we have on Facebook and YouTube, welcome to all of you and thank you for making us part of your day. This is a very important day because it's the time when we can celebrate our right to read and think freely. We can celebrate the joy that books bring to our lives and all other forms of creativity too, television, radio, magazines, every kind of form of expression is involved in our celebration because they all matter. They're all part of the way that human beings express their feelings and communicate with one another. And so, Sumitra, Sadia, are you there? There's a
yes. Yes,
yeah.
Paulette.
Yeah. Woohoo. I think we should share some loot. What do you think? You want to share some loot? Shall we talk some more about Barbara's presentation? That might be good too. Because I just was really impressed. As always, I am. So, does anybody else want to say anything about Barbara's presentation?
Yes, Barbara, I enjoyed your presentation. I always do every year anyway, because you always bring something new to share. And this year I can see the resemblance between some of the practices and beliefs of indigenous folks in North America with some ethnic groups or tribes. I'm not ashamed of saying tribes in Nigeria. Tribe is not a negative thing for us. And so there are some of those animals, the snakes, that traditionally we reified and worshipped. Well, quote unquote, yes, our foremothers did worship, but with the advent of the missionaries, all those things went into the background. However, there's still some folks who still hold on, some traditionalists, to some of those ideas and practices. And even for those of us who would claim we are maybe Christians or whatever, many of us still mix and match. We try to take what is positive, quote unquote, from our traditional religion worldviews and combine with what might be considered to be Western, okay? Part of the Western idea anyways, because like Nigeria is a former British colony. And so we have the impact of missionaries and things like that. So Barbara, my question to you, maybe, I don't know whether it's really a question, is how can we continue to help particularly the young ones, the next generation, to be able to do some critical analysis and actually appreciate both the old and the new, knowing that both are important and have relevance to our lived experiences, rather than throwing the baby with the bathwater out with things that were traditional, in quotes.
Well, that's a problem that everybody's struggling with. Some of the people think, well, recovery of language, but like 15 years or so ago, there were only 25 birth speakers of Seneca. And I forgot what I knew because I was taken away from it when I was 4 years old. I've forgotten all I knew as a 4-year-old's understanding anyway. And it's very hard to recover. But a lot of people are pushing, get the old language back, use the language. Problem with that is nobody knows what the heck you're talking about. It is a solution, but it's a self-isolating kind of a solution. Besides, in my experience, the kids are going to talk what they hear around them. They're not going to make the effort. Very few of them will make the effort to learn anything else. And they will be embarrassed, a lot of them, to speak something that other people aren't speaking. They have to be intellectually curious enough and reach a certain age where they want to know about it, and they have the intellectual perspective to put into seeing about it. So I think they have to be a lot more mature than little kids. The ideal way is immersive from the time somebody is little, because then you just understand it in your bones. But it's very hard to do when people are scattered, as people are, or they're confined on some tiny little death camp called reservation, where there's not enough of anything. As long as you're internally occupied, that's very hard to do. And certainly Native America is internally occupied. There are the southern third of Nigeria has got an awful lot of traditional folks. I think they're lucky enough to be in their own groups and areas and retain relations and have a lot of the decentralized, matriarchally led kinds of markets and that sort of thing. That's a real boon, I think, if you're Nigerian. If you're Indigenous American, people in Central and South America may actually have a better shot than people east of the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi. You've got a few groups that are better able to regroup. But if you get in the large areas that don't have reservations like Ohio, it's a lot harder, especially since certainly when I was growing up, it was actually dangerous to your health to say who you were. It was dangerous. And so basically you were hiding out. That does not encourage people to latch on to old systems. So it's a problem everywhere. I don't pretend to have the answers, but what the elders told me my job was to set the record straight.
Yes.
So I've been trying to do that. It's in writing if anybody wants to consult it and see what I've put together. And I'm not the only one doing these things, by the way. You've got a lot of people who are doing the same thing. So the record is there if people want to consult it. I think that there is going to be great environmental upheaval. And traditional knowledge of how to live is going to get a lot more important than it is right now. Probably I won't be around to see it, but I think that that's likely to be a turning point in this sort of thing. And I'm afraid a lot of people, a lot of species are going to die in what's about to happen. That's anyway what the old prophecies said. They said after the Europeans have gotten this turtle that carries us all on her back, they will be such irritants, so irritating. And I think that was a reference to pollution, that she's going to start rocking her carapace. That means the Atlantic coast and the California coast rocking. And then she's going to do a 360 in the water and brush the irritants off her back, as she did once before, says the tradition. And then slowly the people will come back. I don't know if that's true or not, but there were some markers of when that was going to be happening. For example, Skanyadayo, the Seneca prophet, said the year 2010 is when it's going to start.
My goodness.
And another prophecy said that the ocean will turn black. Well, in 2010, you had the BP oil spill, right? And then another tradition said when the trees start dying from the tops down. I just went to a conference in Boston over the summer, and I noticed driving through a lot of the areas, trees were dying from the tops down. So there's a lot of things like that to suggest they were talking about extreme pollution, but they just didn't have the words because they didn't have the technological knowledge to explain what they were seeing. So I think that maybe that will occur.
Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you.
That was very interesting. Thank you so much. And now I guess it probably is time for us to give some loot away, unless somebody else would like to make a comment or say anything. Otherwise, we're going to give some loot away. And the word for the students to get credit again is snake. So snake is the word. Make sure that you write that on the form if you got credit. All right, so let's do another show. I think that would be a good idea. How does a cucumber become a pickle? How does a cucumber become a pickle? So,
no responses yet on YouTube, so waiting to see.
okay. So how does a cucumber become a pickle?
So on Facebook, again, Trinity and Erica have answered, and they both have said that it goes through a jarring experience.
That's right.
So we have the same answers on YouTube too now.
Good, then you've got 2 gift cards that go, and then we have 2 door prizes we can give away. And so, what's the tallest building in the entire world? What's the tallest building in the entire world? This is one that's very good for today. So, any answers? I will give you the answer. And that is the library.
Hold on. You're just asking the question on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, I can't tell from the Zoom room.
Yeah. Do you want to give us a clue?
Well, it's sure in keeping with what we're doing today, the celebration we have. It's a perfect question.
The library, because it has so many stories.
Right.
From Erica.
Good. So there you go. Erica wins a bag. Did anybody else get it?
So far, just Erica on YouTube.
Okay. And Sadia, do you have anybody?
No one on Facebook.
On Facebook?
No one.
No one.
We actually have 2, if you include me, we actually have 3 viewers right now.
Okay, well, give it to the one who didn't win for the gift card, who didn't get a gift card. That
I think they both have won more than 1 gift card so far.
Yeah.
Paulette, so for the previous round, there were 4 answers on YouTube. So do you think we can distribute them to the other
4
2?
answers on for the
previous one.
Okay.
And a couple of those were new people, but who they answered a little bit after the first 2. So do you think?
That's fine. Then give them the gift bags. That'll work.
Okay.
And then Sadia, you don't have anybody?
No.
Okay, so then for this time, we have, we're giving away on YouTube, we will give away 2 gift cards and 2 gift bags, or just, is that right, Symetra?
Can you repeat that, Paulette?
We will give away 2 gift cards and 2 gift bags, 2 door
Yes.
prizes.
Yes.
Okay, and then for the Facebook, are we giving away 2 gift cards?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the two door prizes. We can try this afternoon and get those given away this afternoon somehow. Or just not do quite as many this time. Usually in the room, we have no problem at all with this stuff. So, my darlings, it is 1:03. We have a lunch break from 1 to 1:30. So that's probably a good idea. Everybody thinks so? I hope we come back and there are people in all our venues. I hope so.
YouTube has averaged about 31, 20, it's fluctuated, but there's been more. On YouTube.
Really?
Yes, yes.
Bravo. We're going to do fine with numbers.
Yeah, the highest was 38 so far on YouTube. So.
Well,
And they're
we
very
have-
active as well on chat. So yay to the YouTube. world.
Yeah, we've had 46 this morning in Zoom. They've come in little groups, but it adds up. And of
It
course,
does.
it's counting us, which maybe I shouldn't, but I think that's all right.
And then some people might be coming for the afternoon sessions because maybe they're in class or whatever.
Yeah, I'm hoping they come this afternoon too. And I'm thrilled that we got a lot on YouTube. Sadia, how did we do on Facebook?
On Facebook, the highest we had was 11 and the average is 4 or 5.
That's all right. Facebook, they come on to tonight. That's what happened last year, is we had a
Yeah.
lot of people looking at it in the evening. And that's the thing
Students-
about these venues that's fun. And I don't really have a good way of trying to count that either. I wish I could, or I wish the machine would for us. But I know because I was on there last year in the evening, just looking to see which ones were up. And I noticed that there were people watching them. So I think this is fine. Thank you for
It
your
is.
service. Shall we?
Shauna K says, hello, Dr. K from
Oh,
YouTube.
hi, Shauna. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
That's good.
My students that contacted me too, I asked them to search for U Toledo Band on YouTube. So I directed everybody to YouTube. And then some got back to me that yes, they were able to join.
So with YouTube, like today we experienced, I was posting links and they were sharing email IDs, but email IDs don't get displayed. The links don't get displayed on YouTube. But so I'm just asking them to go to the Banned Books website
Well,
and
I'm
it's
having
working.
some problems getting in, and I don't know why, because I gave them the article with our link on the bottom of it. And I told them and I've given them that link repeatedly. And now I've got one saying he can't get in from Blackboard. No, he can't. He has to go to the link. So I think the first thing I'm going to do on my lunch is email all of them again and tell them, please use the right link.
Yes.
And they'll get in. So I'll see you guys. We'll have
Yeah.
lunch now.
Paulette, once more, once you say the right link, which one are you referring to? Because as I
The commission page, the UT Banned Books commission page, that's the link I'm giving them.
Okay.
So they should be able to get right in.
So is the link on the speakers list that you sent us?
No, but it's on the article in the UT Times.
Okay, so that was what the problem.
There isn't any link at all on the speakers page.
Yeah, that's what they told me. So that's why I told them to just search for YouTube, on YouTube for Banned Books, And that's what they've been using, my own
If
students.
they would just use our commission link that's in the UT story, it's right at the last line of it.
Not everybody reads the story.
No,
Not
but I sent them the link separately too in email.
That's your students, not other students.
But I sent you the
Moji,
link.
I'm pasting the link here if you want to share it with your
Yeah, I
students.
sent you the link last night. I think people don't understand.
Last night?
Well,
haven't
I don't
checked.
know. I have sent it.
Okay, thank you for sending it in the chat box. I could forward that to them.
All
Okay.
right, that sounds good.
See you. Leaving.
Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating, maybe because I've sent it so many places and people
Yeah.
still don't know where to go. And
Oh.
that's hard.
Paulette, I didn't receive it. Otherwise, I would have sent it to my students.
Well, I'll send it to you again.
No, she has them. Sumitra has sent.
Okay, so she did, so you
Was that they
got
should
it.
go to scan me.
No, I think maybe you didn't know what it was when I sent it. That could be. I might not have made it clear enough. I'm sorry. But let's have lunch. Everything
Okay.
will look better after lunch.
Okay, bye-bye.
Actually,
Bye.
if you just search UTOLIDO banned books, it will, the first link is going to be our website.
And that's what I gave them on YouTube. I said, just go and search, but I'll send this. Sumitra, you can send this to my students, right?
You can send this to your students. This is the banned books page. It has the link to the sign-up sheet. It has the YouTube link. It has all the resources.
Okay, I'll get that to them. Thank you. Bye-bye, folks. See you soon.
Bye-bye. We'll see you in a little while.
Are we still streaming? I guess so, right?
No, I think we're off now.
I think the recording is off, but the streaming is still on.
And Arjun, is the streaming still
Yes,
on?
the streaming, I'm going to keep streaming on, but
Okay.
I do not want to turn it off and then go back on, risking another snafu with the
Oh,
but
okay.
the recording is off.
Okay.
As far as I'm not recording it for our editing for our videos, but you know, this particular conversation is going to be on Facebook for a while until it goes down. But we don't have any recording of this.
It's just that with these students, I've sent them our commission link.
Yeah.
My class is like 3-4 times I've sent them that.
No, they're getting the link all right, Paulette. They're getting into YouTube, but on YouTube, they want to know where the sign-up sheet is. And I've pasted the link multiple times, but YouTube is not displaying links today for some reason. So none of those messages with my links are going out. So I just said, you know, Google UT banned books, and they have been able to get to that way. And similarly, when they are sharing email IDs with me, like the winners, they're not, you know, they're not getting displayed, but Erica suggested using UTAD, and that's, you know, it's working. So I'm able to, we're able to communicate, and they're able to
Are
get
we
on.
all right?
We're all right. Yes.
Okay, I will just send my students again the link.
So I'll see you in a little bit, Paulette. I'm
Let's
you know,
have
for the
lunch.
there aren't any, are there any prizes for the Jeopardy session? Like towards the end of it?
No, it's just emojis. And
Okay.
then we will give gift cards and prize bags at the end of it.
Okay,
The
because as
door
I told you, I won't be completely on during the Jeopardy session. I need to
No,
step away.
Ali's the host it, so.
I know, but for
Yeah.
the YouTube part of it, for the following session as well, I'll try to be back. You know, but I just, for the Jeopardy, I wondered if there is any YouTube related activity towards the end.
Just that I would like to see if we can give them some prizes.
Okay,
But
I'll try to
maybe-
be there.
Yeah, if you can by the end of it, and if you can't, well, maybe somebody else can do it for the prize part.
Okay, I'll try my best. at least for the last 10 minutes, I'll try to come in. But just for the next couple of sessions, I'll be in and out. But after that, I should be back full.
That's good, Sumitra.
All right, Paul, let's see you guys.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
Bye.
Thank you both.
Welcome.
All right, so let's put this down. All right. Oh no, where did it go? Just send them with emoji 1, 2. Well, I'm surprised. Not that. Since that is okay. Did not get a few more. But they will. Damage. Oh, God, Smith. Hello. Hi,
Hello?
Symmetra.
Well, if you're not on mute, in case you intended to be on mute, I just wanted to let you know.
I know I can't. Oh. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Paula. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now I can't get in. Oh my goodness, where did it go? Oh my goodness. Where did it, I see, Arjun. Oh my goodness. How do I get back? I'm wondering how I'm gonna get back. Arjun,
Yeah, what are you
ahead.
trying to get back?
I can't see the rest of the page.
Which page are you talking about?
Zoom.
Oh, the Zoom meeting. Well, it's one of your windows.
Well,
see on the bottom of the tab or somewhere. I know you're using a Mac, so somewhere you gotta have a little tab telling you, where.
well, I tried like sometimes.
Because I hear you, I can hear you, and I think you have your video off.
Well, it's not showing anything but you.
Well, my suggestion is that log out and then log back in.
I don't know. You mean shut the whole computer off?
No. Just turn off, log out of Zoom.
I can't really because I don't have.
Well,
If I do this, last time when it happened in the meeting, you were all gone. I could hear, but I couldn't see. So I just went to recents and asked for Zoom. But this time I'm just getting you. I'm not getting the whole page.
huh.
I don't know why it would do that.
Well, do you have a way to get back, get the Zoom window on Mac?
What?
You may have several sessions, several windows open, and one of those is Zoom, because I know that it's working because I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I just wonder where it is and why I can't see you. It's weird. So maybe I will have to, if I would do a restart, could I log back in then?
I guess that's if that's the only way to get back to the program, then you need to do. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm looking and I don't see anything at all that's going to let me.
Well, if you restart your program, it's going to stop the.
Now, there you are.
Oh, okay.
It had made itself tiny.
Yeah, you minimize it. You minimize it somehow.
Without knowing
So
it,
you
I
can-
did. I didn't do it intentionally. All right, so then I will let you go so you can have lunch and I'll have lunch and we'll come back.
Okay, enjoy.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, in about a minute, we can start back. In about a minute, no rush. Hi,
Hello,
Ali.
good afternoon, Arjun.
Good afternoon, Ali. How are you?
I am well.
Thank you very much for all your help in this. It was just
No problem.
it was running fantastic all throughout the day, though. So, did we agree to record the? Can you hear me, Dr. Moji? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, did we agree to record the Jeopardy?
No, I'm not the one in charge of Jeopardy.
Oh, okay. 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 I don't recall
Yeah.
requests like that. Just so the presentations.
I'm doing Jeopardy.
Oh, okay. But I don't believe that we discussed recording Jeopardy.
Hello.
If
Yeah,
you,
you might
if
as
you guys
well.
want to, you can.
Yeah, let's record it. We may
Okay.
as well.
Okay. I'll put it on then.
Yeah, it's part of our program. So we
Okay.
will record it.
It's on now.
Okay.
So this will be good. Hello, one and all.
Hello, everyone.
Had to brush my teeth. I had blueberries all over my teeth from part of my breakfast I've been trying to eat.
Yes, and now the whole world saw it.
I was afraid they were going to see blueberries all over my teeth. Well, welcome, one and all. This is the 24th annual UT Fan Books Week Vigil. And we call it a vigil because we are always mindful. We have to be. The battle for the First Amendment is just never over. So if you can, read a banned book, read any book, read a comic book, read a newspaper, go online and read. All reading is good, I think. We are broadcasting from the land, the sacred land of the Seneca, the Ottawa, the Erie, the Kickapoo, and probably other nations of Indigenous people. And so we say thank you to them. And we will be starting to play our game of Jeopardy very soon. So Sadia, you are in Facebook? A little bit of a delay sometimes. This is also, yes, you are. Can you, when we get to the prize part, can you check on YouTube and see if anybody went over there? I think that perhaps Symmetra will be back by then anyway. So we should start our wonderful game of Jeopardy in just a few moments. I would like to thank all of the people who help us do this event. We have lots of sponsors. The University Bookstore has been very good to us over the years. And the Provost's office, Barry's Bagels, Phoenicia. We are just very blessed. Student government with Anna Walker helping, and she got stuff from the Multicultural Center too. The Honors College, the Provost, and Dr. Marcia King Blanford, who's very generous with us this year. The Communication Department, my department, is also one of our sponsors. So I think it's just about time to play Jeopardy. What do you think? Shall we play Jeopardy?
Sure.
I think there's never a time not to play Jeopardy.
Well, before we begin, I would like to say thank you to Ali Imani who works with Arjun and Sumitra on our technical stuff and has helped us immensely. So we are able to do our broadcasting from Zoom to Facebook and to YouTube. And then he's such a Renaissance man that he's going to serve as our host for Jeopardy. So take it away, Mani.
Okay, so guys and people, we're gonna play Jeopardy, which is about banned books and censored books. If you're not familiar with the rules of Jeopardy, I would recommend you look into it. It's a fantastic show. But the rules of the game are that there are answers on the board. You pick an answer for a certain value, and you give me the question. So, I'm your host, Ali Imami. The emojis in this are by Sadia Farooq. The additional technical support is by Sumitra Srinivasan. And here is our board. Our categories are music, band, school, band, bookem, and history. Do I have the first person who wants to go for a category and a number?
Give us 100 in music.
In 2007, her hit single Paper Planes was censored by MTV and Late Night with Dave Letterman due to its use of gunshots in the rhythm track.
So who knows the answer?
Answer is a question. So it has to sound like a who is or what is.
Oh, there's an answer on YouTube.
That's good. And so what is the answer?
Okay, what's the answer?
Who is MIA?
That is correct. Who is MIA? MIA, a very famous, very transformational Sri Lankan, British, American artist. And we're back.
I love your knowledge, Ali.
Thank you.
Someone give us a category.
Someone give us a category. Category and a value.
What we usually do is have the winner pick one. Remember, that's what we used to do with the tickets. And now let Nate pick. Okay, Natery. Oh no, Maria said history 500.
History for 500.
Ooh, a hard one.
It is evident that any restriction of academic freedom impedes rational judgment and action. This was the relatively brilliant opinion of this physicist with cool hair.
Ooh.
That's a tough one.
Not really.
So anybody in Facebook or YouTube? We have to wait just tiny bit to see.
Yeah, we want our students to participate, to be the ones answering.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think I know this, but I'm not even sure. But students first.
Okay, are there any answers? Arjun, Sadia?
Not yet.
Well,
Dr. Moji, if you would like to go for this?
I'm guessing, would it be Einstein?
You are correct. This is, who is Albert Einstein?
Very good.
So
this is your prize.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Moji,
yes.
Your
Let's
category.
go for let's go for school band 200.
School banned for 200. This little bit of technology placed inside your television allows parents to censor the channels and programs that their kids view.
And if we had the music, we could do that while we're waiting for YouTube.
Dun, 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 dun,
Dum, dum, dum. So any answers?
Any answers?
Well, someone said that, and the cat.
We have an answer on Facebook. Mir said control, parental control.
Well, it's parental control.
Oh, I'm getting V-chip on YouTube.
Okay, so your answer, your person is incorrect. It is the Sadia. It is what Arjun said. It is the V-chip.
So Arjun, good job.
So the V-chip is what allows parents to censor whatever they're doing or whatever their kids can watch.
Okay.
Okay, Arjun, your person gets the board.
Okay.
Category, number.
And value, yeah. Yeah, that's Madeline who chimed in first.
Music banned for 200.
That's what's on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we will hound you and maybe even put you in jail if you don't know this famous singer who was filmed from above the waist to censor his guy-eating hips during his third appearance on the family-oriented Ed Sullivan Show. That's an easy one.
Elvis Presley?
That is correct. That is correct. It was
I think
Elvis Presley.
Yeah. Madeline got that too.
Perfect.
On we have a winner on Facebook too for this.
I don't think I need to introduce Elvis Presley. But I can introduce this little minion. Okay. If I don't get in a category or a number, I will start picking them myself. So please give me a category and a number.
Who?
Who?
No, not the band. Who? But okay. So, well, go ahead and go for Bookham 300.
Okay. Bookham 300. What progress we are making? In the Middle Ages, they would have burned me. Now they are content with burning my books. These dreamy words were said by the most famous Austrian psychologist.
Oh.
I'm.
Who is Freud?
My students should answer. Yes.
Yeah, somebody said Freud.
Who is Freud? Who is Freud? Freud is the correct answer, the father of modern psychiatry and psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud.
Yeah. I would have said, who is Carl Jung?
Oh no.
Which I would say it's a little bit you can argue over whether he's most famous or not.
Yeah.
But it was Freud who was.
We could have a fist fight over psycho.
Freud was about dreams, so it would be Freud, not Jung.
Yeah. Okay, so this looks like somebody who's very much the opposite of Freud.
Okay, I think it's Holly's choice now. Which
Okay.
category and value?
Just a second. Let's do music band for 3.
Music band for 300. MTV and many radio stations aired a censored version of this artist's 1994 song, You Don't Know How It Feels, changing the word joint in the phrase, let's roll another joint.
Alanis
request-
Morissette. Oh, who is Alanis Morissette?
Say,
Oh, Tom Petty. Okay.
Tom Petty. Who is Tom Petty?
Gotcha. The tune is not coming to my head.
I wouldn't have known either. Hey, we didn't get the answer.
Oh, that was accidental. So we're back to the board.
No,
Back
we
to
have
the board.
We have
There's been a
pretty-
request for school band 100.
That was
School
Sumitra
band.
has joined. Thank you. School band for 100. Don't take forever thinking about this one or ask God, are you there to help? Maybe you could name this frequently banned author if you ate some super fudge. Then again, maybe you won't.
Come on, students, you know this.
So we're going to request that let the students answer first, and if there's a wait, then it's open to the people in the Zoom.
I
Okay.
agree.
Good plan.
Okay, there's an answer in YouTube. Who is Judy Bloom?
Yes.
Who is Judy Bloom?
Okay.
Very,
Sharon got
very
it. So
famous.
so Sharon
That's from
can.
our Sharon Barnes.
Yeah. So Sharon, please select your category and value.
And accept this trophy.
Yeah, that's right. The trophy.
These emojis are great. Need a category, don't we?
Yes, a category and a value from the person who answered correctly the first time.
Oh, okay. So
Sharon nominates Maria.
yeah. Okay.
So we have music band 400.
Music band for 400. The British Broadcasting Corporation banned the 1970 song Come Together from one of the best-selling bands in history, whose estimated sales hit over 600 million records worldwide.
Or the Beatles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is correct.
It is correct. We want students first. Students first.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
I'm
was
sorry.
Hey,
We have B. Fahey on YouTube and Shauna who answered.
Okay, well, let one of them take a channel, Symmetra.
Okay.
Glad you're back.
Thank you. I had a little trouble getting in, but I'm back. So students who answered on YouTube, do you want to pick a category?
We gotta have the board.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, so cute.
Okay.
Band
looking at
music
the-
for
We have a
500.
winner at Facebook. Mir said, oops.
From the YouTube winners, we have band music for 500.
Okay, music band for 500. When the lead singer of this pop country band commented on the 2003 Iraq War and criticized President Bush, their music was banned by many radio stations, and groups held CD destruction rallies in wide open spaces. Held CD destruction rallies.
There's a clue.
It was too cold. Is
Do you have an answer from one of the students?
Sadia?
so Joy said she was too cold. And Mir said, who is Chicks?
Dixie Chicks.
The Dixie
Hey.
Chicks.
So my clue maybe was good.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
We
a
had
very
Jen on
nice.
YouTube as well with Who's the Dixie Chicks.
yes, good. Good job, Sue.
Okay, the board back on screen.
Murray has been asking for History 200 a couple of times.
Let's do
Okay,
it.
we can go for
Oh.
history 200. A government that can give liberty in its constitution ought to have the power to protect liberty in its administration. This runaway slave became an author, orator, and leader of the abolitionist movement, not to mention writing his best-selling autobiography. It's a pretty big autobiography, hard to be in one, fit in just one volume.
Who would be Frederick Douglass?
That is correct. Who was Frederick Douglass?
Yay!
Murray on YouTube has the answer as well.
Yes,
sorry,
give it to her, Maria.
Marina.
So,
Marina, that
just
is.
as a point of interest, Frederick Douglass also happens to be the most photographed person of the 19th century.
Yeah, he ran the marathon.
Oh, so does Marina want to give a category? Would she like to?
Nothing yet, but there is Fahey who wants History for 300.
Okay.
We've done history for 300 already.
Okay, so History for 400 from Marina.
History for 400. In late 2002, this former US Attorney General spent $8,000 of your tax dollars on curtains to cover up 2 bare-breasted statues in the Department of Justice building.
It's hard. Anybody know?
I remember the incident, but not the AG.
You know, I have somebody in mind who just died not long ago. I think early this year.
There's an answer on YouTube. Who is Ashcroft?
Ashcroft, yeah.
Beautiful.
Who is John
Ashcroft?
Ashcroft?
John Ashcroft.
Bravo.
And so, Erica, do you want to pick the next category?
And please accept this trophy.
I'm sorry, Fahey. B. Fahey is the one who got the answer correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, good going, Val. So, she giving us the
Anybody on YouTube want to pick a category? Okay,
Okay.
500 school band.
School band for 500. 4 of the suspense/horror authors' books have made it onto the ALA's top 100 banned or challenged books from 1990 to 1999, with Cujo at number 49. His shining personality will make you feel like you're in Salem's Lot. You might have to run a green mile, though.
Yes, yes.
We have an answer from Shauna, who is King, and from Fahey, who is Stephen King.
Okay, good.
Who
job.
is Stephen King? Who is Stephen King? One of the best-selling suspense/horror/everything author, known for his Dark Tower series, in addition to everything we have mentioned here. That's why you get 2 toffees. Back to the board.
YouTube winners, do you want to pick a category? School
Bookham
band
is getting no love.
300.
Bookham 100. Oh no, school band 300 came in first.
School band 300.
Well,
School Band 300. This F. Scott Fitzgerald 1925 American classic, which has inspired multiple movies, was challenged by the Baptist College in South Carolina because of the book's booze-infested language and references to sex, as well as the decadent lifestyles of the characters.
Great Gatsby.
Sean on YouTube says, "What is the Great Gatsby?"
So we got two of them there.
What is the Great Gatsby?
And welcome, Ali. I'm glad you're here.
Thank
So
you.
So this is good. What is the Great Gatsby? So
What is the Great Gatsby?
that
is definitely not the Great Gatsby.
So on Facebook, Alyssa just commented the Great Gatsby.
Yeah, so let's let her then choose the next category and number.
Bokem is getting no love.
No, it's
please.
not.
I'm waiting for her response to pick next category. It's a little slow on Facebook, so bear with me.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are here playing with us today. This is fun. This is sort of a tradition to play Jeopardy.
So Bokem 200.
Bokem 200. Censorship is telling a man he can't have a steak just because a baby can't chew it. Perhaps this US humorist was enjoying his meal on a raft or a steamboat when he thought of this one.
Mark Twain.
I'm gonna wait. Who was Mark Twain? That is correct.
That's good. So can a student in YouTube or Facebook give us next category? Oh, I like that. That's nice.
So while we wait for that, I have an interesting observation about bear with me that Sadia just said. So if you're hearing somebody say bear with me, it could mean one of two things. It could mean the zoo heist was a success, or please wait for me.
Facebook has Bokem 300.
Bokem for 300. Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1850 book caused moral outrage over the main character Hester Prynne's adulterous affair. Though read widely in schools today, the book is still banned. Parents in 1977 called the book pornographic and obscene, although reading it might let you get an easy A.
I like that.
Yeah, you could write a letter to your mother and tell her it wasn't as bad a book as they said.
So,
come on, students, you should know this one. Maybe they don't make them read it anymore, Ali.
I have an answer on Facebook. Edison says, what is the Scarlet Letter?
What is the Scarlet Letter? Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1850 book tackles the issue of single parenthood in a time where things were a lot more worse for women than they are today.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised about this, but it's a wonderful novel. There's been a modern adaptation starring Emma Stone called The Easy A. Highly recommend that movie. Category and number. Sadia, if you can get one from your Facebook people.
I know, I was saying this too early to wait because we are lagging, so I'm waiting for someone to pick a category at Facebook. Bookham 100 by Edison.
The US Customs Office once banned an unedited translation of this collection of popular children's stories from Persian, Indian, and Arabic folklore that gave us Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, Aladdin, and Sinbad. Come on, people. You should have 1,000 answers by now.
Is it just for students still?
Well, if they can't answer, then we let the adults. But we give them a second because of the delay in the feed.
Well, I have a guess when you're ready.
Okay.
No one wants to go. So what are the Arabian Nights?
What are the Arabian Nights?
Hey.
Nice.
Somebody just like read the Arabian Nights a little too closely.
Yeah.
Okay, so Arjun, I think we're out of time.
Yeah.
Keep going. We'll finish it. We'll be okay.
Okay, well, keep going. I'm gonna pick the category. I'm gonna go for Bookham for 500.
Okay.
If all printers were determined not to print anything till they were sure it would offend nobody, there would be very little to print. These words of an American scientist, writer, inventor, and patriot are surely worth $100 and the lightning rod.
Okay, so anybody can answer?
They also might be the key to the entire censorship battle.
It's Ben Franklin. Who is Ben Franklin?
Okay.
Ben Franklin.
Who was Benjamin Franklin? And if you ever have trouble with that, you should always remember it's all about the Benjamin.
Oh.
We have 3 open boxes. I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'm gonna start opening them left to right.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Suzanne Collins' 2008 book depicts a girl in a post-apocalyptic world. Despite the novel's popularity, opponents have called it anti-ethnic, anti-family, and occult or satanic, making it the 3rd most challenged work in US libraries.
Wow.
So what is Valley of the Dolls?
I'm gonna wait for see if the students.
I see the Hunger Games.
What is the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
That person just volunteered. And if they've read the Hunger Games, they would understand.
Okay, that's Shana.
Erica answered on Facebook. What are the Hunger Games?
Okay, that's good.
Let's see the meme.
Okay, Bookham for 400. This children's horror book series containing Monster Blood by R.L. Stein was listed 15th among most frequently challenged books during 1990 to 1999. The banners of Monster Blood claimed it was too frightening for young readers and depicted a cult and satanic theme.
I don't know.
I got Goosebumps.
Oh, Goosebumps, yeah.
It is the Goosebumps. Something that gave me nightmares when I was a child. Although I would not let people ban it just for that reason.
Yeah. This is cute. And the last one.
Last one.
History 100.
Okay, going for history 100. Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes. These non-violent words came from the famous Indian political and spiritual leader.
Students.
Dum, dum, dum.
Come on, guys, it's easy.
Dum, 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 dum,
Dun,
dum.
dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Who's Gandhi?
Yes.
Who is Mahatma Gandhi?
That's Emma's
It's
answer.
correct.
Emma got it.
Good job.
Thank you.
And with that, we come to the end of the Jeopardy session.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Alex Trebek. Thank you.
Now we are going to give away some loot. This is just, again, we are the U Toledo Bambooks Week Coalition, and we're celebrating with thousands of other schools, libraries, other places, the right to read and think freely. And we are just delighted that you have joined us this afternoon. And this is the Bambooks Week Vigil. And why a vigil? Because somebody is always willing to take our freedom, particularly our freedom to read or watch movies or listen to music, on and on. So before we jump to the next thing, which is going to be marvelous, we have new footage from the HIV and the Rust Belt girls. But before we get to that, we are going to give away some loot. Giving away loot is always popular, isn't it? Okay, this is a good one. What did the vegetarian vicar say? So what did the vegetarian minister say? What did the vegetarian minister say? It's a green answer. Think about salads, you'll get started. Okay, I'll give the answer, and then the first one of the students who can write it down can have the prize. So the answer, the vegetarian minister said, "Let us pray for peas." I guess these jokes never get better with age, do they, guys?
Very nice. I love it.
Do we have winners? Yeah.
Let us pray. Yes, yeah, I did get. Let's pray for peas. Yes, Shauna.
Let us pray for peas. So
In
do you have any
YouTube, it's
winners?
Shauna.
So do you have two winners?
No, there's Fahy too. We already got
Okay,
that.
so that's two.
We have
winners.
Trinity said, let us pray on Facebook.
Yeah.
Let us, okay, so give that one, can have a Barnes and Noble gift card. Now, I will give you another joke for another gift card. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Can't beat that. Why did the farmer, now you gotta think cold and wind, and about a month from now, unfortunately, in Ohio for this one. Why did the farmer only wear one boot to town? Why did the farmer only wear one boot to town? So, Sumitra, Sadia, getting any answers?
I'm waiting for it.
Okay. People don't know it. Sumitra, anybody answering on YouTube? Or Arjun, anybody answering on YouTube?
Was on YouTube.
So what did they say?
He heard there would be 50% chance of snow, and
yeah,
Maria said,
that's right. That's right.
We have three people
50%.
said the same thing.
It's the snow, so that one can win a gift card. So now we have given away 2 gift cards in both rooms. We're going to try to give away 2 door prize bags. I know who needs a door, but you can have a door prize. I'll go to my other list of jokes here. See if I can come up. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? This is a Halloween one. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? It was so sad. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Well, you guys getting any answers? Then I could give the answer and then the students could get it, type it in as fast.
No, we have someone answered on Facebook.
Good.
Edison said he had no guts, and Erica said he had nobody to go with.
Both will work. Actually, it was he had no body to go with, but I'll take the other one too. So that's your 2 gift. You're done with gift bags, with door prize bags. Symmetra, do you have anybody in YouTube? Arjun?
Yeah,
Somebody-
so in YouTube, again, B. Fahy has said that he did not have the guts, and Maria again said he had nobody to go with. And then
Okay, so-
Janice said because he did not have nobody to go with.
All right, then that'll take care of our extra door prize bag. We will give all 3 of them, and then we're all caught up with door prizes too, because we had an extra one left from last time. So give them all one and we'll move on.
Keyword,
We would. We would move on.
keyword for Jeopardy, the keyword, the code or whatever.
Oh, the code for, thank you so very, very much. Well, that's gotta be goosebumps. I mean, that's such a common word, isn't it? Let's use goosebumps. Thank you so much, Moji.
You're
Because
welcome.
students, you can get credit for playing Jeopardy with us. And when you write your paragraph to me, just tell me what you thought about it. If you learned anything, if you had any fun. Having fun counts. I had fun playing that. I always do. I always insist every year. I tell my committee, we're going to play Jeopardy again this year. Who wants to work on the questions? It's one of my favorite things. All right, guys. I think we've given away enough prizes. We've given 2 Barnes and Noble gift cards and 3 of the, we've given away 3 of the door prize sacks. And now we're caught up again on door prizes and gift cards. So I think I would like to say thank you to all of you for coming. I think it's wonderful that you're here, but I would like to turn things over very shortly to 3 very talented women who have been putting a lot of their time and energy and work into making a marvelous documentary that's going to help us understand some of our history a little bit better than we ever would without it. I think it's just, they've been bringing us stuff for a few years and it's always fresh and new. And I just am amazed at their creativity and the way this film is developing. I think it's just marvelous. So we have with us Holly Hay from Theater and Film, Allie Day from Disability Studies, and Lee Fernside, who's a producer of the HIV in the Rust Belt. And so I think without further ado, I will turn it over to you 3, and the rest of us shall listen. That sound good?
Yeah, thank you. Hi,
Thank
Ellie.
you.
Uh-oh, there goes my doggy. Lee, are you gonna turn your camera on or not? There's, oh, okay, she's, yes, so thanks everybody for tuning in for us. Yeah, a couple of years, a few years, it's both going very quickly and also it seems like a really long time ago that we started this. Today we're gonna watch an excerpt from Tashina Jackson, who is a participant that we initially interviewed back in the beginning of all of this, or what became the beginnings of all of this. And then we were able to reconnect with her this summer and do a location interview at Savage Park, which is her, her home stomping ground, so to speak, the area where she grew up. So what I'd like to share today is just a 16-minute interview portion from, I think we were with her for 2 hours this last time. But she's talking about her HIV status, her understanding of HIV in the early years, and her just life experience with HIV up to this date. And then after we screen the work, we'll open it up for talk back, and Allie, our humanities scholar, can frame it for us as well. And I have 2 ways for you guys to look at it. You can stay on here with me and I can stream it from my machine, or you can go to Vimeo, and I've just put a link in the chat. Please note that on Vimeo, there is a typo in Tashina's name. I spelled it T-A and it's actually T-I-S-H. So, but that's the only difference. I just corrected the spelling error. So what I'll do now is I'll share my screen and I'll start the excerpt. And if we have more time, and if Allie has time and willing, I also have a second excerpt, which is not quite as long. It's 10 minutes, and it's specifically targeted at her experience with David's House Compassion. For those of you that don't know, which was a grassroots facility in Toledo, hospice and facility that helped people with HIV and AIDS get access to healthcare, community, and other support services. So, Allie, did you have anything you want to add?
No, I'm excited to see what you've clipped from the Tashina pieces that we have, and after we watch the clip, I can sort of provide some more framework historically about why Black women became such a large population of those living with HIV here in the United States.
Yeah. And this is a teaser for a December 1st screening that we'll have at the Toledo Library. And Allie can give us more logistics details on that because she's been the coordinator of that. But here we go. By the way, this may make no sense to most of you, but there's no color grade on this at all. It's all raw video. So it's going to look kind of flat and washed out, but it's supposed to. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on, let me toggle over. Okay. And shout out if you can't hear the audio.
It was harmful. It was hurtful. Like I said, the person just spread them like flyers all the way around the neighborhood and things like that to make me, you know, to hurt me. But after that, you know, I just didn't care anymore. It was kind of over with. I mean, it was out. People knew I wasn't afraid anymore. It took me a long time not to be afraid anymore, actually. I did go into hiding. I did go into seclusion when I was younger, when I first found out, you know, but I had an awesome team, you know, standing beside me. I had support system from family and friends. Then after I found out I was pregnant, which was what made it all the worse for me in my mind, was that I thought something was going to happen to my daughter. I thought she was going to be, you know, taken away from me. I thought all the horrible things that you would think when you find out that you're HIV positive, but none of those things came to fruition. None of those things happened. It was just like all in my head. So that's why I always, you know, try to tell people, you know, newly diagnosed people, you're it's worse than what you think. You will get over it. You will surpass it. It will take you some time, but you will be able to hold your head up high in the long run. It gets better. Community stigma. So many people, want to hurt you. They want to out you. They want to do negative things to you to make themselves feel like they've got one up on a person. In my head, people were saying hurtful things. So I was listening to what they were saying and beating my own self up about something that was out of my control, actually. I had a lot of therapy. I had a lot of therapy. It's a day-by-day process. You have to talk yourself into it every single day, taking your medication, eating right, eating healthy. You have to do these things every single day so that you can be a better you. And that's the goal for me, to every day wake up to try to be a better person than I was the day before. I'm okay. I'm okay with who I am, and I'm okay with what's going on in my life, and I'm okay with my status. Even if other people may not be okay with it, I'm okay with it. I knew a few people that had passed on from HIV, but it was always a hush hush, don't talk about it, whisper about it. I have relatives that passed on from HIV. It was nothing. You didn't talk about it. You didn't mention it. You didn't bring it up. It was just such a quiet conversation to be had. It was always kind of like a whisper. But once I found out, I was kind of vocal, about it. Vocal about, hey, I got to go to the doctor this week. And, just constantly saying that made people in my family realize this is what my life was. This is who I was. This is what was going on at the time. So, but yeah, like in our community, even still in the community, with everything that's going on, it's still a really hard thing for people to come out and say, even now. And it's really sad. But that's why I speak all the time. Anytime I'm available, I can do that. I will do that. I have no problem with that, because, some people need that. They need that support system, and they don't have that. People talk a good game. They say, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But in our community, people need to just be honest with themselves and be honest about what's going on in the community. No, I can't speak for all Black people, but I can speak for a lot of people when I say, if you can just put yourself in another person's shoes just for a moment and imagine yourself being positive. Imagine the stigma that would come towards you. Imagine friends and family shutting you out, closing the door, not letting you spend the night, not letting you use plates, all the ignorance that is attached to it. And you see it online, you see people say negative things, and they're just saying things out of ignorance. And that's the only word that I can keep using, is because that's what it is. It's not even asking the other person how they are, what's going on, if you know this. If you have a friend, your friend's positive, she needs that support. He needs that support. You have to be able to love unconditionally. And I know it's kind of hard to say, and people don't do that anymore, but it's actually, that's what it is. You need to have unconditional love for like the next person. And if we had that in our community, if we had that so strong as to way that they go to party and to go hang out and to go do all the unnecessary things, if they would just come together. I know I see a lot of friends, they have a lot of marches. I mean, it's really great, and the fight is every single day. We have people that are in the trenches, that are marching, that are doing all the positive things that we have, and then we still have people that have no idea what pill to take, still have no idea they don't want to tell anyone because they're afraid of someone knowing. And it's such a heartbreaking moment when you talk to a young man and he says, I just don't want to tell anyone. And you ask them why. And he was like, because I'm afraid that they'll do something to me, that they'll hurt me. You know, I do a lot of outside freelance work with young guys and talk to them on one-on-one basis about why they should come out, you know, why they should get into clinic, why they should get into treatment. And it's just a fear. It's just a fear of others knowing. And I don't know how to get around that. I don't know what else to say, but you know, that it's gonna be okay. It's harder, it's worse than you think it is. You know, you will live, you will go on from this, but it's at this time it's just really hard to try to get through to people. I remember when HIV first came out, I was sitting on the bus and I was listening to a group of people and they were having a conversation. And one of the guys said, well, they should just take all the people with AIDS and just put them in one country. At that moment on the bus, I couldn't show this, I couldn't show the sadness that I was feeling, but it was such a hurtful thing. And I've heard people say the same thing now, that if you're not vaccinated or if you are vaccinated, you should just go away. You should just put you in a box. We should just take you and put you in the camps, or all these ignorant and negative things that people are saying, and they're not even looking out for each other and how each other feels, and hearing the other person's opinion or taking into consideration the other person's feelings. You know, some people are just not ready and some people are very ready. So it's kind of like the same thing, you know, it's kind of like the same thing. I don't ask another person their status. I don't want them asking me my status. I don't want them asking me if I'm vaccinated or not. I don't want them to ask other people those questions. Those are invasive questions. But in today's society, it's really hard to maneuver who you're standing next to, what's going on in their mind, what's going on in their head, until you open up your mouth and you have one conversation. You have to have a conversation. One conversation at a time changes everything. It's terrifying because you're expecting that person to treat you horribly. You're expecting that person to turn their backs on you. I've had two different instances. One where I disclosed the status to a person, and that we weren't even intimate. I just disclosed it beforehand, and that relationship fizzled. And then the second one that I disclosed that information to turned out totally different than what I thought. So just having a conversation, sitting someone down, you know, it's just like, you know, real casual conversation. Do you know anybody who's HIV positive? Oh, no, I don't. Well, you do now. That's just me. Well, you do now. But I'm going to let you know me first. I'm going to give you my personality. I'm going to give you who I am. I'm going to show you that I'm a regular person, just like you. And then I'll let you know. You know, do you know anybody who's experienced HIV? Do you know anybody who's passed away? Do you know anybody who's still living? Do you know what U equals U mean? You know, I have those little conversations. What does U equal U mean? Oh, no, I don't know. Well, let me show you. I got some information for you. I'll forward it to you. I'll, you know, do those things. But I tell everybody, like, if you don't know, this is your problem. Before U equals U, I wasn't able to, you know, I was married. I was married twice. So both my husbands knew. My son says that twice. Yes, I was married twice. So both my husbands knew. And my first husband, I told him right off. He was like, oh, okay. So what are we going to do about it? I'm like, that's up to you. You know, at this time, we can still continue practicing safe sex, but that's going to be the decision that you're going to have to make, whether you want to or not. So both of them are negative. I didn't have to, you know, have that really hard conversation with them of how I would have felt if one of them would have been positive. I haven't had to experience that with any relationships that I have, because I don't practice like that. You know what I mean? A new relationship, I don't have them too many, because at this time, I'm just trying to focus on me. I'm just trying to focus on being the best me, being the best grandmother, you know, being a good supervisor, you know, the things that you learn later in life. That's me. I'm just trying to do that. But I'm a lot for a lot of people, a lot of men. I know who I am, and a lot of people don't, and it's hard to realize that I'm as strong as I am. Some people see me like, oh my gosh, I'm not messing with her. She's too much for me. And then some guys try, but again, I'm too much for you, so back up. And then you have friends, you know what I mean? I've had friends that I've told, and my friends are fine. My guy friends, you know. We don't have any issues. We don't have any questions, comments, or concerns, because I'm going to answer all your questions if they have any. I take my medication. I stay out the way. You know what I mean? I try to be involved in as much HIV-related issues as I possibly can. Like we have an event, I'm willing to go. Training sessions, anything like that, I'm always down for it, because education is always good. Like, I've made a lot of friends, you know, that are advocates in HIV. They've gone to Honduras, they've done all these great things, and I would have not been able to reach out to these people, you know, had I been in a different mind space. So that's why I do it. That's why I try to befriend everybody, to make sure that you're not alone. You know what I'm saying? We're all like-minded. We can have conversations. You know, and like I said, I do have a good support system with friends and family. So, you know, nobody brings it up anymore. For me, it's like old news. Nobody's bringing it up. It's weird for me. Like, if you come to me and I'm telling you to get into therapy, and I'm talking to you and we're having these conversations, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna take your butt to the doctor. I'm gonna make sure that you know who to reach out to. Even if I have to give it to you anonymously, I'm going to send it to you. So reach out to this doctor. You don't have to tell her that you know me. Just go and tell me how it is. So don't say anything. Don't say that you know me. Don't do anything. Just go and get tested and get treatment. That's all you can do. And once you do that, then come back and have a conversation with me. Tell me how you feel. And I've done that, and it's worked. So I've done that with a few people, and it's worked. And they're in otherwise they were like, I'm not going back there. I'm not going back there. Like, why? You know, having the conversation with why? Because I don't feel this way, and I don't feel that way. I don't feel that I see my own people. I don't feel that. That doesn't matter. What matters is your health. What matters is your life. What matters now is that you get into treatment and you stay into treatment so you can become undetectable. That should be your goal in life. I've worked hard to get here. I know that I can speak to other people. I can educate other people. There's a science behind it. I know that I've read and done my due diligence as far as an advocate. I can speak to other people. I can tell them I'm a living witness that U equals you. Undetectable means untransmittable. And I can say that because I am a living proof of that. Now it's not even HIV, it's other diseases that are affecting and plaguing the community. Because the younger generation, they don't believe anymore. They don't believe things can happen to them anymore. They've lost their, they've been desensitized to everything. So it's like, oh, well, that can happen, okay, and then I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it when it comes. And then when it comes to you and it hits you, now you've got to deal with it. And now you don't know how because you don't have the tools. You didn't want to get those tools. You didn't want to take those classes. You didn't want to understand. You didn't want to listen. So it becomes harder, I know, for advocates and I know for caseworkers and social workers when the younger group starts coming in because they are so adamant in their ways of thinking. You know, they're just different. They're a lot different than we were.
Okay, So that is the first little part here. It's still very rough, obviously, but it does give a picture. Got to stop my share. That's the problem. Yeah. So, Allie, do you want to jump in, or do we want to take questions from people first before we try to frame it up?
I can jump in while people are sort of coming back if they went to Vimeo or formulating any questions. So one of the things that's really interesting about bringing Tashina into the story that we're telling here in Toledo is that she highlights a very large portion of the population who was invisible early on in our understandings of HIV. So back in 1980, 1981, 1982, we were mostly focused on white gay men and hemophiliacs and Haitian people in terms of thinking about who could contract HIV. We actually didn't even include female body people at all in our early understandings of HIV illness as sort of the CDC understood it. It wasn't until the late 1980s that we actually started to include things really specific to the female body that would expand our understandings of the effects of HIV illness. So a really important Black feminist political scientist, Kathy Cohen, wrote a book in 1999 called The Boundaries of Blackness. And in that book, she talks about, by the mid-1990s, Black women were the fastest growing population with HIV. And we started to have the Black Caucus down in Washington sort of started to pay attention to HIV differently. And people were sort of asking this question of oh my gosh, how did this happen, right? And so then folks like Oprah made popular this idea of, it's all of these married Black men on the down low, right? Which was just a complete myth and fabrication, but she sort of blew that up. So that people kind of thought, that must be what's actually going on, right? Is that we have these kind of immoral, cheating men, right? Who really just need to be out. And there's lots of biphobia wrapped up in that, et cetera. But what Kathy Cohen tells us is that was never true. Black women were affected early on. They just were invisible in the data that we were collecting. And they were invisible for a number of reasons. One, it's really hard to get an HIV diagnosis if you don't have access to testing. And early on, we didn't have a test for HIV, right? So if you were somebody who passed away from HIV-related illness, it was probably something like pneumonia, right? So it wouldn't even be understood as HIV-related illness. Another factor was, we didn't have the right diagnostic criteria available. A lot of female-bodied people lacked access to long-term medical care in general. So there were other things like sort of increasing poverty and the demonization of Black women that were making it much more difficult for Black women to be seen as part of the story of HIV. So in 1999, Kathy Cohen sort of corrects our understandings of that and says, this isn't new. They've always been a large part of this population. We just haven't been paying attention to it. What's really interesting about thinking about Tashina as part of our story about David's house is that David's house really began thinking primarily it would serve male-bodied people. And in fact, there were early discussions among board members about, well, shouldn't only serve gay people, right? And eventually they sort of determined, of course, it wouldn't only serve gay people, it would serve anybody with HIV, but they were really set up for single people. And so when they start to realize that there's a growing need of female-bodied people in the Toledo area that needed HIV services and housing, they realized that they couldn't provide housing because a lot of these people came with children and they couldn't house children in David's house. And so they started a campaign called Help David's House Grow in the mid-1990s. And the idea was that they would build apartment complexes on the David's House property, right? Well, eventually, after a couple of years, they let go of that campaign, and the money that they raised, they used to build on an annex. And when you ask folks today, well, do you remember the David's House Grows campaign? Do you remember, everyone's like, oh yeah, that was successful because they built on the annex. But the original plan for David's House Grows was to house Black women and their children, right? According to board meeting minutes and fundraising plans for that. So it becomes another invisible part of the story of David's house. So I think bringing Tashina into the story really helps us get at some of these larger conversations about the invisibility of Black women in our culture at large, in the story of HIV here in the Toledo community, right? And sort of thinking about how we can rectify that invisibility through this kind of documentary. And the other thing that's really interesting about Tashina, when we first met her 3 summers ago, how long ago was that, Holly?
Hasn't been 4.
I don't know.
It has not been 4.
Before the pandemic.
It was the summer of 19 when we,
when we first met her, she came with a copy of her own book in her purse. So she had actually already published her own memoir, which I think she had like self-published it. And I think that's sort of a really amazing, just one more amazing way that Tashina shares her willingness to share her story for the sake of larger understandings of sort of HIV illness, but also like historical invisibility, right? So Tashina's been somebody that's been telling her story for a long time in that way. And we're really sort of, I think, blessed to have her as part of our film. So that's the sort of framing that I can provide just off the top here. I'm wondering what else people might want to know, or what questions or comments they have about the clip that Holly did put together and share.
She mentioned having a daughter. So does she have other children too?
Yeah, that'll come more apparent with the longer cut. But yeah, she has a son and a daughter. Her son is older, and he was born when she was still in high school. And then she was assaulted, which resulted in a pregnancy. And then she found out that she was HIV positive. And then she had her daughter who was born HIV negative.
And Holly, do we get a time frame at all for like when her daughter was born? Does she ever tell us that?
She does. It's sometime in the early 90s, early mid 90s. Yep.
By the early mid 90s, we knew ways to prevent the transmission. If somebody knew their status, we knew ways of preventing the transmission from gestating parent to fetus. So even though there were plenty of people that also didn't know the status and had children, gestated children, while they were HIV positive, and miraculously those children didn't get the virus, right? So it's just, that was just kind of a crapshoot. But by the mid 1990s, we knew how we could prevent fetal transmission.
Right, and I think it was AZT that prevented the fetal transmission. So it wasn't necessarily helpful to the people who had HIV, but in the pregnancy transmission, they found out that, hey, that worked for that, which is pretty amazing. I will say, and I hope that you guys can join us in December to hear more of her story. As with her story, as like the other participants, HIV is just really kind of the tip of the iceberg of evidence that shows how amazing these people are and what they had to survive in addition to the HIV to be here with us today. I'll share, Tashina's mother was hit by a semi-truck when she was pregnant with Tashina, and she was in a coma during her entire pregnancy, and it was actually giving birth that brought her out of the coma. And so, it's just like, she was just born to survive, pretty amazing.
Thank you so much for the clip you shared. It's very powerful, and I think it also will be very helpful, because in as much as the concentration is about HIV and AIDS, I think with what's happening with COVID-19 pandemic, people have to be prepared to be able to bounce back and to be resilient and to empathize, because I can imagine that some of these reactions to even those who have long haul COVID related symptoms might have similar experiences. We don't know how that will pan out, but stigmatization is can be deadly, and not only for those who are stigmatizing others, and not only for those who are being stigmatized. So this is it's a teachable moment, and your work, I think, is more relevant than ever with what's going on globally right now. Thank you so kindly.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think, Dr. Moji, thank you for highlighting that. I think one of the things that the film is highlighting for me and working on the film is the creative economies of care that developed around HIV that were often informal, that I think can inspire us to new ways of thinking about care in 2020 and forward with the COVID-19 pandemic. The other thing, I mean, I was just thinking as you were talking about stigma, and Tashina talks about stigma as well, some of the things I investigate in my work outside of this film with Holly is how stories circulate, and how the kind of carefulness we all need, but particularly people who are multiply marginalized, need to take when sharing stories with medical professionals, right? Because we think we're sharing one thing and they receive and hear something else, right? And so the book that I wrote that just came out yesterday sort of thinks about, thank you. If you're not your own best self promoter, who else is going to be, right? Which is called The Political Economy of Stigma, really looks at sort of the ways that when medical providers hear what you're saying, it can lead to very tangible material problems in how you're given medical care, right? And so some of the women that I worked with in and around Ohio who were living with HIV had really creative ways of navigating that we can also learn from. So it's not just sort of this like, I'm going to be an open book and tell you sort of all of these things about my life. It's a very creative and curated way of sort of sharing experiences with medical care providers while keeping up really important protective sort of barriers, right? So I think about that a lot, and that is sort of, I think that we all just need to be careful of like, we can't just sort of share our story and expect everything to be okay and everyone's going to get it, right? Because it just doesn't work that way. So thank you for your comments.
I put a link to Allie's book in the chat.
Thanks, Holly.
You're welcome. So Allie's knowledge and some other scholars that we've been interviewing are going to help frame the film in terms of voiceover. We have a great deal of writing to do next summer. Hopefully we'll get the money to continue on.
Hey, Holly, I have a question that nobody's asking, but I'm going to ask it. Where are we in the production of the film? Like, are we going to, so like what stage are we at? I mean, I know what stage we're at, but what stage are we at? What's left to do? What's the story there?
I would say we're more than halfway through interviewing participants that we want to connect with. Probably a good 70%. We still have a few odds and ends to wrangle. We were very lucky, as Allie knows, that we connected initially with Sister Eileen Schreiber, who was the Catholic nun who brokered the deal between the church and the David's House board to get David's House into being. And so we were able to interview her via Zoom just a few weeks ago. And she's in Missouri. She's 82 now. So we're hoping to do a road trip down to get location B-roll of her. That's been difficult because the semester started and then the COVID rates are spiking. So our plan is, if we get this ginormous grant that we applied for, that we'll be done with this in 2 more years, and we'll do a feature-length version. And if we don't get that grant, I'm just going to have to get like a 30-minute version out for regional PBS stations somehow. So that's where we are. It's still hard to know exactly where we are, because it's like any story, right? The more you investigate, it's like other really important things come up that I kind of am led into. So.
And another piece that we're also thinking to accompany the film, with the ginormous grant, if we get it, but maybe some other way we'll be able to fundraise for this, is to use all of the footage that doesn't end up in the film to create a podcast, right? So that we can hear more of these characters on their own, right? So Tashina and others who we've interviewed have, you know, longer stories, we can release, you know, we can sort of frame those up as a podcast that people can listen to as part of, as like an accompaniment to the film, right? So they can get to know some of these people a little bit more in depth. Because of course in the film, you're not gonna have just 16 minutes of Tashina talking, and the beautiful way that she is, I love her cadence and like how she tells her story, but you know, in the film, it's going to be sort of interspersed. So the podcast will be another way to showcase those stories, I think.
Well, I think you guys are doing marvelous work, and I hope you get your money. I hope very much that you get your money. Well, so some good intentional thoughts there. And if there's ever anything I can do to help, you know, you can count on me. But
Well, do you have a couple $100,000?
when we all love a couple
I am.
yeah, you know, it's amazing how money just has a way of stepping in there. Oh, and the mowers just arrived. So I've been turning my
at your house. Like what?
You know, you can't win.
Right.
And they don't come on a set day either.
Well, Paulette, you've been very supportive. Not this event has been important to me just to give me a deadline to get something done, and then to move me into our December screenings, because we've been having December screenings for the last couple of years because World AIDS Day is December 1st.
Yes.
And then the other, thank you for just coming to our events when we have them and bringing people. That's super important to build visibility. And just to keep the momentum going. But this is the biggest thing I've ever worked on. And, it's a lot. I'm really out of my comfort zone in many ways, but I'm excited by it too. If we do get the grant, I can really step into like a director's role and not have to worry about editing. Whereas if we don't get the grant, I'm going to have to do most of the editing, which is going to take a tremendous amount of time.
Well, I hope you get that grant.
Thank you.
And we will ask you again next year if you have stuff to show us. You know that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure we will. Yeah, I just at some point we'll weave the pieces together a little bit more. But yeah.
I was gonna say, and save the date. So December 1st, our screening is going to be at McMaster Auditorium downtown in the downtown library. So we really hope to be able to bring a large amount of people out from the community and the university to sort of see some of the progress of the film, because I think we also did an online screening this summer to mark the 25th anniversary of the discovery of HIV as the first account of HIV in the MMWR. So and we were able to talk with Dr. MacArthur, and we filmed that conversation. And he was like the first AIDS doctor here in this region. So we have some really interesting stuff that's just piling up, and we just need to share it with everyone.
You guys really do fascinating stuff. Do we have questions for them in YouTube or Facebook? Sadia, do we have any comments? Sumitra or Arjun? Yeah, I need some hosts in there too to give stuff away.
No, there are no questions on YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What is the code word? That's the question.
What is Metra or Arjun? Okay, so we need I need some hosts in there too to give stuff away.
Oh, we're hearing the recording.
There isn't any question.
No, there are no questions on YouTube. Okay, somebody's playing back.
Somebody's playing the recording.
Okay. What is the code word? That's the three different time zones here.
Okay, the code word is compassion. Okay, so we need compassion.
Ernie, it's getting really weird in here.
I know, you're probably hearing a lawnmower and you're
On
hearing.
you-
echoes
On YouTube, there are
and-
comments.
Okay, somebody's playing back.
All right. Well, thank you all. I'm gonna log out because it's gonna make my brain explode at the moment. I hope you get this reconciled. But thank you again. I appreciate it. I got other work I gotta jump on to now. Ernie, it's getting really weird in here.
We don't know why off and on today it's done this, and then it goes away and it's
Okay.
all good.
Well, thank you.
Thank
You
you
take
so very
care.
much.
Everyone stay well. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So
Bye-bye.
can we give some stuff away? We are the U Toledo Bam Books Week Coalition. We are doing our annual celebration. What?
Never mind. Never mind. Go on. Go on.
This is our annual celebration of the joy that books and reading bring us. Hi, Laura.
Hi, I'm back.
That's good.
I had to go
That's good.
teach my communications class and now I'm back again. So I'm
Oh,
sorry I
good.
missed some great things, but I'm happy to be back.
Well, I'm glad you are back.
Thank
We are
you.
just now going to give the kids some stuff if we have hosts to do it. And so do we have anybody in Facebook? Sadia, are you there? Well, I need somebody in Facebook to monitor and make sure that we get them their names and so on.
Hi, Paulette. I got back. I can
You do
look at
it. Well, you're
Facebook.
Wonder Woman. And Arjun, can you do the
Facebook?
YouTube?
Well, I'm monitoring.
We
you.
have,
Sadia, are you
we
there?
have
Sadia's back.
3
Sadia's
viewers
back.
at the moment.
Okay.
All
I need
right.
somebody in Facebook to monitor
Sadia's
and make
back.
sure that we get them
We
their
have,
names and so on.
yeah,
Hi, Paulette. I got back. I can
You can do
look at
it. Well, you're
Facebook.
Wonder Woman.
I was about
And
to ask
Arjun,
that,
can
Paul, can you, sorry,
uh,
Sumitra, can you take care
I'm
of
monitoring
Facebook?
you.
We have
Sadia's back.
3
Sadia's
viewers
back.
at the moment.
Okay. All right. Somebody in science fiction. This is like an episode of Doctor Who, and you're locked in that chamber where where everybody's connected to one brain.
I love it.
Well, welcome everybody. This is the American Library Association's BAM Books Week, and we join thousands all over the country in celebrating books and reading, and we're going to give away some prizes, aren't we? So Sumitra, you're there? Sadia?
Yes, Paulette.
Sadia, are you there? She is. I think she's got Samara in tow.
Paulette, did you give out the keyword yet?
The keyword is compassion.
Compassion.
I thought that was a good one for that interview. So the keyword was compassion for the HIV and the rest
I
of it.
am here. I was about to ask
She
if I
is.
can
I
take
think
20
she's got
minutes off.
Samara. No, we're not
No.
taking, I don't think. we're
Paulette,
taking-
did you?
We were supposed to have 10 minutes, but I think we went through it. So we probably won't do a break. If that's okay with people. So we can get back on schedule because the students, I think, will be expecting things to be pretty, is that all right with everybody? I apologize. We were a little bit late starting because I had blueberries in my teeth. Well, I'm trying to eat my breakfast. I got it about half down. So anyway, let's give some stuff away. Okay, this is for a gift card from our dear friends at the UT bookstore. And we got these gift cards from the Honors College, the Communication Department. Moji Zola made a donation, very generous. Vicki Kroll made a donation. We are extremely lucky. And our good friend Marcia King Blandford also made a donation, which is going to be very helpful in providing door prizes, some door prizes this year. So here's the first one for you that's good, is where do bees go to the bathroom? Where do bees go to the bathroom? So when you get an answer from your students, we'll give them a couple minutes because there's a little lag. And I think the mowers have moved on finally.
Arjun, I don't seem to have access to the Facebook thing. So can you look at Facebook? I can do YouTube.
Sadia,
Sadia is off because Sadia is next. She's just taking a small break. She just
okay,
called.
so
yeah.
Then let's, Arjun, have you got it?
Yeah, I don't see any answers in Facebook or in
Nor on YouTube.
YouTube either.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll give the answer and then students write it in quick and you could win anyway. The answer, where do bees go to the bathroom? The BP station.
Erica got it right on YouTube.
Okay, so Erica gets
yeah, Erica has got it.
Gets a Barnes and Noble card. How about on Facebook? We have anybody on Facebook?
Not that I see. See all messages.
Come on, write it in. You just heard me say it at the BP station. Can't win more easily than that. Well, let's give the next one and maybe a couple of them will answer it right and we can do it that way. So what do you get from a pampered cow? What do you get from a pampered cow? Moo. Moo, moo, moo. What do you get from a pampered cow?
Oh, there's an answer. Spoiled milk.
Right. So which room is that?
That was on YouTube.
Okay, so we've got
Alexa.
So was the answer last time on YouTube?
No. Yeah, this is a YouTube. I didn't see any answer on Facebook.
So we've got two for YouTube.
Well, I got okay. I'm getting a whole lot of good answers on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you? We have two gift bags they could have, two door prizes. Why don't you choose? I'll give another joke. Or do you want to just use some names from the ones you got then? And just take it and tell the winners that they need to fill out the form so we can be sure and get their prizes to them. We'll notify them next week, but we want to be sure we have full information so everybody gets prizes and we can do that without any problem.
Yeah, Sumitra, do you have the link to the form, the prize form, so that they can fill it out?
I have it, but YouTube is not allowing me to share links, nor will it do it in a private way like you can in Facebook. So it'll be public and anybody can just fill the form.
Okay.
But mostly it's not allowing us to. So I've been just taking their UTAD IDs.
Okay. Oh, all right. Okay.
And I've been compiling a list, which I will email and then.
Yeah, so then when I'm Professor Kilmer, Dr. K. If you win anything, email me your mailing address so I can be sure you get your prizes. Send me information so I can make sure that you get your prizes.
Paulette, I've been collecting their UTAD. I've compiled a list which I will send to you. So we can look at that list as well as the form for the Facebook users. So we can get
it won't have their email addresses probably.
No, it has their UTAD ID. So it'll be at utnet.utoledo.edu.
Yeah, but it won't help me because what's the problem is if they don't pick it up, then I can't mail it to them. That's why I wanted everybody to give me the mailing addresses. And then I would destroy the list later. You know, I
Yeah,
just
but
want,
if I give you the compiled list, you can send an email to the winners requesting for their mailing address. Otherwise, you're going to get a whole bunch of emails from students.
so I guess it's just, yeah, it's a step in there that I would have rather not had. That's going to take me a while to do, but okay.
We can send out an email to just the winners asking them for the mailing addresses.
That's right. That's all we need to do. That might not even be that hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have winners for this round. You have 2 gift cards for Facebook and 2 for YouTube and 2 door prize bags. If people in Facebook are not responding, you can give them all away in YouTube. That's fine. So if you don't have respondents in Facebook, then that means that all of the prizes go to YouTube because nobody replied in Facebook. That's all right with me. I would rather give them away than not because people in Facebook weren't responding. People in Facebook can be professors and staff and people who don't really feel like they should take the prizes. So let's just do it that way. There's no one in Facebook who's responded. Is that okay, Arjun? You have, so it would be 2 gift cards. It'd be like 4 gift cards and 4 door prize bags.
Yeah, they are now responding on YouTube. So those who are on Facebook now, they are coming onto YouTube.
Why don't you guys sort it out and give the prizes away? Can you do that for me? Does that sound good, Sumitra?
Yes, yes, Paulette.
And then Sadia needs a few minutes because she's presenting next. That's not really that much of a problem. I would like again to thank the people on my coalition. Well, she won't hear it, but you guys can tell her I said it. Thank you, Arjun Sabarhal, Sumitra Srinivasan, Laura Mitchell, and we also have Sadia Farouk and Ali Imami. Ali did a great job hosting Jeopardy. That was wonderful.
Yep.
Bravo, Ali. A star is born. And we also have Josie Schreiber, who's a member of our group. So thank you very much. Did I miss anybody?
Hey, Paulette, it's Sharon Barnes. I was thinking I was presenting next. Am I after Sadia?
You are next, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Okay, I thought you said, okay. I got it. I'm ready whenever.
Oh, okay, then I can just go ahead. I'm sorry too. I don't know why.
I'm starting the recording again.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about it. We are very, very fortunate this afternoon. Sharon Barnes, Professor Sharon Barnes, Dr. Sharon Barnes, she is a long-standing friend. I think she's done it every year, in fact, just about a quarter of a century. And every year she comes up with something new, something fresh. And she's a great supporter of the whole venture. And we're very, very honored to have Sharon speaking with us. And since you are next, I should watch my list more closely. But I'm glad I've got people to help me. So whenever you are ready, Sharon,
I'm ready.
Take over.
And if did you give me permission already to share?
You should be able to on the bottom of your screen.
Looks like, can you see it?
Not yet, but
Not
just
yet.
there.
Now I see.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm so thankful to all of you. And I've been listening. I've had a few students come in, so I've been in and out, but I don't know what is in the drinking water that you're sharing across your various locations, but it's making you a little loopy and I appreciate it. And thank you very much for organizing the event again. And it's always a joy to participate. And it's also one of my favorite events of the year. I'm talking this year, those of you who've heard me talk in the past, I usually talk about children's books. This book is not a children's book, but it shares a quality with the other books that I talk about, that it talks about LGBTQA plus experience. The text is called In the Dream House. Before I talk more about that, though, I just want to thank all the partners, including Moji, Dr. Moji, Arjun, all of you who have done this for so many years. It's just a pleasure to be here. And I also specifically wanted to thank my department and Dr. Barbara Alice Mann, whose talk I am very deeply sorry that I missed earlier today. Dr. Mann gave me permission to share this slide, which is of her creation, to attempt a acknowledgement of the indigenous peoples whose land we're on. And I was very heartened to hear other folks doing that also. And especially, I think, given Dr. Mann's contribution to this event, but also her ferocious intellect and enormously high quality research, that we're so very lucky to have her, an Indigenous scholar on our campus. It's important for us to acknowledge the many peoples whose homelands we're standing on. And I just want to mention the book Land of the Three Miamis, which is one of Dr. Mann's many books, which is also about this region. And so if you're curious, and it's also put out by the University of Toledo Press. So a good way to support the university, to support Dr. Mann, and to support the indigenous people who still live, work, and have their homes here. So thanks to Dr. Barbara Mann for keeping me motivated in many cases. And this is my home turf. Here in women's studies, here are some of our folks. I just want to thank them for their inspiration and the motivation. So lots and lots of good gratitude all around. And I want to apologize to those of you who have heard me talk before. You've seen this almost exact slide, but something that I've started doing as part of this event is to share sort of some terms and some statistics. And I'm sure other folks have done this too, but since you come and go, it might be new to you. One of the things that I think happens is the image there on the right of your screen is what we think of when we think of censorship or banned books. We think of, a book burning. And in fact, there's some more nuance to the behavior and to what we mean when we say banned books. So there's a couple of terms there highlighted in white. Censorship, which covers sort of a broad territory, banning and challenging. And the Office for Intellectual Freedom, the American Library Association, who is the organization that since 1982 has been compiling a list of books that have been banned, censored, challenged in some way. They started doing it at the American Library Association's librarians were reporting sort of an alarming rise in challenges. And so they started to keep track, and it has become this event that we participate in today. But there's really a difference. So a challenge, and I have the exact language, a challenge is a formal written complaint filed with a library or school requesting that materials be removed because of content or appropriateness. That's a challenge. So when a book is challenged, or a material, doesn't have to be a book, is challenged, it doesn't mean that it's removed or restricted. But when it is removed or restricted, so we say you have to have your parents' permission to check this book out, or you have to have your ID checked in some way, we would consider that banned. It doesn't mean that this book disappears from the country, or it disappears more broadly. It could be just one individual library. It could be a school district, and that is the case of the book I'm talking about today. But banning in one place, the good news is it doesn't mean it's banned everywhere, all over the place. One thing I would say is the bad news is there are lots of different ways a book can be challenged, including, interestingly, this book that I'm talking about, In the Dream House, And I have a copy, but I'm going to tell you, I had to get it through interlibrary loan. And the reason I had to, because when I tried to get it at the Lucas County Public Library, there were 4 copies, 2 of them were checked out and 2 of them were missing. And I checked back all summer long and they were missing all summer long. So banning or challenging or censorship, I guess I should call that censorship, happens in all kinds of ways. It's not just authority figures. I guess maybe technically it's not censorship if it's an individual. I don't know. One of you experts might have to tell me about that. But I think it's worth noting that there's all different kinds of censorship, and this book being hard to get, I had to get it from the University of, or Ohio University in Athens. So that I think is worth noting. One thing I usually always do too is talk about how many books. The number changes from year to year. The statistics I got for this year were from 2008. I don't know why I couldn't get a newer version. Between 2000 and 2009, over 5,000 books have been challenged. 156 were to library, school, and university materials and services. 273 books were included in that. That's this year. 377 in 2019 and 348 2018. Those are the individual year statistics. Sorry, I messed that up a little bit. What is banned or challenged? 62% books. 15% is programming. So like someone could challenge our right to do this event. 10% targets databases, magazines, films, and games. And you could imagine people might challenge games that people can check out of libraries for all kinds of reasons, maybe violence, etc. 6% target artwork and displays, and 7% target things like social media and access. Interestingly, in the last couple of years, drag queen story hours have been really challenged. They were very popular for a while. And one thing I've noticed in my years, 4 years of participating, is that LGBTQ content is challenged at significantly high rates. 1 year, 8 of the top 10 challenged books had LGBTQ content. Who challenges? You might be surprised. Parents are by far the largest group at 32%. I think in 2018 it was 42%. I think that was the highest I'd ever seen it. Second, almost always is patrons, whoever uses the library or service. And this year that was 33%. School boards and administrations, 13%, librarians and teachers, 10%, political or religious groups, 6%, elected officials, 3%, and students, 3%. I have seen reports of outside organizations, especially like Focus on the Family, conservative political groups who sometimes target individual libraries and threaten lawsuits. I've seen a rise of that, although I didn't see any of that on the ALA website this year. Where are they challenged? Public libraries, 59%. School libraries, 23%, 14% in schools themselves, like the classrooms, individual classrooms, and 3% in academic libraries. So way less likely to happen at a university than a public school. 1% in prison libraries or other kinds of institutions. Sometimes in a school, it could also be a reading list, like students had options and someone wanted one of the options removed. And that's the case of the I Am Jazz, the book about the transgender youth. But it's also the case about the book I'm talking about today. It was on a reading list. So students had other options on this list, but the parent wanted this book removed as an option. On the why question, as you might imagine, you would be startled, but typically sexual explicitness ranks very high, and right around that, inappropriate for age group, which is also often about sexuality. profanity, vulgarity, and maybe reasons that might be more surprising, like anti-police content or its religious viewpoint. And those of you who have seen me talk before, I used to talk about the Harry Potter series, and it was targeted for religious viewpoint, even though it doesn't really advocate pagan religion, but folks challenge it for that. My observation is that a lot of times sexual explicitness is only targeted if it's LGBTQ sexual explicitness. So even when it doesn't say LGBTQ content, if you look, sometimes it is that. I do want to say, though, this year, by far, the most number of challenges, I think, I didn't count, but it's usually LGBTQ content. This year it was racially focused content. And I think it's a really interesting shift as a sort of, I think, consequence of the Black Lives Matter movement, that people are concerned about people reading about racism, because we know there's attempts to sort of censor what teachers can teach. Critical race theory has been attacked. So I think it's not surprising that this year the list is way more focused on material that explores racism, sadly. So before I move into the Dream House, the one other thing I want to say is that this is not a definitive list, because what happens is, as in the case of In the Dream House, books disappear. And that's another kind of censorship. Or a librarian says, I can see this is going to cause a problem, I'm not going to order it. Or an administrator says, this is disgusting, whips it in the garbage and says, don't order another one. And those are not necessarily all reported. These are things that are reported by librarians. And so we think that there would be a much larger number if we knew. I read a statistic that said, I think, I know I wrote it down. This past year, there could have been as many as 1,800 challenges, but we have that much smaller number of a couple hundred. And I think, lucky for us, there's events like this and very committed people, very committed librarians who want to make sure that we have access to the information that we are looking for or didn't know we were looking for in some cases. And I have to say about In the Dream House, Carmen Maria Machado's book, I wasn't looking for this information, and I read the criticism first. I found the topic because there was an article in the New York Times about the protests, which was, I will share with you if I have time. I'm going to run out of time. I want to say the book is about an abusive lesbian relationship. And I want to share just, the relationship starts out ideal, like all relationships, right? And then it becomes very abusive. And it's her story about not just what happened to her, but how, because it was a lesbian relationship, there was no story about what to do in an abusive relationship, no language, no story. She calls it no archive of information about what was happening to her. The abuse was largely emotional, enormous amount of swearing, accusations, a lot of things that, if you know anything about abusive relationships, are very common. But there wasn't anything, she didn't have any context for this in lesbian relationships. And so it took her a very long time to understand and define her relationship as abusive. And I'm kind of happy that I'm running out of time, so I maybe don't have to share I'll just share the photo. But if you wanna YouTube her, she reads to, this is her, Lori Hines is her name, and that's a sex toy. It's a dildo on a harness that she brings and whips out and slaps on the table during her reading. And she reads the two most explicit sexual scenes in the book. I mean, when I heard her read them, I was like, wow, that is pretty graphic. But then when I read the book, I was like, wow, I think those might have been the only two sex scenes in the entire book. Like, the book is about something else and something very, very important. So I don't have time to share it, too bad. But it's basically just two graphic sex scenes. And she argues that these are not appropriate for teenagers. And honestly, when I heard it, I was like, wow, that's pretty graphic. I'm trying to imagine myself a parent of a teen with, like a 15-year-old that I want them. It's certainly not more graphic than heterosexual sex scenes. Let me just say it like that, which teenagers are seeing everywhere and reading and whatever. What I always say in my presentation, and this is true in this one as well, is that there was a response that was equally passionate. Let me back up and say the book was pulled, and so were several other books. From the 15 titles that they had to choose from, 6 were chosen for removal after complaints. And she was not the only person to complain. Over 2,000 parents complained, and that's a lot. 3 books were also pulled for review, and 13 more were challenged across the school district's lists of various age groups. Mostly because they were considered inappropriate for their age group. The school board is saying that they're going to revise their policy, but it's important to notice that, or to note that they actually included books with a mindset toward increasing their diversity. Like that was the intent of this book list. And so there's tension between the community, or some members of the community, and the schools. But like these images on your screen indicate, lots of students spoke out, and lots of other parents spoke out as well, saying, hey, we pay professionals to put these lists together. If you don't want your kid to read it, have them pick a different book. Just don't decide for the rest of us that you can't read it. Interestingly, Lori Hines in the video says, I am not advocating censorship, but she absolutely did want the book removed, which is the ALA's technical definition of banning or censoring. So other folks had a lot of commentary and sort of pushback, although in this case, books actually were removed. But I would argue the plus side is the students and the community all got a lot of education about censorship and about the importance of the right to read. And one thing that followed up, PEN America, which is also an anti-censorship group, wrote a public letter to the school district, advocating for returning the books to the list, and talking about how important and vital exposure to difference is for a plural democracy, and for building empathy and correcting historic gaps in our literature, which has been dominated, of course, by white people, white men's writers, or white male authors specifically. So they also gave pushback that got national attention. Margaret Atwood was one of the signatories. Very many famous authors signed on, and how important it is to be exposed to difference in a democracy that values freedom of speech, as we say we do. Finally, on my last slide, and I know this has also come up today, I heard a little snippet at one point, but I wanted to also mention it, that in the state of Ohio, so bringing this back home, there is a bill 327, and I also think there's another one that I don't know about, so like a 322. So if somebody knows about that, please chime in. But it's basically prohibiting teachers from teaching divisive concepts. And interestingly, I read the bill, or the part that was salient to this talk, and they do say you are allowed to talk impartially about these topics. But as for my perception as a women's studies teacher, there is no way for me to talk impartially about racism or sexism or homophobia or ableism or sexual assault, or the Holocaust or genocide, or, these are topics that we need to speak from a value perspective. And that's really important. So we have a responsibility to weigh in on this bill, and we have a responsibility to speak out about censorship, as well as our right to critique racism, sexism, homophobia, ableism, etc. So please take a moment, if you have some time, to tell your representative what you think about this bill. And that's it from me. Already over this year. I can't, it goes so fast. It really does. But I'm happy to take comments or questions and fill in what I missed. So I'm going to stop sharing, and if I can remember how. There we go.
Yes, Sharon, it's always, I just love the way you go over the numbers. I do have some numbers that are a little more recent.
Oh, thanks.
It's, if I can find, they're right here. Here they are. I have all this stuff stacked around me. But for 2020, 156 challenges and 273 bands. I'll make sure you get the PDF for this year's field guide.
Thank you.
I thought I had sent links to everybody, but I'll send everyone the PDF.
That's what I have. I must have just not realized I had up-to-date info. I thought it was 2018.
The way they write it, it's hard sometimes to find the exact information. They should make a graphic.
Yes, they
I
should.
think, and put the graphic somewhere where we could all see it and we could all say, oh, look at that. That's what's going on. And what's kind of chilling this year is 58 of the bands were in public libraries and public challenges. So that's probably because of the political landscape we're in, because a lot of book banning does follow the political landscape. Let's open it up to questions. I'm so glad you're all here.
Sharon,
so who has a question or a comment?
Sharon, you have a question from Bree Scott on YouTube, who also likes your mug. The question is, what's your personal favorite LGBTQA+ novel?
Oh boy. Impossible. You know what I would say? Maybe Zami, A New Spelling of My Name by Audre Lorde, or poetry. Some people don't think Emily Dickinson was a lesbian, but I'm a huge Emily Dickinson fan, so I might go there. Far too many to name. I'm also a big fan of Sherry Moraga. She has a book called I'm going to mess up the name, but it's a Chicana Codex of Changing Consciousness. Not a novel, but a book I really love.
Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Wow, I should have had a better answer. More books. Harry Potter. Now that we know Dumbledore's gay, we could also say Harry Potter.
You did a lot for us with Harry Potter.
I did.
That was great. We had our own resident expert on Harry Potter. She kept up with every book and everything, and all the
fun.
Crazy cutting parties and all that weirdness around that book.
I did want to say they do burn books still. That image is not just unfortunately not just a stereotype. That does happen.
No. And there's a minister in Florida who has cutting parties, and they all bring a box cutter. And what's so weird is when they do that, the author can do a little dance, because then the book sells more. So they buy all the copies of the book. And so the publisher doesn't really know. So it's so ironic.
Yeah.
Like if when my book gets published, we got to get it banned so everybody can read it.
Right. Yeah. It does have that effect, but I do. And so part of me is like, oh, it's kind of great that happens. But I also feel like the context matters, like that we're looking at bills telling us we can't teach certain topics. I mean, I think it's a scarier time to think about book banning, in that, I don't know, to me it feels scarier than usual.
I think it's totalitarian to me that they're going to make laws like that. It's like,
and I think it's 26 states have some version of a bill like this.
Yeah, 12 have passed.
Oh,
I gotta get the list of the ones that have passed, and the 26 that are still in, or maybe it's all, together. Not clear on those numbers right now, but do we have any other comments or questions for Sharon? Such a good job, Sharon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I
always say in women's studies, we are biased. We believe women matter.
Yeah.
So we're biased from the outset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm
thanks
biased. I think students matter, and I think that their critical thinking and their opportunities to critically think are vital. I don't think that we should ever stand in the way of them asking questions and raising issues. That's what education is about. It's not about namby-pamby and, oh, we all agree with each other and isn't it a beautiful day? And we can just spit back all these facts that we read. No,
Right.
it's about frames and context and personal experience and what it all means. So we have some comments or questions from somebody else. I should shut up. I talk too much. So any questions here? Let's look at YouTube and Facebook for comments or questions. We have anybody covering these?
No particular questions on YouTube.
Okay, questions or comments? Well, Sharon, thank you so very much.
Thanks to all of you. It's wonderful to see your faces and listen to you
Yeah.
laughing. I've been having your laughter as my soundtrack all day today. It's been great.
Well,
Thank you.
that's part of it, is we have a fun time. It's
I could comment on the joke quality. I mean, I don't want to, go too far, but
they're never
care
very
and enjoy the rest of the
it's
day.
never all that high, but they're still fun, I think. And it's the best day of the whole year. Very best day of the whole year. Oh, we should have a code word, shouldn't we, for that last session? So we need a code word. Let's use dream. Dream's a good word, isn't it? Dream will be the code word for that last session. So students, if you're still with us, please put that word dream in the attendance form. If you win anything, make sure I get your name and your information so we can be sure you get your loot, because it'd be too bad if you don't get prizes or gift cards because we can't find you. That was the point of our form, but apparently our form isn't working very well with our platform. So we'll figure something else out. It's just a hiccup. It doesn't matter.
Paulette,
Yes.
I have some people that want to say hi to you.
Okay.
Everyone, come to the screen. I think you'll know who they are.
All righty. Well, hi, Mary. Hi, Mary
This
Lou.
is my mom, Mary Lou, and my very good friend Robert.
Hi, Paulette.
Hi, Robert. We all have to get together soon. We have to get together for giggles and tea or movie or something.
They're here visiting, so they wanted to come in and say hi. So thank you for
nice that they
for
did.
that.
That's great.
We're
That's
enjoying this
great.
very much.
Very good. Very, very good. So I think it's time to give away some loot. You all agree? Do we have anybody in the rooms? Is there anybody in YouTube? Symmetra?
I'm on YouTube, Paulette.
Yeah, is there anybody in there?
I think they're waiting for the keyword and then.
Oh, the key. Okay. The keyword is dream.
Okay.
And then, Sadia, do we have anybody in Facebook? Or Arjun, do we have anybody in Facebook? Sadia is presenting next, so. So anyway, we have anybody in Facebook? Well, if we do, we will make sure they have a chance to win something as well. Facebook is kind of tricky. Oh, here's a good one. This is Halloween joke. I like these kinds of jokes. Why did the skeleton go to the family reunion? Why did the skeleton go to the family reunion? Any answers? Well, if nobody knows the answer, Arjun, you got to turn your.
Okay, all right. Skylar responded, looking for flesh and blood.
Right. My
Good
goodness,
one.
looking for flesh and blood. Isn't that funny? Maybe not, but so.
And Bree also responded to that. So there are a couple of simultaneous responses.
Okay, so that's 2 of the Barnes and Noble gift cards. That's good. Then we're done with Barnes and Noble gift cards. Which platform is that, Arjun?
YouTube.
YouTube. So what about Facebook? Did anybody get it?
Yeah, I'm saying all messages, and 212 was the last entry on my end.
For Facebook?
For Facebook, yes.
That's odd that there isn't anybody in Facebook, but it happens.
No, they're saying that they are participating there, but it's just I don't see anything on Facebook.
So do we have any?
Hello, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I am trying really hard, but I have restarted my computer. I cannot hear you guys.
We can hear you.
It's okay on Facebook, but somehow on Zoom, I cannot hear anyone.
Oh. That's weird because your microphone looks like it's turned off, but yet I can hear you.
Oh yeah, you're unmuted. You're muted. You need to unmute yourself. Okay.
Unmute yourself, Sadia. And then we'll be able to hear you better. Unmute. Because you've got the microphone has a red line through it. So if you can unmute, then we can hear you.
And there may be some audio settings
Calling
there.
Sadia Paulette, 1 second.
Okay, so
No, like I unmuted myself and talked, and then I muted myself because I was not sure. Okay, but I cannot hear you guys. That's happening then. Okay.
How can you not? I don't know how that's happening, Sadia. I'm sorry.
We can hear her.
I did. The thing is because
She has unmuted.
finally I can hear. I was able to hear you on Facebook, but I was not able to hear you guys on the Zoom.
Yeah, it's
That's
strange.
really odd.
Yes, I can, and because my computer froze, I lost my presentation right now. So I was like, what is happening?
Well, look for your presentation.
Yeah.
And we'll look for we'll do another door prize.
Okay, give me 3 minutes and I'm showing the slides.
Okay.
Is it
Well,
okay?
I have plenty, I have stuff I like to announce anyway. So you can have a few minutes because there's always stuff I need to say. And one thing that I need to do is I need to thank the generosity of the folks who provide loot for me to give away. So we have student government and the Multicultural Center, Barry's Bagels, Ed at Phoenicia, the UT Barnes and Noble bookstore, my own department, the Department of Communication. The Honors College is always extremely generous, so we're very grateful to them. And the provost and our dear friend, Marcia King Blanford, Dr. Marcia King Blanford, who's the dean over in the University College. She was incredibly generous as well. So, and Moji Solatiamiu, she gave us stuff. I tell you, Dr. Moji here is a dear, dear friend of this venture. She comes and stays with us all day. And when we're in a room, which I hope will be next year, she keeps the attendance book for us. And she's just a marvelous, marvelous person. And very, very kind and very good to us. I'm very
Thank you.
grateful to all
Thank
that,
you.
that Moji does for us. And she's here today with us too, giving us encouragement and helping us. And I see our musicians going to be joining us, so that's going to be fun. Hi.
Thank you
So-
so kindly, Paulette. Thank you.
Well, you know, over the years, we've had her do presentations. She served us well, she's just helped us in many ways, and she's donated books from the very beginning. Can always count on Moji. She's always there. And she's a good personal friend too. So
A
we
pleasure.
came here the
Thank
same
you.
year and met each other at a gathering for the new hires. We saw each other from across the room and we knew it would be friendship, and it was, and it has been. And so thank you, Dr. Moji.
Thank you.
Sadia.
24 years and counting.
Yes, 24 years, nearly a quarter of a century of standing up for the First Amendment. It's a vigil because we must stay alert. We must not ever think the battle for the First Amendment is over. And it's a battle in music and art and culture and theater and even fashion. You get right down to it. Freedom of expression touches so many parts of our lives. So that's what this day is about. Now, Sadia, who's looking for a presentation, and I hope she can find it, she came here in 2013 and took my ethics class, and she was a marvelous student, just marvelous. And now she's back with her husband, and he's doing a PhD over in the medical college. And she's my unofficial assistant. She helps me with all sorts of stuff. And she and her husband and her little baby girls are my friends too. And Sumitra's my friend. Well, I guess everybody. Arjun's my friend. I've known him for years. And his wife, Kimchi, they're just great people too. So this is getting sappy. So to prevent it from getting sappy, let's give the kids something. Let's give the students some door prizes. I know. You want a new screen door? No. Garage door? No, we're going to give you merchandise from UT and that sort of thing. You'll like it. We always put bags together of stuff. So we need to give away 4 bags, and 2 bags will go to the U2 room and 2 bags will go to the Facebook room if we have students in there who will respond and participate with it. Otherwise, they'll all go to wherever we have students, whichever room the students are hanging out in. All right, so here we go. A joke. Oh, here's a good one. So, why do fish live in salt water? My fish face for you. So why do fish live in salt water? See, now you've been to the aquarium. You have to have fun. Life is too short not to have as much fun as possible. So, why do fish live in salt water? Any answers from any of them? Anybody on YouTube? Anybody on?
On YouTube, Skylar says because pepper makes them sneeze.
That's right. That's one. So did anybody else answer anything?
Erica as well answered on
Well,
YouTube.
that's YouTube bags are gone. What about Facebook?
Oh, I see. Okay.
We have any answers on Facebook? No? So we have more answers on YouTube. I'll give another joke.
We have a couple on YouTube for this, Skylar and Erica.
Okay. Do we have students beyond Skylar and Erica?
Not
No? Well, if we don't have students beyond Skylar and Erica and they already have gift bags, we will.
I mean, we have other people watching. We don't have answers from them yet.
Oh, well, then I'll give another joke and we'll see if they can get in there. All right, here's one for you. Why did Tony go out with a prune? Why did Tony go out with a prune? Here's one that deals with social life and sex, sort of. So
Ban
why-
that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Ban that joke.
Yeah, I'll get banned. I'll get censored. I'll get suspended. If my gingerbread woman doesn't get me suspended already. So, what? Okay, so why did Tony go out with a prune? He couldn't find a date. So any of you listening on Facebook, and did we get, how many gift bags? Did we give 2 gift bags away on YouTube?
Yes, 2 on YouTube, but Skylar answered again just now. He couldn't find a date.
So do we have anybody else besides Skylar?
And Erica as well answered again. So just the 2 of them are answering.
Nobody
There are
else?
other people watching.
Nobody else is answering? Nobody wants my prizes. Enough to make me cry. Oh, well.
Okay, there we go. Marina answered as well.
Okay, Marina, see if you can squeeze out one more and then we'll have those 2 gift bags given away.
Alexa says, I've already won once, so I don't want to answer. I don't want to take a prize away from someone.
Okay, somebody in that group who's shy, just email Symmetra or chat. You're doing chat room. Do the chat room thing and you'll get a door prize. It's not that hard. So you'll let me know how many answered then at the end of this, won't you, Symmetra?
Yes.
Because my math is so bad. I tell you, I need a coalition just to keep my math and my dates straight. They will all tell you, oh, she's she's just not very good with math or dates. So I will count on you guys to get me the list and it will be good. It will be very good. Any of you winners can contact me too. And if you do, send me your mailing address so I can be sure you get your prize in all contingencies. Okay. What day is it? It's Banned Books Day. And in fact, our very own mayor proclaimed throughout the whole city, it's Read Banned Books Day. So I think that's pretty cool. And Sadia and Symmetra went with me. We had a great time. And Sadia took wonderful photos. And we went down to one government center and we collected the proclamation. And then Symmetra noticed an error on it. You see, you have to have a posse for these things, because I didn't even notice it, but she did. So then they did it over for us. And then Sadia and I went back and got it. I was going to go by myself, but I couldn't get my GPS to work. So I called Sadia and she said, sure, I'll do it. Tell me I have to and I will. I said, well, you pretty much do because I can't get my GPS going. And I'll be down there. You know, you'll never see me again. I'll just be circling around downtown looking for one government center. So Sadia, did you find your presentation?
My presentation is deleted. My computer froze. I'm just summing up the new notes, some pointers to share with you guys. It's such a bad luck. I was like going crazy. So
Well, I think if you
Ali
can
was trying to help me to give me extra screen, and he clicked my presentation. It started rotating, and my computer completely froze, and I lost everything.
Look at in your recycle file, in your recycling bin.
Actually, I never actually hit save before. I thought it's auto saving, and when he clicked save, my computer hanged.
Oh, I'm so
I had such a
sorry.
pretty photograph, so that's why I'm more sad. I didn't want to read things out for you guys. But
I mean, if you start up PowerPoint again, it should recover the file, right?
Ali tried that, and that's how I lost the other 10 minutes.
Oh God.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was so excited. There's so much fun things to share. So I'm just putting in pictures, and bear with me if I just randomly pull and grab internet in my slides to show
Okay.
you.
We'll give you a few more minutes. I'm sure that's probably okay. Is that okay, Marianne?
Sure.
Now, Marianne, tell us about you because you're new to our group.
Well, first of all, hi to everybody, and I'm here because of Risa referring me to Paulette. I am a music teacher and an educational consultant, recording artist. I've done a little bit of everything. I've even been an adjunct professor here at USF in Florida. I love teaching middle school. So I used to actually do a course on music for social consciousness with my 8th graders. And that was a lot of fun. So now I'm working either with teachers or little kids. So it was fun to be put back into this direction again. I learned some new stuff myself this week, going through some songs. And an interesting thing is I realized that I actually could sing anything that I wrote for children because I just was banned in China.
Oh my. So what did you do to get banned in China?
I'm just so bad. Well, I've been working with this gentleman in China for over 10 years. I actually was flown to Beijing to work with families and children and designing this online music program to help them learn through music, where they'd also be learning English. And the government okayed the program. So we've been going back and forth for 10 years with all these songs. And then recently, with all the stuff going on, China decided that they were shutting down the internet. And over in China, when you're there, the younger generation refer to it as the Chinternet. And because it is so closely monitored by the government, and they've decided that they don't want anything that is in English on the internet.
Oh my.
So my music is not allowed to be played anymore.
Ah, that's sad.
Yeah,
That's really
Xinhua's upset. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe you can sing it in Uyghur.
I know how to say Ni Hao Xinhua. Yeah, picked up a few little words over there when I was, playing with the families and stuff. But it's sad. We would get.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Are they going to stop teaching English then? Oh my. That's a big step.
Well, tying into a song that I'm going to sing today, and after I say this, you probably figure out what it is, but I was over in Tiananmen Square, and they were telling me that no one knows what happened in Tiananmen Square. That is like 20 or younger, because they don't teach it. So when I was there, I was with a young man who is Turkish. And his part of Turkey got annexed by China, but it got annexed after his formal education. So he learned about Tiananmen Square. But he said that if anybody from the government heard him talking about it, he would be punished.
Oh my.
Yeah,
That's,
I was trying to discuss it with him while we were there, and I'm like, wow, I go, this is really mind-blowing to be standing in Tiananmen Square. And he looked at me, goes, I can't talk to you about it.
that's really scary. That is so much a part of what we're doing today, is we are hoping that we can keep our own country from closing down and closing in and preventing us from having access. And so when Donald Trump called the press the enemy of the people, that's a really chilling thing. And because the journalists, of course, are there to help us know what's going on. And if we don't have journalists, we're not going to know what's going on. And if people don't trust journalists, then the rulers can do whatever they want.
Do you
Because
trust
nobody-
journalists?
Yeah, the people in power don't have any worry at all of their misbehavior being exposed to the people, because the people aren't going to believe it. Because when the reporters report it, well, they've been labeled the enemy of the people. And the people who believe, the citizens who believe the press is the enemy of the people, then they're not going to believe anything that they see that's supposed to be the news. So it's a scary kind of thing to me. It's a slippery slope. We shouldn't even go there though, because you can get into people who claim they're journalists and they're not. You can just get into layers and layers and layers of this kind of thing. So Sadia, how are we doing?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I think this, Sadia, whatever you tell me, I don't know. I will really be glad to learn.
I actually got so excited because I found more interesting stuff. Like, I know I did study Malala a lot in my master's project, but I was seeing people like the media coverage and how it's been like being portrayed in Pakistan. And then I found such interesting facts about Malala, like why she got shot, why Taliban picked Malala, just Malala out of all those girls who were going to school in that area. And that is because of her extensive activism. She was all around national media and international media, like for years at that time. So I have gathered her very rare videos of interviews with the local channels and Voice of America. That's why I was like, I need those back. No, I don't want to tell them words. I want to show them. So that's why I was like a little overwhelmed. So I think I'm not gonna waste more time. I'm gonna like talk like a rocket with a lot of speed, so I get a lot of chance to cover more stuff.
Well, if the presentation is gone, why don't you tell us about who she was and what happened and why it matters? And that will be a big education for us, especially Sadia Farouk is from Pakistan, and she knows a lot about Malala because she has written her master's thesis on Malala. And I think that we are very fortunate that she could give us some insights. So do you want to do that, Sadia?
Yes, I have made a immediate quick PowerPoint too.
Oh, good.
That's what I was working on right now.
Look at that, how quickly you can recover. That's wonderful. We will love it. Just bring it on and we will love it.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna share my slide. Can you see something?
Yeah, wait, this
Yeah.
looks good. This looks wonderful.
Okay, so I'm gonna click. Okay. I'm so sorry for wasting so much time. So, welcome to Malala's house. The photo you see in the background, that's where she was born, that's where she spent all her time, her early, like her childhood and time, and that's where her first school was. So Malala was born in Pakistan, in Mangora, a small village or suburb town on the very far end and near Afghanistan border in Pakistan on July 12, 1997. And that's the school, which is called Khushhal Girls High School and College, where she went, and this school was ran by her father. He is a teacher, and he himself was and still is a very active member of academia and especially the social activism. So he used to run all girls high school, and it was called Khushhal Girls High School and College. The fun fact which I was like, I should tell this is Malala's brother, the younger brother who was born 2 years after her, his name is also Khushhal. So Malala has always had this extraordinary thing, and I think I always say this thing about even for myself, that in Pakistan, men play a very major role in supporting a woman in her career, in her life. So if two men, your father and your husband, stand by your side, you can conquer the world. No one dared to like stop you from getting education, from exploring like nature and getting into studies and activities. And that's exactly what how Malala was fortunate. So Malala was born in a house where her father was an outspoken social activist and educator. And Malala Yousafzai herself was excellent student. If you see the photograph of a hand, so I don't know if everyone knows about henna tattoos. If anyone knows what henna is.
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, so sorry, I can't see you in front of me. All I can see is the screen, so you guys have to talk to me to make sure that to know that I'm hearing you. So Malala is a girl full of energy. She liked to wear pretty flowery shalwar kameez, and she always loved bangles and mehndi. But her interest is different. Usually you put a flower or a different pattern on your hand. But she was so obsessed with her and was so interested in her subjects that she actually did chemistry and made the structures and wrote chemical formulas on her hand with using henna tattoo. That was one of the very fun and cute things. It's also in her book. So Malala started talking actively at the age of 11. So her first address was in the protest at Peshawar Press Club, where she went with her father. Her father took her there, and she addressed the audience and called out Taliban out loud publicly that how dare the Taliban take away my basic right to education. So remember, and the important point here is that Malala was having a good life with her parents in a way that her parents were making sure that all their kids get education. And Malala's father was invested a lot of his time and energy in her, knowing that she has something special, she has the spark. But unfortunately, a series of events happened where the Swat Valley, Swat district, a very beautiful tourist spot of Pakistan, was came under the command and control of Taliban. So at that time, she went to the press club for the first time to register her protest. While I'm talking about what happened, why the time came where she had to go and start speaking for her right to education at the age of 11 was that in 2001, when the war against terrorism started in Afghanistan, Pakistan was supporting the war and the US military was allowed to use the bases in Pakistan. When the operation went in further, if you see the first image, can you see? I don't know if you can see my mouse or cursor. This is the map of Pakistan, and a huge side is line and where we share our border with Afghanistan. And if you see this small square, that will show that the place Mangora is pretty close to the border of Afghanistan. So as a reaction of war against terrorism, seeing the border of Pakistan and Afghanistan, you can see there is a leaky border. It's so big, and Afghanistan has huge mountains that it's kind of become impossible to completely seal it. So as a reaction, when the operation went further and things got serious, some of the Taliban started like sweeping in to the Pakistan near border wherever they got a chance. And over the time, Maulana Fazlullah, which is also called Mullah Radio, made his headquarters 5 kilometers away from a town where Malala's family used to live. So at that time, the challenge actually began. That was the time when this Mullah, I'm gonna call him Mullah Radio. That means cleric radio. So Mullah radios, he started illegal FM radio where he used to dictate people his concept of radicalized extreme Islamic practices. And he, I don't know, I'll not even, it will not be appropriate or right to say that the exact Islamization, but you know, like there is always a group of people who always go on the other extreme and think whatever they are doing is right, everyone else is wrong. And when they come in power by hook or by crook, they try to control everyone and try to make everyone live their lives according to what they think is right. So that's something that happened at that time in Swat Valley. During especially, he was able to make a powerful stronghold by 2007 in this area when he started telling people that music is illegal. It's like music is haram. You cannot, barber shops were being attacked because you cannot trim your beard and you cannot have a haircut. And then the music shops were burned, the CDs and the artists of that area, because remember, like Pakistan has a very rich culture when it comes to poetry, music, and theater. Theater is like dying over the time now, but it is there. So what happened was that they started targeting these people. One of the local dancer and singer was murdered and her body was found in the middle of the town on the main road. And then this poet who was writing against Osama bin Laden, Afghan poet, he was killed in the same area. And in the same way, eventually he started telling the world that you cannot send girls to school. Education is not good because obviously it will liberate their minds and it will give them a freedom to express themselves. So in February 2009, Malala Yousafzai made her first television appearance. Remember, it's the same time. Right now, these extremists are kind of have hijacked that area. The Pakistan military is working to liberate that area. There is an operation going on. And Malala at that time is being told that she cannot go to school. And when the operation started, the military operation started, actually a lot of people had to evacuate for the safety purposes, because if they would have been stayed there, they were at risk of like being a part of a collateral damage by accident if some rocket falls on their house by mistake. So it was basically a war zone and you needed people to be at safe place. So I found this very interesting video of Malala. This is a little 11-year-old girl who got a chance to, I don't know if you can see can you see my video screen?
Yes, Sadia.
Yeah, we
So
can
you
see
guys-
the screen, but we can't, can
you guys see a Daily Motion website right now?
No, see, did you click on the?
No, you have to share that screen as well, Sadia.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. So I go tab, Chrome, share.
The volume is off though. You have to unmute it, I think.
Gotta get the.
और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि 2 साल हम स्कूल सही तरीके से नहीं गए। हेलीकॉप्टरों की आवाज़ें, शेलिंग, लोगों के दिलों में खौफ, कर्फ्यू लगना, बीच में तालिबान ने स्कूल बंद किया, फिर खोल लिए, फिर बंद हुए, तो मतलब ये 2 साल बिल्कुल ज़ाया हुए। और अभी मैं ये उम्मीद रखती हूँ कि इंशाल्लाह ऐसा फिर ना हो, लेकिन अभी बच्चों को बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स है। जब वो रास्ते में आते हैं तो रात को टीवी पे कुछ और दिखा जाता है कि इतनी नरमी होगी कर्फ्यू में, लेकिन जब सुबह बच्चे आते तो उनको बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होते हैं। रिक्शों पर बैन है वहाँ पे, तो यानी हमें वहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स है।
आपको बड़े होकर क्या बनना है?
मुझे पॉलिटिशियन बनना है।
आपको पॉलिटिशियन बनना है?
जी।
अच्छा, पॉलिटिशियन बन के क्या करेंगे आप?
ये मुल्क जो है ये बहुत ज़्यादा क्राइसिस से भरा है, बहुत ज़्यादा क्राइसिस है इसमें। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि ये जो लेजीनेस है ना हमारी गवर्नमेंट्स में, लेजी रहती है, कुछ करती नहीं, मैं चाहती हूँ कि ये थोड़ी फिट हो।
We have wasted 2 years of our education because these Taliban, they were like trying to control us and they were telling us, you guys cannot go to school. And then the other day they were like, okay, you can go to school. And then there was a military operation, there was curfews. So there were times when we had difficulty going to school because the only mode of transportation in that city is rickshaw, and that was like banned. So, and then the host asked, what you want to be when you grow up? She said, I want to be a politician. Because, you know, this country has a very lazy government. They are always like sitting there and not doing their work properly, and they're nagging. So I need to correct these things. So one day I will be a politician to take care of all these matters. So going back to, you guys can stop me wherever if if the time is like going super crazy. Otherwise, I'm gonna go back to the slides.
Well, how far are you, Sadia? How many more slides do you have?
Okay, I think, can you see the slides?
Yes.
So I'm gonna summarize it. I actually don't remember how much slides I have. So BBC approached Malala Yousafzai's father in search of someone who can write a blog for them to share the experience, what they're going through during this Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan's rule. And Malala Yousafzai's father, Ziauddin, said, okay, my daughter will be willing to contribute to it. So I remember in my paper, which the research paper I studied about all this process was that the person used to call every week on cell phone, and Malala used to give him the summary of what she'd been through, what was her experience, and how her life was in that day. And that's how, and then he used to like write it down for him and post it on the website. So that was what she did for some time. And then in 2009, the New York Times, she had, there were 2 documentaries based on her. First was Class Dismissed, which was a 13-minute piece about the school shutdown. And then the second film came as A Schoolgirl's Odyssey. And they both are on their website. They were there, and that did bring a lot of limelight on Malala. And that summer when she also met the US Special Envoy to Afghanistan and Pakistan, Mr. Richard Holbrooke, and asked him to help her effort to protect the education for the girls. And based on all her activities and her coverage in both national and international media, in December 2009, she was considered and was declared as the BBC's youngest blogger. And that was a time when her identity actually came up, like, and all her work came on the surface. And based on all her activism, in 2011, she was nominated by Human Activist for the International Children's Peace Prize. Unfortunately, she was not able to win that. But based on all her efforts, the government of Pakistan in December awarded her the Pakistan's first National Youth Peace Prize. She was the first one to get it from the Prime Minister of the Pakistan, Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani. And later, the award was actually named after her as National Malala Peace Prize. And all the youth under age of 18 are eligible for this award based on their activism and their work. And then later, here's another video of Malala when the operation was done. So she was sharing her experience of how she's feeling, and the summary is that she said that I'm much more relaxed. Today is the first day of the school, and I'm so happy to be back. And I'm glad that the Pakistan army did a great job of getting rid of all the terrorists and kicking them out. And then the second question was that, is there any fear or concern you and your class fellows and your friends have as the girls of this area? And she said that we are worried that the leaders of those extremist groups are still alive, and what if they'll build another force and come back to rule us? And then she being very optimistic said that I'm sure that Pakistan army will take care of them and finish them the way they took care of them right now. So, but unfortunately, I think even if we were able to do the operation there, there still was not enough chance, enough security to make sure that the guy never attacked her, which he did, the Taliban did. And this is another interview of Malala after receiving her first National Peace Prize, where Malala is talking to the national newspaper, and where she's talking about that she thinks that when she got this award, it's the award for every girl of Pakistan who is studying and standing up for herself. And she also mentioned that it's not that and she mentioned that she wants to establish Malala Educational Fund and trust where she can raise money to make better and bigger schools all around the Pakistan for the education of girls. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Sadia, we're going to need you to finish because I'm not sure when Marianne needs to do her next thing.
So unfortunately, in 2012, Malala was attacked, and then when she was riding back home, and 2 other girls were shot by her along her. And I'm glad that she was rescued, and she was airlifted to Combined Military Hospital in Peshawar, where she was treated, and then she was moved to England. And rest we know about her success all around the world now. So I'm so sorry for the inconvenience and the trouble, and I will say my bye.
Well, thank you. thank you. I'm
You're welcome.
sorry to have to interrupt you, but I know
No.
Mary Ann that Mayor has a very busy schedule.
I
And
understand.
we were put in after a class, so I don't want to keep her way too long. So I really enjoyed those comments. I thought she did an excellent job. And I had no idea she was that famous. None. So do we have any questions or comments for Sadia?
On YouTube, there's a comment from Jen who says, I love Malala. Thank you for this information.
You're welcome. We love Malala too.
Yeah, a lot of people love Malala, love her courage and her commitment to education.
I just wanted to say one thing, and I wanted to say thank you to all those Pakistani men who, as a role of father, brother, or son, have supported the education of their daughters and their sisters. Just like Malala, and the biggest pillar behind her was her father, who took her everywhere, who supported her, and who let her speak openly, even if that meant to take a risk. So I hope all Pakistani men who are supporting education of women in their family succeed.
Yeah, I think that we don't know that. I sure didn't know that.
I didn't.
So that's very valuable right there. Just that one piece of information. You did a wonderful job. And you showed us stuff we haven't seen before. And I'm sorry that I had to clip you a little bit, but it is getting later and the students will be wanting to go too. So it's hard to hold the students because they have jobs and commitments too. So, but you did a wonderful job. Are there any other comments for her before we give some loot away?
A thumbs up as well from YouTube.
Yeah, thumbs up is right. Very, very good presentation. Wonderful information. It's the kind of thing that we should do more often, is find out what's going on in other countries. Arjun has spoken to us about Hungary. Moji Zola has told us about things going on in Africa, particularly in Nigeria. We've been blessed sometimes. And Sumitra's told us a bit about India, so we're lucky. Lucky. All right, who wants to win something? Do we have anybody left in YouTube and Facebook to give stuff to? So what about YouTube? Is anybody in YouTube?
There are people watching, Paula. Yes.
All right, well then let's do it. What do you call an alligator in a vest? What do you call an This is for you, Mayor. What do you call an alligator in a vest? Her professional name is M-A-R period. Mare. My niece is Meredith and we call her Mare. So remembering how to pronounce your name wasn't a problem for me.
Yay.
Because I'm aware of Mare as a name. So do we have any answers? What do you call an alligator?
I have never heard that one. And I'm in Florida where gators are pretty common.
Any answers? Think detective. There's a clue. Think swamp detective. If an alligator were a swamp detective, what would you call it?
There's an answer here, an investigator.
That's right, an investigator.
Very clever.
So we have, and which venue is that, Arjun?
YouTube.
That's for YouTube. And what about Facebook? So we have one Barnes and Noble gift
Seems like
card.
it's stuck in the past. It's stuck at 212.
So we can't see.
No, I'm clicking on all messages. It just doesn't forward anymore. I don't know what has happened.
That's too bad that we can't communicate with Facebook. We don't even know if there's anybody in there then, do we? We have no way of knowing.
Unless they all
Smith,
came over to YouTube.
do you find that too, that you can't see Facebook?
Well, I see Facebook, but I'm only up to 212.
Oh,
So, and
maybe
we
it
have,
isn't recording us beyond that.
I think, well, it's a recording, but
It's not working.
yeah,
Well, then we can't give prizes to
yeah,
them. can we?
it's recording, but it's not showing any of the
Symmetra, I can't hear you.
hands.
Mike.
It doesn't show any of the discussion.
I just went to Facebook and, it says 3 people are watching right now.
Three people are you, me, and Arjun.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that may be.
So then that's not working. Facebook is not working. So
It is working, but we don't have any audience there.
Except for us, yes.
Let's do it. Do we have another one for that answer for YouTube? Did anybody else say it? Okay, what do you call security guards working outside Samsung shops? What do you call security guards working outside Samsung shops? Guardians of the Galaxy. That might be too dated. They're Guardians of the Galaxy. That might be too dated. Here's one everybody could get. Why isn't the turkey hungry at Thanksgiving?
Stuffed.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Why isn't the turkey hungry at Thanksgiving?
Too stuffed.
That's right. There, he's stuffed.
Sorry, I shouldn't have answered.
That's all right. Do you have any students yet on YouTube to answer for us?
Yeah, we have Skylar who also answered for investigator, and then Skylar and Jake and Alexa say that he's all stuffed.
So Jake and Alexa haven't won yet, have they?
Both they have maybe like one before.
All right, you figure it out. You can give 2 gift cards. Well, actually, you could give 4. You could give them all a Barnes and Noble card, and all.
Okay.
Then they can all have a door prize bag too, I guess.
Very nice.
You know, about 15 years ago, in Detroit, I've seen this T-shirt in Detroit, and it was a green T-shirt, and it says the caption was "Too hungry for turkey." So there are 2 maps. One of them is a map of Hungary, and the other one is a map of Turkey. So too hungry for turkey. I somehow connected that. It's a funny one. Eh?
Cute. That's really cute. So, what did the green grape say to the purple grape? This is just for fun because we've already given away the prizes for this. Breathe, stupid.
Oh man.
The green grape say to the purple grape, breathe, stupid. Because he's purple from holding his breath. Well, we're coming into our celebration. Our last act is often music. It has been for a number of years. Risa Cohen and her husband, Ed Lingen and their boys usually will perform for us, but they have other things that they have to do this week. And then we are very lucky that Risa put us in touch with Mare. And Mare she's very well known. She does stuff internationally and all over the country, and she's very well known. So we're very lucky to have a celebrity with us, a musician who's going to help us. And this is our 42nd. No, it's not. I lie. I lie. Just to see if you're awake. It's our 24th annual U Toledo Banned Books Week vigil because we have to stay alert. We have to always be mindful of what's going on. And we thank you for participating with us. And if anybody's around when we're done, we'll give away some more gift cards.
Paulette,
Yes,
did you have the
Petra.
keyword for the previous one?
Oh, the keyword for the Malala one. Let's make that one book. I think that'd be a very good one for the Malala one, book. The keyword is going to be book. So if you want credit from your professors, if you're my student, then you write me a paragraph about what you saw and what you thought. But if you're a student for another professor, if you put the word book on the form, we'll let that professor know you attended. And I think it's time to hear some music. And this is Mare. So do we want to share the screen to get you larger or?
That's up to you. I'm perfectly fine with being the size I am, but if you want to make it larger, that's up to you. I don't have a tremendously big ego.
What do you think, Arjun?
It's up to you guys.
Oh, you're okay. Let me just focus on the viewing. Okay. Okay, you're big now.
Yeah,
I'm big.
You're as big as you're going to get our technology.
Oh my goodness, I see myself still as the same size. So
Oh, okay, just change.
I'm good. Let me see. Oh, I see.
Yeah, we can't seem to get you bigger.
What I have is that whoever's talking is big.
Yeah, yeah. The
Yeah,
focus
but-
is on the speaker.
Right, but when I talk, it doesn't get big, so I
Sure.
don't know why. I
Here on
just see-
YouTube, though, it shows up on YouTube the right way. So whoever is talking,
It doesn't matter
Okay.
to me. I see Sumitra's name now because she was talking, but that's it. I'm fine. Anyway, so when I was looking at everything, I was thinking that I wanted to try to go, as I do so often, outside the box. And like at first I was thinking about the song Joe Hill that Joan Baez, made famous, and, going with Woody Guthrie and Pete Seeger, and how they were just, people just hear they sung a song and ban them. They don't even know what the words were. But instead I decided to go in a different direction because as I was looking at the list, I was surprised. I think I'm just going to play this song first, and then in Paulette's spirit, we'll see if anybody could figure out why they thought this song should be banned. It's going to surprise you. I think this is coming out of left field. I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Have snow and mistletoe and presents by the tree. Christmas Eve, you'll find me where the love light is. I'll be home for Christmas, if only my true. So why do you think that would be banned? This is a beautiful song, nostalgic. Any ideas? No? No prizes for you. Oh. The government didn't want the song to be played because they were afraid that the soldiers would get too sad and it would bring down the morale.
Oh, right.
So the song is no longer banned, but it was banned back during the war when it first came out. And so poor Bing Crosby. But it just spoke to me about how people, they will try to manipulate the people to control the emotions, which brings me to the next song. And this song actually got banned, but because of the emergence of FM radio, they weren't able to enforce the ban because all the FM DJs were defying the ban and playing it on those stations. And I don't think the government had much control over FM radio yet. So the song made it big. And I was actually at a concert and they played this song when the announcement was made about Nixon resigning. And this is about Kent State. Kent State University, they were having an anti-Vietnam War protest, and the soldiers came in to still the crowd, and they wound up shooting and killing 4 students. Neil Young got a little bit upset about that. Tin soldiers and Nixon coming, we're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming, 4 dead in Ohio. Better get down to it, soldiers are gunning us down. Should have been gone long ago. What if you knew her and found her dead on the ground? How can you run when you know? Better get down to it, soldiers are gunning us down. Should have been gone long ago. What if you knew her and found her dead on the ground? How can you run when you know? Oh, when you know, tin soldiers and Nixon coming, we're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming, 4 dead in Ohio, 4 dead in Ohio, 4 dead in Ohio. They didn't want that picture of what if you knew her, saw her dead on the ground. It was just too explicit. And so got banned, but the ban didn't work. So then I thought, well, what other way do they ban music? And if I may for a second digress, I was looking at the song Banks of the Ohio, and it has never been banned. And ironically, yesterday I got in my car and a song came on of a version from an Irish band. And if you don't know, The Banks of the Ohio is a song about a man who takes his girlfriend to the Ohio River and tells her, if you don't marry me, I'm going to kill you. And he stabs her. And then he goes home and he feels bad about it. But he told her, either marry me, I'm going to kill you. She didn't marry him. So, and the song's never been banned. And surprisingly, even Dolly Parton has recorded that song. So sometimes they do protect the First Amendment rights. And for songs that shouldn't have protection. So another way that they try to ban and control is sexuality. And even in the 50s, like, first of all, Brown Eyed Girl was originally banned because they thought Van Morrison was talking about an interracial relationship, which we all know is verboten, but also because they were making love in the green grass behind the stadium. But that ban didn't last either. And neither did this one. but it was banned when it first came out. Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight, the light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow? Is this a lasting treasure, or just one moment pleasure? Can I believe the magic of your side? Will you still love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you say I'm the only one. Will my heart be broken when the night meets the morning sun? I'd like to know that your love is love I can be sure of. So tell me now, and I won't ask again. Will you still love me tomorrow? Will you still love me tomorrow? That was banned because they didn't want girls to start thinking that they should have sex because they felt like it. So those are just my 3 songs I picked out from varying perspectives, and I'd be curious if you enjoyed my picks.
Oh, very much. I thought they were very good. They provide a different approach to looking at the issue too.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to come from it at a different perspective. Sometimes when we're thinking of banning, they think of politics mostly.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to, well, I did throw in there Ohio, but I wanted to another perspective. But then again, I guess it's all politics. It's all about controlling behavior.
Yeah, it's amazing how people will try to shut down expression if they think that there's some way it's going to get in the way of some agenda of some sort. So I'll Be Home for Christmas, that was a song early in World War II. They would not like that for the morale because they weren't going to be home. And they were trying very hard to get the people in the country all united to fight the war. So I can see how that song would have been banned. I don't agree with it. No.
No, I
No.
I don't agree with banning songs at all. I think that there's some songs that are a little bit over the line, but I think censorship can be expressed by not purchasing material.
Yeah, and there's also this. Censorship is when someone tells us we cannot buy it. Personal choice and discretion are when we say, well, I don't wish to buy that. That isn't my cup of tea. And so If it's left at the individual level, then I don't think it's censorship, unless, of course, there's been some kind of layer above it where some government or church or organization people respect is calling for it to be banned. Then it becomes censorship.
Well, like the Catholic Church banned I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
You know.
Well, they have a list too of books that they don't want their followers to read. It's called the Index. And I think other religions do that too. And some of the very fundamentalist groups have real problems with reading because they don't want their people exposed to ideas that are not in keeping with their beliefs. So this is a very important contribution there. I really appreciated it. So what do you think, Arjun? Can't hear you. Your mic is on.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that these songs are definitely, singled out for, the kind of message, this whole song about the army, it goes back to Greek times when they selected certain kinds of musics to moralize, the military. And then there were some songs that were picked to either tempt them down and time to withdraw. So they had different kinds of tunes for those. And I think because of the nostalgia of being home, it's not just the music but the lyrics too that seem to be contradicting the military's mission.
And so what do you
So
think?
that's what I see.
There is a comment on, I'm sorry, Arjun, you were saying something?
No, I'm good.
There's a comment on YouTube from Erica who says, I like the choice of the Bing Crosby song because you generally see banning as a negative thing, but the motivation behind banning the song was actually meant to preserve feelings in a positive way.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. Yeah. That's a very interesting point. So do we have other comments? So, Smitra, what did you think? She's looking at the YouTube and Facebook. Do we have anybody to give prizes to?
I don't see, I think Facebook has, I'm not able to refresh the comments on Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook is not working. So it would all be YouTube. That's unfortunate.
I mean, it is happening live on Facebook.
Yeah, it's happening, but we don't know if anybody's there because we're not interfacing with them, which is very unfortunate. It kicked out, I guess, at 2:15, which is really unfortunate. So do we have any, we have Erica on YouTube. Do we have, how many people do we have? I can't hear you, Symmetra. Your mic is off.
Oh, I think I missed seeing this. Jake had commented about, the Christmas Eve song. Maybe it's banned for religious reasons is what, I think that's a good guess. It could have been.
Yeah,
that wasn't the reason though, at all.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, back then, maybe nowadays, but back in the 40s, I think in the 40s, when you think of the United States, it was pretty Christian centric. Like there would be, the reaction would be, What do you mean you don't like Christmas Eve? Everybody celebrates it. Back then they didn't even consider there were other options. They barely acknowledged Judaism.
Yeah, so, but in other countries, it might have been banned too, because it was about Christmas and they're not Christian in their country.
But I wonder if back then though, were the songs even going more worldwide?
I don't know.
That's what I was, trying
I
to.
don't really know.
Yeah.
That it was taken out of a couple of movies.
Was it?
Yeah, that's probably why.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's probably why. But it's been very interesting. Do we have people to give prizes to in YouTube? Is there anybody left? Does it look like it? You're off.
Oh, I think sing into reading.
That's Risa.
Yeah. She says thanks to the Banned Books team and Mayor.
Thank you, Risa. That was good. She came in. So should we not give prizes, or do we have people there to give prizes to?
Should give Risa a prize. Oh.
There are a few people watching on YouTube right now.
All right, how many?
There's 10.
How many?
10.
10.
Oh, I can't give 10 prizes. I'll be broke. So I'll do a joke.
A couple of those would be me and Arjun. So.
Well, if you can find, I'll tell a joke and we'll see if somebody can get it. And I have a Christmas Eve joke. We've been talking about Christmas Eve. One of my favorite jokes, in fact. Too bad Risa left. She likes it too. What do you call a cat sitting on the beach on Christmas Eve? So what do you call a cat sitting on the beach on Christmas Eve? And we are the U Toledo Banned Books Week Coalition. We've been broadcasting to you, trying to, from Zoom to Facebook and YouTube. And this is our 24th year. We say, read on, read on, read on. Think and create freely. So do we have answers? No? You call a cat on the beach on Christmas Eve Sandy Claus.
Erica just answered as you were saying, yeah.
Sandy Claus.
We have another one?
Yeah, somebody did say that, Erica.
Okay, so Erica got it?
Yeah.
Well, what do cats and dogs call Santa Claus?
Santa Paws.
Right, Mayor.
Yeah.
That's right. So that's a good answer.
I know a couple, but they'd be banned.
So Mayor, you just won on Barnes and, oh, you can't use it. Well, maybe. Yeah, you could use it if I sent you a Barnes and Noble gift card.
I could. That's very nice of you, but you don't have to do that. You can let the students have them.
Okay, well, do we have a student? Did a student answer it? No, not one. Well, what is claustrophobia?
Is that a Christmas joke?
Yes, it is.
I know what that is, but I'm not going to say it.
So do we have anybody in YouTube answering?
Just got to think of claustrophobia.
Claustrophobia. What is claustrophobia?
They're not getting it.
It's the fear of Santa Claus. Now, students, any of you in YouTube, if you would write down any of these answers, you could win something. So will any of them do it? So I guess they don't want the gift card. They don't want the door prizes. So Mary, you will have one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love books.
So
Marina
yeah,
says claustrophobia, and Najia says sandy paws.
oh good, then give those to the door prizes. And we are done with the prizes. So we've given away 2 Barnes and Noble cards, and we've given away, we don't have a third student that would take my Mayor's card out, but she said she didn't care.
Don't take my card. No, I'm kidding.
Erica commented saying she would type something, but she doesn't want to because she's already.
Because she wants me to get the card. That's so nice of her.
Well, she's won too. Before. Well, listen, everybody. Does anybody have anything to say before we close?
Paulette, there is a new student who has not attempted answering before, and she says claustrophobia.
Well, we'll give her something. Look at what you got.
Okay.
And if you have like, let's see, we're not doing the Facebook, so sure, she can have either a Barnes and Noble.
I think she's been on Facebook before, but yeah, she just responded.
Well, just either one, a Barnes and Noble card or a door prize. Ask her even what she wants, maybe, or just decide and send me the names of the winners.
Okay, I will do that.
All righty.
Do we have a keyword for this session?
We need a keyword, don't we?
Yes.
We do. We need a keyword. Let's use Santa. That's in keeping with our discussion here. Mayor, I think it was wonderful that you stepped in when you did. We are totally, totally grateful. And know this, even if our numbers are small right now, people will watch it tonight on Facebook and YouTube. And the recordings get pretty good run. I was surprised last year. People will watch the recordings as well. And I really enjoyed your presentation. And I'm very thankful that you shared your time and your talent with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciated the opportunity, and I always love meeting new people, so, and learning things. I enjoyed the presentation on Malala and learning about that, and thank you so much.
It was really a good day, I think. And I know it's getting late and people want their supper, and my committee are probably tired to their bones. But I just want to say again, thank you. This is the very best day of the year. Long live the book. And don't ever, ever stop celebrating your right to read and think freely. Come back next year. We hope to be in a room somewhere, and that room will rock. And if I can shake them down, we'll have a whole bunch of books too to give away. We'll have a big shelf full of books we're giving away. We have some that are free. I have some I'm thinning out that I'll put on the table that are even fairly recent. We will have a fabulous time. We always do. best day of the year. The mayor proclaimed it. This is Read BAM Books Day. So Arjun, do you wish to say anything?
No, no.
I want to add what Risa is cheering from YouTube. It's like, long live the book.
Tell Risa we love her.
Yeah, she's cheering there from YouTube. I can hear her.
We just love Risa. Risa
She's
is
a
our-
wonderful person.
Well, she's
she's-
our songbird, you know, and if she can't do it, she finds other songbirds. So we are very, very lucky. And I
She's a-
hate to do it, but I think it's pretty much almost time to close. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah.
So Sumitra?
Thank you,
Great
everyone.
day as usual. And hopefully next year we'll all be in a room and we can meet in person.
Yes,
Yeah,
we'll be
yeah.
in the room. I can dance again. I can do some
Yeah, we can do
cheers.
cheers.
We'll have food. We'll have more stuff. So goodbye, one and all.
Bye.
Bye-bye.